The moment the storm clouds began churning over Skyvault City, I knew this day wasn't going to be a quiet one. My name is Su Lin. I'm the Su family's biological son. But if you stood in that crowd and pointed at me, asking, which one's the young master of the Su family? Not a single person would glance my way. They'd all point straight at the boy standing dead center on the Awakening platform, wrapped head to toe in crackling lightning, Su Chun, the Su family's adopted son. Here's the irony. I've lived in this house for 18 years, and I've slept in the basement next to the mansion. Damp, moldy, no heat in the winter, with a blanket that always carried a musty smell no amount of washing could get rid of. Meanwhile, that adopted kid they'd picked up off the street slept in the master bedroom, ate at the head of the table, and got treated like royalty wherever he went. Today was the day the two of us would awaken our powers together. Let me tell you about him first. When Su Chin stepped onto that high platform, the dark clouds above his head swirled straight into a vortex. Purple lightning snakes, each as thick as a water barrel, slithered and roared through the clouds like the end of the world had come. Tens of thousands of people below held their breath. Even the teacher cried out, This is an awakening phenomenon." Before the words had even settled, a bolt of purple lightning crashed down and slammed into him. Not only was he unharmed, he actually spread his arms wide and let the lightning pour into his body. The next second, a line of golden text materialized above his head. Lord of Heavenly Thunder. Power rank, SSS. The entire field exploded. SSS rank. It's really SSS rank. That's an attack type power. His attack strength is at least 50 times stronger. He really is the young master of the Su family. My three so-called sisters got so worked up they burst into tears. The eldest dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, the second covered her mouth and sobbed, and the youngest jumped up and down screaming, "Little brother Chun, your sister loves you." Even my father, one of the 5 most powerful men in the whole country, a level 89, gave a rare nod and said just 2 words, "Not bad." You might not understand how much weight those 2 words carry. My father barely praises a handful of people in an entire year. The second those words left his mouth, everyone around went even crazier. And me? I stood in the very back corner of the crowd, wearing an old-school uniform faded from too many washes, the cuffs frayed, the pant legs too short so half my shins showed. The soles of my shoes were so worn down I could feel every bump in the ground. Mixed in with all those students in designer clothes, I looked like a beggar who'd just crawled out of the slums. Actually, in their eyes, I was worse than a beggar. See that guy? That's Su Lin. Oh, the one who lives in the servants' quarters and isn't even allowed to eat at the table? The waste of space? I heard he gets punished by being made to kneel in the basement every day. What good is bloodline? Trash is trash. Heard he's awakening today too. Prediction says D rank. D rank? Huh. Isn't that just the trashiest of the trash? The grating laughter came pouring in from every direction. My face stayed blank. I didn't bother saying a single word back. 18 years. I'd gotten used to it a long time ago. In this family, Su Chun was the clouds in the sky and I was the mud on the ground. Whatever the clouds did was right. Whatever the mud did was wrong. Even if he ground me into the dirt under his heel, I was supposed to consider it an honor. While all this was going on, several aircraft suddenly came flying in and landed smoothly at the edge of the field. The hatches opened, and a group of impressive-looking people stepped out. Capital University, Metropolis Academy, Dragon City War College, the top schools in the entire country, all of them had come. They got off their aircraft and made a beeline for Su Chun, surrounding him completely. Master Su, full scholarship, plus a mansion inside the 3rd ring road. Come to our school, Mr. Su. Your own private lab, 10 million in funding every year. Join the elite class, one-on-one mentorship. Su Chin smiled, humble and gracious. You're all too kind, teachers. I'll have to talk it over with my family first. That answer set off another round of praise, that he was not only impossibly gifted but so respectful of his elders. A rare combination indeed. My mother beamed from ear to ear, took his hand, and said, "Mom always knew you were the best." The whole family was one big picture of warmth and joy. Everyone except me. I stood off in the corner, like the whole world had forgotten I existed. No, not forgotten. Deliberately ignored. When it was finally my turn to go up, the host called out, Next, I made my way through the crowd toward the center, and everywhere I went, people parted around me, not to make way, but out of disgust. Move, move, don't rub up against my new clothes. What's that smell? This guy thinks he's worthy of awakening. I didn't take in a single word. Step by step, I walked up onto the awakening platform and pressed my hand against the awakening stone. The stone glowed faintly, and a line of information appeared before everyone's eyes. Health enhancement. Health increased to 2 times. Power rank, D. The whole place went silent for a second. Then the deafening laughter erupted. Health doubled? They call that a power? Ha ha ha. The biological son is D-rank trash, and the adopted son is SSS heavenly thunder. The contrast is just too brutal. A guy who lives in the servants' quarters gets a trash power. Perfect match. I stood on the platform without moving, slowly sweeping my gaze across all those faces below. The eldest sister was laughing. The second sister was doubled over. The youngest was laughing so hard she was crying. My mother frowned, her whole expression saying what an embarrassment. My father didn't laugh, but that stern face of his was written all over with cold indifference and disappointment. Only Suchin wasn't laughing. He stood there, looking at me with a complicated expression, his lips moving slightly like he wanted to say something in my defense. But I saw it, that thing buried deep at the bottom of his eyes. That look said, "You, what makes you think you can compare to me?" And right there, at the lowest point of my life, a voice suddenly rang out in my head, one only I could hear. Ding. Host's intense dissatisfaction with current situation detected. One-time cheat activated. You have one chance to change a single character in your power description. I froze. Change a single character? I stared at that line of my power description. Health increased to 2 times. Change one character. Change 2 to 3, and D rank jumps to C. Change it to 5, and it's B rank. Change it to 10, and it's A. Change it to 50, and I go straight to SSS. But 10 and 50 were 2 characters. I couldn't do that. My eyes locked onto that single character. 2. What if I changed it to 100 million? The thought had barely formed when a flash of golden light shot across my vision. Modification complete. Practically holding my breath, I pulled up my personal stat panel. Level 1. Health 10 billion. My mind went blank with a roaring buzz. 10 billion. Do you have any idea what that means? My father, level 89, one of the 5 strongest men in the whole country, with all his equipment, passives, and items stripped away, his base health is only 900 billion. And me? I'd just awakened. Level 1. Nothing to my name. 10 billion health. With a single step, I'd landed right at the ceiling of this world's health stat. I took a deep breath and forced the storm of emotions surging inside me back down. No showing off. No announcements. I just quietly pulled my hand back, turned, and walked down off the awakening platform. The mockery below kept coming. Oh, coming down already? You can stand up there all you want. D rank is D rank. Trash, go home. As I passed by the Su family, my eldest sister said in that snide, sing-song voice of hers, "Well, if it isn't the Su family genius. Doubled, huh? From 100 health to 200. Now you can take 1 extra hit as a meat shield." The youngest was laughing so hard, she was practically trembling. Don't say that. He's still our little brother, after all. Sure, he lives in the servants' quarters. Sure, he can't eat at the table. Sure, he kneels in the basement every day. But hey, same blood, right? My mother waved her hand impatiently. Hurry home. Stop embarrassing us out here. My father didn't say a word. He just turned coldly away and walked towards Su-chun. But Su-chun spoke up again, his voice as gentle as if he were comforting me. Brother, don't lose heart. Powers can be upgraded. Maybe someday you'll. He didn't finish, but the meaning was obvious. Maybe someday you'll make it to C rank. I looked at him. That face was full of sincerity and concern. If this had been our first time meeting, I might have actually believed it. But I'd lived in this house for 18 years. However sincere that face looked, that's exactly how vicious he was underneath. I didn't say a word. I just walked straight for the exit. I went back to that basement first, wanting a quiet place to really process what this 100 million-fold thing actually meant. But I hadn't been lying down long when someone kicked my door open. My eldest sister stood in the doorway. What are you still lying around for? Mom wants you upstairs. The whole family was gathered in the living room. My father sat at the head, my mother beside him, the three sisters flanking them on either side, and Su-chun sat next to mother, holding a cup of tea, poised and elegant like a figure out of a painting. I stood in the center of the room. My mother looked me up and down, her eyes full of contempt. You disgraced the entire Su family at that awakening ceremony today. Do you have any idea how many important people were watching? Chun awakening SSS rank was such an honor, and you ruined all of it. You're both my sons. How can there be such a difference between you? I didn't respond. My eldest sister cut in. Mom, stop. He's just like this, and that's all he'll ever be. The second sister chimed in, D rank. He'll be like this his whole life. The youngest was even blunter. Go find a factory job already. Stop mooching off this family. Su-chin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sisters, don't say that. Brother doesn't want to be this way either. The moment my mother heard that, her expression softened instantly. Chun is so considerate. Then she turned to look at me, and her eyes froze over into ice in a heartbeat. Look at Chun, then look at yourself. He speaks up for you at every turn. What have you ever done for this family? Finally, I opened my mouth. My voice was flat as a stagnant pond. Since I'm nothing but a disgrace to all of you, then starting today, I, Su Lin, am cutting all ties with the Su family. The living room went dead silent. What did you say? My mother thought she'd misheard. I said, I'm severing all ties with the Su family. Have you lost your mind? My eldest sister shrieked. Where would you even go if you left the Su family? Fine, go ahead, leave. I'd love to see what you can make of yourself. The youngest jabbed a finger toward the door. My mother was shaking with rage. Fine, fine, fine. Grown your wings now, have you? Go. And once you're gone, don't you dare come back. At this point, Su-chin stood up, his face full of alarm, and reached out to grab my arm. He lowered his voice and pleaded, Brother, don't do something stupid. Where can you go if you leave home? Just apologize. Mom and Dad will forgive you. Sincerity, concern, urgency, a flawless performance. I gently shook his hand off and took a step back. No need. I gave one last sweep of every face in that living room. The eldest sister's disdain, the second sister's cold smirk, the youngest's mockery, my mother's fury, my father's indifference, and the smugness hidden at the bottom of Su-chin's eyes. The exact same look he'd given me up on that awakening platform, staring down at me from above. I turned and headed for the door. Wait. My father's voice sounded behind me. I stopped. I didn't turn around. He was quiet for a moment, then said slowly, Are you sure? I'm sure. Fine. The moment you walk out that door, you're no longer a member of the Su family. Everything the Su family has, none of it has anything to do with you. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned complicated. Your power is D rank. Be careful out there. If you can't make it, you can come back. I didn't turn around. I just tossed out 3 flat words. No need for that. Then I pushed the door open and walked out. The door closed behind me. I only found out later that the instant that door shut, a flicker of a smile crossed Su-chin's eyes. In his mind, this eyesore had finally cleared out, and from now on everything the Su family had was his. As for me, the trash, I wouldn't last 3 days out there. And standing at the front gate of the mansion, I turned to take one last look at that brightly lit house. 18 years. 18 whole years. I'd finally made it out. No reluctance, no lingering attachment, just an indescribable lightness. I looked up at the sky, scattered with stars. Tomorrow was going to be nice weather. I stepped into the night, the lights of the Su household fading behind me, bit by bit. I didn't rush to find a place to sleep. First, I found a bench in a park, sat down, and pulled out my phone. Because I'd realized something. 10 billion health alone was useless. I first needed to figure out the rules of this world. The original owner of this body had memories in his head, but most of them were scenes of being bullied. The rules that actually mattered, I'd have to sort through on my own. Oh, right, I should explain something to you. This body that awakened today isn't really the original Su Lin anymore. That kid had been chronically malnourished, and at the exact moment of awakening, I, a Su Lin from another world, took over his body. So I don't have a shred of feeling for the Su family. That whole severing ties scene just now, I didn't hesitate for a second. Of course, I'd have to be careful not to let anyone catch on. I opened a browser and searched Heaven-Reaching Tower Encyclopedia. The rules of this world boiled down to a single sentence. 100 years ago, a colossal tower with 99 floors suddenly fell out of the sky and slammed into the earth. If humans want to grow stronger, they have to enter the tower and clear its floors. Clear one floor, gain one level. The highest anyone has climbed so far is the 88th floor. A few core rules stuck with me clearly. First, you can challenge the floors solo or in a team, but everyone on a team has to be the same level. And the more people there are, the more monsters spawn. Second, the tower opens once every Sunday, and you can only clear one floor per day. Whether you succeed or fail, you get teleported out once you're done. But if you fail, and pay attention, because this is the brutal part, you're barred from entering the tower ever again. Your level gets permanently locked. You'll never level up for the rest of your life. That's why the encyclopedia repeatedly advises, team up, use complementary powers to boost your clear rate. Third, every time you hit a level that's a multiple of 10, you get one chance to pick a passive skill. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the skill, but you only get to make this choice once in your entire life. So don't blindly reach for the hardest option. Then there was the attribute growth chart. From levels 1 to 10, each level adds 100 health and 10 attack. After that, every 10 levels multiplies by 10. By levels 81 to 90, each level adds 10 billion health and 1 billion attack. As for level 91 and up, unknown, because no one has ever reached it. I scrolled down further and saw the 5 people at the very top of this world, the 5 great powers, all of them level 89, SSS powers, 8 passive skills each. And one of them, the Sioux family patriarch of Sky Vault, was the very father I'd just cut ties with. At the very end, the encyclopedia made a point of adding, at the same level, differences in powers, passives, equipment, and technique can make the gap between two people as vast as heaven and earth. After reading all that, I opened my own stat panel and confirmed the number one more time. Health, 10 billion. Equivalent to the base health of a level 80 heavyweight. And I was only level 1. Then I found the strategy guide for the first floor. First floor, 5 common rank blaze hounds. Level 1, 100 health, 10 attack, no skills. Kill them all within 1 hour and you clear it. The guide said, the first floor has a 3% failure rate, mostly from people getting cocky and careless. 3% might not sound high, but for any given person, it's a lifetime deal. Nobody dares gamble on it, so everyone makes absolutely certain they're prepared before going in. But me? I might be the exception. I smiled a little. I have 10 billion health. Those 5 hounds could stand there and gnaw on me for a whole year without taking off a single layer of skin. They've got 100 health each. My attack is 10 hits each. Just 10 hits. No problem. Right then my phone started buzzing like crazy. The class group chat had over 999 unread messages. I tapped in and scanned it. Everyone was talking about tomorrow's tower run. Someone had awakened C-rank health enhancement. Someone else got A-rank tenfold attack. There was even a girl who'd awakened S-rank ice powers, saying she could do ranged crowd control. Everyone was scrambling to find teammates, rounding out shields, damage dealers, healers, all thoroughly prepared. Someone even made a point of warning, whatever you do, don't get careless. So-and-so's relative got cocky on the first floor, got surrounded by the 5 hounds, never made it out, locked at level 1 for life, now stuck outside the city grinding common monsters every day, barely earning a few points a month. Miserable. As they chatted, the topic drifted over to Su Chun. Su Chun awakened SSS rank Lord of Heavenly Thunder. I'm literally crying with envy. With his level 89 dad, he's probably got a full set of level 1 rare equipment ready to go. He could clear the first floor with his eyes closed. Then someone asked, isn't Su Lin in this group too? What did he awaken? The chat went quiet for a few seconds. Him? D rank, health doubled. Pure cannon fodder. Isn't the Su family a top-tier household? How did the biological son awaken something like that? You must be new here. Su Lin's treated worse than a dog in the Su family. Heard he even cut ties with them today, walked out on his own. Cut ties? Is he insane? A D-ranker who leaves the Su family. Does he think he can still be a young master? The line that stung the most came right after. I heard he used to bully Su Chen all the time at home. Su Chen's such a kind soul, and he's been made to cry by that guy so many times. Yeah, I heard that too. Su Lin's a rotten person. He got what he deserved. I stared at those words, my face showing nothing. Bullied Su Chun. That dead Su Lin had been falsely accused countless times over 18 years, and Su Chun had been behind every single one. Now even these total strangers who had nothing to do with any of it were dead certain that I had bullied him. Su Chun. What a masterful hand. I closed the group chat without typing a single word back. No point explaining. Explaining does nothing. Only strength is the best explanation. Once I closed the chat, I had to face a real problem. Where was I going to sleep tonight? I dug through the original owner's memories and found I had exactly 1,200 yuan to my name. Can you believe it? The son of the nation's top powerhouse, and his pockets held only 1,200. Skyvault City housing prices were absurd. Even a single room in the suburbs went for over 3,000 a month. With 1,200, I couldn't even afford a basement in the city center. On the map, I found the old district in the east side of town, the slums, where all the bottom-rung Awakeners lived. 500 or 600 a month could get you a single room. Bad security, plenty of thugs. But I didn't care. The one thing I was least afraid of right now was a fight. After more than an hour on the subway, I stood in front of a rundown 6-story building. The paint was peeling, wires were strung up in a tangled mess, and the stairwell light was broken, pitch black. The landlord was a woman in her 50s. Level 8, C-rank strength enhancement. She looked me up and down. 18? Just awakened? What rank? I thought about it and gave a one-word answer. D. She let out an, "Oh," and didn't ask anything more. D rank was too common to be worth asking about. Second floor, 207. 600 a month. First month's rent plus a month's deposit, 1,200 total. You renting? I counted my money. Exactly 1,200. I handed it all over. 207 had an old wooden door with a lock so loose it swung open at a push. Inside there was just a bed, a desk, and a chair. The paint was flaking off the walls, the window let in drafts, and the bathroom was shared. But I was pretty satisfied. At least it beat that basement at the Sioux house. That place had no heat in winter, no AC in summer, black mold spreading across the walls, and a blanket that always reeked of mildew. This place at least had a window. I could get some air. I lay down on the bed and started thinking through what came after tomorrow. The first floor held zero suspense for me. Once I cleared it, I'd be level 2, 20 billion health, 20 attack. Then I'd have to wait until next Sunday to enter the second floor. Over this 1 week, I needed to figure out how to earn points and buy equipment. Because the second floor was going to be a bit of trouble, I pulled up the second floor guide. 6 monsters, 5 charging boars, and 1 healing slime. The boars had 200 health, 20 attack, and could charge in a straight line. But that slime was the most disgusting part. It healed 30 health per second to its allies. In big letters, the guide read, "Teaming up strongly recommended. Solo challenge failure rate is 60% because damage output isn't enough. The monsters keep healing, and you get worn down until time runs out." I did the math. When I hit level 2, my attack would only be 20. 1 hit does 20. That slime heals 30 a second. Not only would my hits amount to nothing, the boar's health would just keep climbing. So the slime had to go first. But those 5 boars would form a wall, never giving me a chance to get close. To clear the second floor solo, my attack would need to be at least 40. And right now, aside from thick health, I had nothing. Is thick health useful? If you can't kill the monster, all the health in the world means nothing. I needed to buy equipment. I opened the heaven-reaching marketplace to look. A level 2 bronze longsword, plus 20 attack, cost 500 points. But the points in my account were 0. Level 1 monsters gave 1 point. Level 2 gave 2. To scrape together 500 points, I'd have to kill 500 level 1 monsters, or 250 level 2 monsters. Bit of a grind. But there was no other way. I shut off my phone and closed my eyes. Tomorrow, clear the first floor of the tower, then head outside the city to grind monsters. 1 week should be enough to save up. The subway pulled into the station, and I squeezed out through the exit with the crowd. The moment I stepped out, the scene in front of me stopped me in my tracks. A sea of people. The heaven-reaching tower's entrance was a massive blue gate of light, a full 10 meters across, just hovering there in midair, giving off a faint glow. Below the gate was a plaza, now packed so tight there wasn't room to move, at least 10,000 people easily. There were students in school uniforms, adventurers in combat gear, reporters shouldering cameras, and quite a few middle-aged people with a deep, heavy presence about them. Those were the high-level awakeners, here specifically to watch their own kids take on the tower. Today was Sunday. The tower only opened once a week, and nobody dared waste it. I stood at the edge of the crowd, looking at that gate of light. So this was the heaven-reaching tower. It had fallen from the sky 100 years ago, and it was humanity's only path to growing stronger. All around me were classmates from First Awakening Academy. Fatty Wong, Zhang Wei, Zhao Shui, the whole crew that had been chattering away in the group chat last night, basically all here. Some were decked out in brand new equipment, itching to go. Others held little notebooks, planning to just watch today and enter next week. As I listened to them talk, I quietly observed. I noticed a pattern. Over 80% of the people here to take on the tower were in teams. Pairs were the most common, one to tank monsters and one to deal damage. Trios were plenty too. Tank, damage, healer, the iron triangle. The ones coming solo were few and far between. And the handful who dared come solo either had S-rank powers or higher and were brimming with confidence. Or they were kitted out in luxury equipment, born rich. Or they wore grim expressions and paced in front of the gate for ages without daring to step through. The logic was simple. The tower's mechanics forced you to team up. On your own, high damage means you can't tank the monsters, and thick health means you can't kill them. There's no way to clear a floor within the hour. The higher you climb, the stronger the monsters, and the difficulty of soloing multiplies. So in this world, teaming up was the proper path. Soloing? That was for geniuses and madmen. And then there was me, solo, no equipment, dressed in rags. In everyone's eyes, I was the maddest of the madmen. Pure suicide. But they didn't know my trump card. 10 billion health. Today, I was here to solo it. Just as I was thinking this, the crowd suddenly stirred. They're here, they're here. The Su family's here. The crowd split apart to either side like a receding tide, automatically clearing a wide path. Su Chun walked at the front. A brand new silver-white combat suit gleamed on him. A short sword hung at his waist, its scabbard set with 3 gems that caught the sun and dazzled the eye. That equipment alone was worth at least a few 100,000 points. Wearing that to take on the first floor? He could clear it with his eyes closed. Behind him came the 3 sisters, all eyes for him. Behind them, my mother. And at the very back, my father, I'd severed ties with. One of the nation's 5 greatest powers, level 89. The crowd cleared the way on its own. Not for Su Chun, for him. Making way for the strong was the rule of this world. The Su family head came in person. His son awakened SSS rank. Wouldn't you show up too? I pulled my gaze back and shifted to the side, trying to find an inconspicuous corner. Unfortunately, someone had sharp eyes. Huh? Isn't that Su Lin? A shrill voice rang out, and all the eyes in the vicinity whipped around toward me. Which one? That guy in the old clothes without a single piece of equipment. There was hardly anyone in this whole plaza wearing no equipment at all, so I got picked out in an instant. Oh, that D-rank trash? He's got the nerve to come to the heaven-reaching tower. Probably came to watch the show. Get a look at the great Su Chun while he's at it. The whispers quickly turned into open mockery. Over on Su Chen's side, they'd noticed the commotion here too. The eldest sister turned to look, her face full of disgust. Why is he here? The youngest was even blunter. Standing here dressed like that, scared people won't know the Su family produced a piece of trash like him? My mother frowned, her face dark. Today was a big day. The media were all watching, the powers were all watching, and now this humiliating thing had shown up too. She lowered her voice and said something to the butler beside her. The butler nodded and walked over toward me. Young Master Su Lin. His tone was cold. Madam says please leave this area. I looked at him. This is the heaven-reaching tower. It's where everyone comes to level up. What right do you have to drive people away? Madam simply feels it's not appropriate for you to be here. Not appropriate. I said mildly. On a tower open day, anyone has the right to come. Whoever dares to drive a person away from here is cutting off their path to leveling up, making an enemy of every awakener in the country. You don't understand that. The butler's face changed. The people around went quiet for a beat too. Right? What kind of place was the heaven-reaching tower? It was humanity's one and only path to growing stronger. Driving someone away from the entrance, refusing to let them level up, that was a monstrous crime against the world. Whoever dared do it was making an enemy of the entire nation. Even Su Jintian wouldn't dare. The butler opened his mouth, but couldn't get out a single word. Off in the distance, my mother's face was livid, but in the end she said nothing more. Su Qin glanced at me, a flicker of surprise at the bottom of his eyes, then immediately put back on that gentle expression. He tugged lightly at my mother's sleeve and murmured, "Mom, don't make things hard for him. If he wants to come, let him. After all, he wants to level up too." Beautifully said. It made him look magnanimous while slyly reminding everyone, with that D-rank power of his, level up? Level up to what? He can't even clear the first floor. Sure enough, the people around started laughing again. Right, let him come. He's not going to clear it anyway. Let's see how he comes out later. Probably going to leave in tears. I couldn't be bothered to respond to any of it. I turned and walked toward the line. Just then a uniformed staff member trotted over and said respectfully to Su Chun, "Master Su, this way please. You can use the VIP channel. No need to wait in line. Your father is a level 89 top power. You fully qualify." Su Chun looked at his father. His father gave a slight nod. Only then did he smile. "Thank you then." With that, he followed the staff member toward a small door that led straight to the Gate of Light. The people around watched this and clicked their tongues in admiration. Look at that, straight in through VIP. And look at that Su Lin. Same surname, and one goes VIP while the other waits in the long line. Huh. Well, he's still a Su, the former young master. I stood at the back of the line, expressionless. A few people ahead turned to look at me, curious, mocking, pitying, every kind of look. I said nothing and just waited quietly. Soon enough, Su Chun reached the Gate of Light. He turned and waved at his family, took a deep breath, and stepped through. A flash of light, and he was gone. The plaza went instantly silent, everyone's eyes fixed on that gate. The timer started. 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5. The gate lit up again, and Su Chen's figure appeared, a smile on his face, completely at ease. The whole crowd went dead silent first, then exploded. Holy crap. 5 seconds. There are 5 monsters on the first floor. Even 1 slash per kill would take 5 slashes. He one-shot all 5. He broke the record. The fastest time at the east side entrance was 15 seconds. He did it in 5. The reporter's shutters clicked like machine guns, the flashes blending into one continuous glare. The 3 sisters jumped up with excitement. My mother beamed from ear to ear, and even the corner of my father's mouth curled up slightly. Su Chun was surrounded, wearing a humble expression. Just luck. My power happens to suit the first floor well. I watched all this from the crowd, my face showing nothing. The line slowly shortened. Finally, it was my turn. I walked up to the Gate of Light, and another wave of commotion rose around me. Look, the trash is really going in. Alone? No equipment. D-rank doubled health. That's just 200 health. He's going in to feed the monsters. Ha ha. The staff member glanced at me, his expression a bit complicated. Student, are you sure you're going in alone? No teammates, no equipment. I nodded. He opened his mouth, then in the end just let out a sigh. Go on in then. Remember, if you can't win, run for the gate. You can exit early. It counts as a failure, but it beats dying in there. I nodded again and stepped through the gate. Before me stretched a wasteland, the ground scorched black, the air thick with the smell of sulfur. Off in the distance, 5 dog-shaped monsters wreathed in flames were staring at me. Blaze hounds. Level 1, common monsters. 100 health, 10 attack. I stood where I was and didn't move. The 5 hounds exchanged a glance, then lunged at me all at once, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The first one bit down on my calf. 10 health gone. I looked down, didn't feel a thing. I had 10 billion health. Its attack was 10. Even if I stood there and let it gnaw on me for a whole year, it couldn't take off a single layer of skin. The other 4 pounced too, biting down on different parts of me. Damage numbers streamed up one after another, every one of them a 10. I flexed my wrist, clenched my fist, and swung it straight down at one hound's head. 1 punch. 2. I completely ignored the biting and just kept swinging. By the 9th punch, that hound's health was nearly gone. It got scared and tried to bolt, but I'd already locked its legs down tight. It couldn't move. The 10th punch dropped it. The other 4 froze for a second. I took them one at a time. Dropped all defense, every punch landing solid, and when they tried to run, I chased them down. 5 minutes later, All 5 blaze hounds were lying on the ground. Ding! Congratulations on clearing floor 1. Clear time, 6 minutes. Teleporting out of the tower. A flash of light, and I appeared in front of the gate. The mockery in the plaza hadn't stopped. 6 minutes, and he's still not out? Did he die in there? Better if he did die. Saves him the embarrassment of coming out. Before the words had finished, the gate lit up, and my figure appeared. The mockery cut off abruptly. The whole place went dead silent. Everyone's eyes went wide, staring at me. This boy in a ragged old jacket, a D-rank piece of trash, no equipment, alone, had cleared the first floor? He came out. Fatty Wong stammered. D-rank, doubled health, alone, cleared it in 6 minutes? Zhao Shui's mouth hung open. The crowd erupted. The 3 sisters were frozen in place. The youngest's face went dark. Impossible. It has to be fake. My father stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze landing on me, a barely perceptible ripple at the bottom of his eyes. Su Qin stood in the middle of the family, still wearing that gentle expression, but his hand had quietly clenched into a fist. He'd taken 5 seconds. I'd taken 6 minutes. But I was D-rank, no equipment, alone. Someone shouted out. He cheated. How could a D-rank piece of trash clear it? He definitely didn't clear it. He just ran out. The doubting voices grew louder and louder. I looked at this crowd and suddenly smiled. Ran out. I said mildly. If you run out, that's a failure. Would it teleport you out? The doubt stalled. Right. The tower's rules. When someone fails and comes out, they emerge in a different colored pillar of light. And when I came out, it was the golden pillar of a successful clear. I really had cleared it. A D-rank piece of trash, no equipment, alone. Everyone fell silent, staring at me like they'd seen a ghost. I paid them no more mind and turned to walk out of the crowd. As I passed the Su family, I walked by them like a group of strangers, my steps never slowing for even a moment. I was level 2 now, and those classmates who'd mocked me, most of them didn't even dare enter the tower today. But I didn't dwell on any of that. There was only one thing on my mind. I needed to hurry and save up enough points to buy a piece of level 2 equipment, because the second floor, 7 days from now, wouldn't go this easy. Under everyone's watching eyes, I walked resolutely toward the city gates. What I didn't know was that outside the city that day, someone was waiting to kill me. Skyvault City was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city was the safe zone, protected by walls that monsters couldn't cross. The outer city was the wilds, crawling with monsters. Awakeners could leave the city to grind monsters for points, and once in a while they'd get lucky and score some equipment, but the risk was high too. Just last year, over 3,000 Awakeners died outside the city, most of them newbies who got greedy for points, pushed too deep into the wilds, and never made it back. I took the subway for 40 minutes to the East Gate. The area by the gate was packed with people forming teams to head out. Need one more for our 4. Someone to tank. Health over 500. Any healers? We'll split any equipment we find. I headed out of the city alone. Someone glanced at me, but didn't think much of it. There were solo players who left the city too, either heavyweights or reckless daredevils who didn't fear death. I didn't look like a heavyweight. I looked like a reckless daredevil. Outside the city was open wilderness, thick with weeds, with forests and small hills off in the distance. After walking a kilometer, I ran into my first monster. A stray wild dog. Level 1, 100 health, 10 attack. It let out a howl and pounced, biting me once. 10 health gone. I brought a fist down on it. 20 gone. 5 punches, and it dropped. Ding, 1 point earned. I kept moving forward. Another one, 5 punches, dead, plus a point. Another, plus a point. In 3 hours, I killed 50 wild dogs and racked up 50 points. I'd been bitten 500 times and lost 5,000 health. Losing 5,000 out of 20 billion, the health bar didn't budge even to the naked eye. I found a rock and sat down to rest. Not because I was tired, my arm was sore. Punching 50 dogs to death, one at a time, meant a few hundred punches. I need to get a weapon. I opened the marketplace. A level 1 beginner longsword, plus 10 attack, 100 points. I had 50 now, 50 more dogs, and I'd have enough. By 3 in the afternoon, I'd finally scraped together 100 points and bought the sword. Crude workmanship, but better than my fists. 1 swing took off 30 health. 4 swings could drop a dog, way faster than punching. I hacked away for another afternoon and killed 80 more. It was still early, so I planned to grind a bit longer. Right then, I suddenly felt something was off. It was too quiet all around me. A moment ago, I could still hear birds chirping and insects droning. Now there wasn't a sound. I stopped and pricked up my ears. Footsteps. Not a monster's, a person's. And more than one. I turned around. Out of the forest not far off stepped two people. A young man with a gentle smile on his face, Suchun. The other was a middle-aged man in his 40s, in a black combat suit, an emblem pinned to his chest. Level 21. I narrowed my eyes. Level 21. What was Suchun doing here? Brother. Suchun spoke up, still in that gentle tone, with a touch of pleasant surprise. What a coincidence. You're out here grinding monsters too. I said nothing. I just looked at him. He took a step forward and said with a smile, I heard yesterday that you'd run away from home, and I've been really worried. I came out today specifically to look for you. Never thought I'd actually run into you. He gestured to the man beside him. This is Uncle Wong, one of our family's guards. Level 21. He came out with me to get some training. I still didn't make a sound. Suchun sighed, his face turning sorrowful. Brother, those things you said yesterday really hurt me. I've always thought of you as my real brother. How could you say those things about me? I watched him put on his act, wanting to laugh inside but keeping it in. I just asked mildly, what do you want with me? It's nothing. I just wanted to see how you're doing. I heard you're living in the old town on the east side. How can anyone live in a place like that? Come on, bro, come back home with me. I'll talk to mom and dad. I'm sure they'll forgive you. Forgive? I almost laughed out loud. Forgive me for what? What had I done wrong? No thanks, I said. I'm doing fine. The smile on his face froze for a split second, then turned even gentler. Bro, don't be like this. We're family. There's nothing we can't get past. I stared into his eyes and suddenly asked, what do you actually want? He blinked. Bro, what are you talking about? I took another step forward and said, one word at a time. I said, what do you actually want? This time, the smile on his face finally vanished. He looked at me, and his eyes slowly changed, turning cold, turning mocking. Bro, you're really no fun. He sighed. I came all this way out of the goodness of my heart, and this is the attitude I get. He fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled again. But this smile was different from before. Before, it had been gentle, innocent. Now it was amused, condescending. Fine, he said. Since you're asking so bluntly, I'll stop pretending to. He took a step back and waved a hand at the middle-aged man. Uncle Wong, do it. The man nodded and stepped forward. My pupils shrank. The next second, he vanished. No, not vanished. He was just too fast. I didn't even have time to react before I felt something slam into my chest, hard. Bam! A massive force blasted me clean off my feet. I flipped twice in the air, crashed to the ground hard, and rolled several more meters before I finally stopped. My chest exploded with pain. I looked down. There was a deep fist print in my combat suit. My chest was caved in, and blood was seeping out. An HP alert popped up, minus 200,000. 200,000 damage. I glanced at the combat log. The guy was level 21, base attack of 2,000, and A-rank power multiplying it tenfold, plus passives on top. One punch, 200,000. But my current HP was 20 billion. 200,000 wasn't even 1/10,000th of that. On the surface, though, I looked like I was about to die. A giant crater in my chest, blood all over me, twitching on the ground. An idea flashed through my mind. I shut my eyes and went completely still. Uncle Wong, how'd it go? Suchun's voice came, with a hint of nervousness. Handled. The man's voice was flat. I put everything into that punch. He's a level 2. No way he survives. Suchun let out a breath and laughed. A level 2 with a D-rank power, and he had the nerve to go up against me? The footsteps came closer and closer. I could feel him standing right in front of me, looking down. TSK, what a pitiful sight. His voice carried a smile. Bro, oh bro, why'd you have to do this to yourself? Was it so bad just being a nice, quiet nobody, hiding in your little corner, scraping by? You just had to cut ties with me, just had to make things hard for me. He crouched down, looking at my face. You know why I had to kill you? It's not because you saw through me, an idiot like you. So what if you did? It's because as long as you're alive, you're a liability. You're the Sioux family's flesh and blood son. I'm just the adopted one. What if one day those fools suddenly grow a conscience, feel like they owe you, and decide to bring you home? Then where does that leave me? So yeah, only when you're dead can I finally rest easy. He reached out and patted my cheek. Don't worry, I'll set up a nice tombstone for you. I'll have it read, "Here lies the Sioux family trash." How's that sound? With that, he stood up and told the man, "Uncle Wong, take care of it. Make it look like he got swarmed by wild monsters." The man nodded and walked over. And in that exact moment, I moved. My eyes snapped open. My right hand clamped down like a vice around Su Chin's ankle and yanked, hard. Caught completely off guard, he toppled straight backward. "F!" He screamed and slammed into the ground. I rolled over and pounced on him. My left hand pinned his chest down, my right hand drew the bronze sword from my waist, aimed it at his stomach, and drove it in, hard. Squelch. The blade sank into flesh. "F! Uncle Wong! Uncle Wong!" Su Chin shrieked. The middle-aged man's face went white, and he lunged at me. But I didn't even try to dodge. I held Su Chin down and stabbed. Once, twice again. Squelch. 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 I lost count of how many times. Blood splattered all over my body and face. "Stop!" The man's fist slammed into my back. Bam! Another 200,000. My body shuddered. My HP bar dropped a chunk. But I didn't let go. I stabbed again. Su Chin's screams had turned into wails. His stomach was a mangled mess of blood and torn flesh. The man panicked and hammered 3 punches into my back, one after another, 200,000 each. My HP dropped by nearly 1,000,000, but it was like I couldn't feel a thing. I held him down and kept stabbing, blow after blow. "He's insane. You're insane." The man finally got it. He grabbed Su Chin's shoulders and dragged him backward with everything he had. The pull yanked me forward, and in the process my sword carved a big gash across Su Chin's body. "F!" Another scream. The man kept dragging him back, retreating fast, his other hand throwing out bursts of punching force to keep me at bay. I didn't chase. I stood where I was, drenched in blood, gripping my dripping sword, watching coldly as they disappeared into the trees. Everything went quiet. Only the rustle of wind through the leaves remained. I opened my panel and took a look. HP, 19.998 billion. Down by just over 1,000,000. Not bad. I looked up toward where they'd disappeared, and the corners of my mouth slowly curled up. How many times did I stab him? I didn't count, but at least 20, probably more. His guts were likely spilling out. Still, judging by that fancy gear of his HP had to be way more than 2,000. He probably wouldn't die. King of the fakers, huh? I let out a small laugh. Keep putting on your little act. I wiped the blood off my sword on my clothes, turned around, and went back to grinding monsters. Meanwhile, back at the Sioux family estate, the quiet was shattered by a burst of frantic footsteps. The middle-aged man carried the blood-soaked Su Chun through the front doors and rushed into the main hall. The teacup in the mother's hand shattered on the floor as she shrieked and threw herself toward them. The father came down from upstairs, and when he saw the intestines poking out of Su Chin's stomach, his face turned ashen in an instant. "What happened?" he roared. The man was drenched in sweat. It was Su Lin. We ran into him out in the wild. The young master just wanted to say hello, and out of nowhere he drew his sword and started stabbing. I couldn't stop him. The 3 sisters came running out. When they saw the state Su Chun was in, they all screamed. Su Chin forced his eyes open, his voice as weak as a mosquito's whine. "Mom, I'm okay. Don't blame my brother. I was the one who wanted to talk to him. He probably just got too worked up." With that, his head lolled to the side and he passed out. The mother let out a heart-shattering scream. The father's fists clenched so hard they cracked, and through gritted teeth he forced out 2 words, "Su Lin. Find him. Even if you have to tear this whole city apart. You find him and bring him to me." As for me, I'd watched them vanish into the trees and hadn't given chase. At level 21, he was too fast. A level 2 like me, no matter how much HP I had, could never catch up. It was almost dark. I turned and headed toward the city gate. I'd only gone a few steps when I suddenly stopped. Go back into the city? My mind snapped clear. The Su family had definitely gotten the news by now. That two-faced snake Su Chun would go back sobbing and whining. "My brother stabbed me. I don't blame him. He probably just got too worked up." Then the father would fly into a rage, the mother would scream, The three sisters would curse me for being a heartless monster, and then citywide manhunt. Skyvault City was Sioux family turf. The father was one of the 5 great powerhouses. Finding one person would be dead easy. The moment I set foot in the city, it wouldn't take half a day before I got hauled back. And then what? Break my legs? Lock me in the basement? Or just beat me to death? I thought of the days the original owner of this body had spent lying there for 3 months with broken ribs. Thought of that damp, moldy basement wall. Go back and wait to die? I turned around and looked toward the wilderness on the other side. The sun was setting in the west, and the moment it dipped below the horizon, faint howls began drifting out of the mountains and forests. The sound of monsters. An iron rule from the original owner's memory surfaced in my mind. Every evening, the citywide announcement played 3 times. All awakened must return inside the city walls 1 hour before sunset. Spending the night outside the city is strictly forbidden. Violators bear the consequences. Why? Because in the daytime, you hunt the monsters. At night, the monsters hunt you. Once darkness falls, the number of wild monsters explodes more than tenfold, and high-level monsters come out to feed. They say there was once a level 49 powerhouse who thought he was strong enough to survive a night outside. The next morning, people only found half his body. Nobody knew what monster had eaten the other half. After that, no one ever dared to challenge the rule again. But now, I had no choice. Go back into the city, certain death. Head out into the wild. There was still a sliver of hope. I took a deep breath, turned around, and walked toward the depths of the wilderness. It grew darker and darker. The moon hadn't risen yet, and everything around me was pitch black. I turned on my flashlight. The battery was down to 30%. I quickly shut it off and felt my way forward in the dark. After maybe 20 minutes, a patch of woods appeared ahead. I stopped. I could hear a rustling inside, like something crawling. I gripped my sword and slowly moved closer. Suddenly, a dark shape shot out from behind a tree. On instinct, I dodged to the side and swept my sword across. Squelch! It hit something, and there was a sharp shriek. In the faint moonlight, I made it out. A black cat, about the size of a stray dog, its whole body pitch black, only its eyes glowing an eerie green. A shadow cat, level 2, 200 HP, 20 attack, with a speed bonus at night. My attack was 20, plus 10 from my sword, 30 damage per hit. It spun to run, but no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun my blade. I chased it down, hacked at it several times, and it dropped. Ding! 2 points earned. I was about to keep moving when a rustling suddenly rose up all around me, more and more of it. I looked up, and my scalp prickled. In the darkness, pair after pair of glowing green eyes lit up. Dozens of shadow cats were closing in from every direction. Run? No way I could. Cats were fast to begin with, and at night they got a bonus. A level 2 like me couldn't possibly outrun them. So the only option was to fight. Dozens of cats leapt at me all at once. I didn't dodge, couldn't dodge, so I just crouched down, covered my head with both arms, and offered up my back to them. Countless claws raked across my back. Biting, shrieking, all of it blurred together. HP alerts flooded my screen, 20 each. I stayed dead still and quietly counted. After about 30 bites, my HP had dropped by 600. 20 billion, minus 600. Not even a rounding error. Now I knew where I stood. I shot to my feet, gripped my sword, and swept it across. 3 cats went flying, screeching. I chased them down, 1 strike per cat, sending them on their way. The remaining cats pounced even more frantically, and I just stood there letting them bite me while I hacked away, 1 swing at a time. 10 minutes later, cat corpses littered the ground. I stood in the middle of the carnage, covered in blood, gasping for breath. Not from exhaustion, from excitement. Ding! 37 level, 2 common monsters slain, 74 points earned. I checked my HP, 19.997 billion. Down by less than 60,000. 37 cats had bitten me who knows how many times, and it added up to only 60,000 damage. I smiled. This HP bar was absurdly thick. But there was one problem. I had no automatic HP regen. Whatever HP I lost stayed lost. It wouldn't come back on its own. To heal, I could only spend points to buy potions at the shop. I opened the shop and browsed the potions. A basic potion restored 100 HP, a mid-grade 1 1000, a high-grade 1 10,000. useful enough for other people. But for me, they were all garbage. With 20 billion HP, drinking a high-grade potion for 10,000 would vanish after a couple of bites. I kept scrolling down, and on the very last page, I stopped. Percentage recovery potion restores 1% of maximum HP. Price, 1,000 points. The note read, materials are rare, output is extremely low. Usually only high-level powerhouses buy it, since low-level players have such small HP pools that spending 1,000 points to recover 1% isn't worth it. I stared at that line, and my eyes lit up. 1%. I had 20 billion HP right now. 1% was 200 million. Spend 1,000 points to recover 200 million HP. That's 200,000 HP per point. A regular potion cost 1,000 points for just 10,000 HP. This potion was 20,000 times more cost-effective. This thing was basically custom-made for me. I checked my points, 156. Still a long way from 1,000. I had to keep grinding. I put away my phone, gripped my sword, and headed deeper into the woods. That night, I didn't close my eyes for a second. Finish off a wave of cats, here comes a pack of dogs. Finish the dogs, here comes a pack of wolves. Finish the wolves, here comes a group of bears. From evening to deep night, from deep night to the small hours, from the small hours to dawn. I don't know how many monsters I killed. I only remember swinging my sword countless times, swinging until my arm went numb, until the skin between my thumb and forefinger split open. But I didn't stop, because the points kept climbing. 1, 1, 1, 1. At last, the sky along the horizon turned pale. I stood in a clearing, drenched in blood, my hair matted into bloody clumps, my clothes long past their original color. All around me lay the corpses of 200 or 300 monsters, packed tightly together. Points, 1,247. HP, 19.8 billion. In a single night, I burned through nearly 200 million HP. That was enough. I opened the shop and bought the percentage recovery potion. A vial of pale golden liquid, about the size of my palm, giving off a faint glow. I downed it in one gulp, and a warmth spread out from my stomach, flowing through every limb and vein. Restore 1% of maximum HP. Current HP, 20 billion. Full. I let out a long breath and plopped down onto the ground. Tired. Dead tired. A whole night without sleep. Over 300 monsters killed. Thousands of sword swings. All I wanted now was to sleep. But I couldn't sleep here. It was daylight. The monsters would return to their nests, and people would come out of the city. If someone recognized me, I was finished. I dragged my exhausted body deeper into the woods and found a huge tree. The trunk so thick it would take 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around it. The canopy dense enough to easily hide a person. Using both hands and feet, I climbed up and lay down on a sturdy branch. I'd just shut my eyes when I opened them again, pulling out my phone for a glance, battery at 8%. I switched it off, stuffed it back in my pocket, and closed my eyes. 3 seconds later, I was asleep. Meanwhile, in Skyvault City, at 7 in the morning, every major media outlet pushed out the same headline simultaneously. Shocking. Su family adopted son Su Chun attacked last night, critically injured and unconscious. The culprit was none other than the family's own son, Su Lin. According to an insider, Su Lin, jealous of Su Chin's SSS rank power, ambushed him with a sword, stabbing him more than 20 times. Su Chun was left in critical condition and was still being treated. Su Jintian was furious and had issued a citywide manhunt for Su Lin, offering a reward of 1 million points to anyone who provided a lead. The mother sobbed, saying Chun was such a kind boy, that he'd always treated Su Lin like his own brother. How could Su Lin bring himself to do something so cruel? The comment sections completely blew up. Holy crap. Stabbed him over 20 times? That's brutal. Su Chin's such a good guy. Just yesterday, he was smiling as he set a record clearing the first floor. That D-rank trash Su Lin. He must have gone crazy with jealousy. The Su family raised him for 18 years, and this is what they got. 1 million points for a lead? I'm heading out of the city to find him right now. Forget it. Who'd dare spend the night outside the city walls? That's a death wish. He's definitely hiding somewhere in the city. Right, just search the city carefully. We'll find him for sure. At the East Gate. The spot would normally be packed at this hour with people heading out to grind monsters. But today there were even more people, not heading out, but here to watch the show. A giant wanted poster was plastered on the gate, with my photo and, beside it, the bounty, 1 million points. A crowd of Awakened stood around discussing it. 1 million points, huh? That's enough to buy a full set of top-tier gear. I bet he already ran out of the city. Out of the city? Are you nuts? A level 2 daring to spend the night outside? That's suicide. He's definitely hiding in the city. Meanwhile, after 4 hours of sleep, I was woken up by hunger. When you're hungry, you eat. Monster meat was edible, but it had to be cooked. Eating it raw could make you sick. I found a secluded spot, started a fire, and roasted 2 shadow cat legs. The meat was tough and flavorless, but it filled my stomach. After eating, I thought it over and decided to head to the city gate to check the situation. I wanted to know how the Su family was reacting. And what I saw was that wanted poster. 1 million points. Su Jintian really was willing to spend. I took one look, lowered my head, and walked back the way I came. Nobody paid me any attention, just an ordinary teenager in worn-out clothes, too unremarkable to stand out in a crowd. Once I was far away, I found a spot where no one was around, took off my jacket, and put it back on inside out. Then I found a little stream and washed my face. My reflection in the water showed a face that hadn't really changed, but the eyes had. They'd grown colder, deeper. I made sure there was no one around, went back to that big tree, climbed up, and went back to sleep. I slept until afternoon. When I woke, the sun had already begun sliding toward the west. I sat in the tree, gazing out at the distant wilderness. It was a good spot, wide open views. Suddenly, I spotted a group of people in the distance, 7 or 8 of them, grinding monsters. I narrowed my eyes and looked closer. The one leading was a girl, maybe 17 or 18, clad in silver-white light armor, wielding a slim rapier. Her movements were crisp and efficient. One strike dropped a level 2 wild wolf. Behind her came others with shields, bows, and staves, all working together seamlessly, very effective. I watched them for a while. Not for any particular reason. It was just that I hadn't seen a living person in a long time. The girl suddenly stopped and glanced in my direction. My heart clenched. I immediately shrank back into the canopy and went perfectly still. She looked for a moment, then shook her head and went back to grinding. I let out a breath and lay flat against the branch, watching that group grind all afternoon, until the sun was nearly down and they packed up to head back to the city. As she left, the girl glanced in my direction once more. But still, she noticed nothing. I stayed curled up in the canopy, motionless, until the group was far away, then slowly poked my head out. That last glance the girl gave as she left had left me a little uneasy. I was certain it wasn't my imagination. She really had been looking in my direction. She hadn't spotted anything, but I'd memorized her face, silver-white light armor, a slim rapier, crisp and efficient movements. If I ran into her again, I'd steer well clear. The sun set. The last streak of red on the horizon was swallowed by darkness, and the wilderness once again filled with howls rising and falling all around. I climbed down from the tree and was just about to resume grinding when I suddenly heard voices in the distance. I immediately crouched down and hid in the bushes. The voices came closer and closer. "Boss, are we really doing this? Searching at night?" "Obviously. 1 million points. You don't want it. But there are way too many monsters at night. There's only 5 of us. What if?" The Su family said they'll pay just for a lead. They didn't ask us to catch him ourselves. Find him and run. Can't run, hide. What's there to be afraid of? Hey, you think that Su Lin actually dared to spend the night outside the city? A level 2 piece of trash? You think he'd have the guts? 5 people walked right past the bushes where I was hiding, the nearest one less than 5 meters away. I held my breath and stayed dead still, waiting until they were far off before slowly letting out a breath. I pulled out my phone and glanced at it, battery down to 5%. I flipped through the internet for a moment. I was still the top headline. Citywide manhunt, 1 million-point bounty, and now people were even coming out to search at night. I couldn't go back into the city, and the wilderness wasn't safe either. I needed to find somewhere to hide completely. But where? For hundreds of miles in every direction, Skyvault City was surrounded by wilderness. Monsters everywhere, grinders everywhere. I couldn't just stay up in a tree forever. Sooner or later, I'd be found. I leaned against the tree trunk, my mind racing. Suddenly, 3 words leapt out of the original owner's memory: the Valley of Villains. It was a place of legend at the far north of Skyvault City. To get there, you had to cross 3 great mountains and pass through a swamp of poisonous miasma. There was no law there, no rules. Only one iron rule. A level 88 Valley Master held court, and his word was law. What kind of people lived in the Valley of Villains? Wanted fugitives, desperate outlaws with nowhere left to turn. Poor souls hunted by great clans and hounded out of every hiding place. And some who were simply madmen who refused to be bound by rules. But no matter who you were, once you entered the Valley of Villains, you had to obey its rules. Those who didn't would die. They say there was once a vicious level 75 fighter who thought he was strong enough to rob and kill people inside the valley. The next day, his head was hanging at the valley entrance, with a note stuck to it, delivered personally by the Valley Master. After that, no one ever dared to cause trouble in the valley again, because that level 88 Valley Master was a true god of slaughter. His level was one below my so-called father and the other 4 level 89 powerhouses, but his power was uncanny in the extreme, said to be a rare spatial type ability. Can't beat him. He could always escape. Can't beat you? Well, maybe he couldn't take you. But could he not take out your son, your grandson, your entire family? So no one dared to provoke him. No matter how strong Su Jintian was, he wouldn't dare cause trouble in the Valley of Villains. Because he knew he couldn't kill the Valley Master, but the Valley Master could kill his whole family, young and old. That was the survival logic of the Valley of Villains. You're strong, but you don't dare touch me. I'm weak, but I've got someone backing me up. The thought made my eyes light up. That place had an entrance to the heaven-reaching tower. Just like in the city, you could clear floors and level up there. There was no law there, no one who cared who I was. There was a level 88 Valley Master holding court, so no matter how tough Su Jintian was, he wouldn't dare go in to grab me. As long as I made it into the Valley of Villains, I'd be safe. I pulled out my phone and opened the map. Battery at 4%. The Valley of Villains was to the northwest, about 230 li from the city. But getting in wouldn't be easy. I had to cross 3 mountains, pass through a poisonous fog that drained 10 HP per second, and the roads were crawling with wild monsters, with the levels climbing higher the farther northwest I went. Most crucial of all, entering the valley cost 1,000 points. I checked my own points, 247. Still 753 short. I'd have to make up the difference along the way. I put away my phone, gripped my sword, and headed northwest. That night, I can't really give you a detailed account of how far I walked. All I know is that I kept walking, and I kept getting bitten. First it was a wolf pack. Dozens of them came down a hillside, and I slipped past. Then came a field of rocky rubble, densely packed with rock-spotted snakes. Level 3. One bite, draining 30 HP and dealing poison. I didn't take a detour. There were mountains all around. No way to go around. So I had to push straight through. As I walked in, more than 20 snakes latched onto me, biting my legs, biting my waist, coiling around my body. HP alerts flooded my screen like mad. But I had 20 billion HP. By the time I made it out of the rubble, I'd lost less than 200 million. Those snakes let go and dropped to the ground, staring at me, utterly baffled. How is this guy still standing? Past the rubble was a low grove of trees, full of level for vampire bats. The moment I stepped in, the bats all panicked and swarmed up in a flapping, sky-blotting cloud, wrapping me into a black, human-shaped bundle. But I didn't stop. By the time I walked out of the grove, I'd lost nearly another 200 million. Later in the night, the moon came out, which actually let me see my surroundings clearly, and there were too many. Monsters covered the mountains and fields. Wolves, snakes, bats, and things I couldn't even name, all fixed on me, pairs of green eyes flashing in the dark. They pounced, biting me, clawing me, ramming me. I was covered in blood, my clothes were shredded, my skin was one giant wound. But I didn't stop. I just walked forward, one step at a time. One step cost a few hundred HP, 10 steps cost a few thousand, 100 steps cost tens of thousands. But my HP bar was 20 billion. Tens of thousands wasn't even a rounding error. At dawn, I stood on a hillside and looked back. Behind me stretched a whole night's worth of monster corpses and living monsters, packed together. They'd bitten me all night long and never once brought me down. HP, 19.3 billion. Points, 654. I found a grove, climbed a big tree, and slept for 3 hours, until I was woken by a search party. 4 men and 1 woman, wearing combat suits, the Sioux family crest pinned to their chests. One of them looked up into the tree. I gripped my sword tight, but after a few seconds he shook his head and walked off. In the daytime, I didn't dare use the main roads, so I had to pick out remote paths, climbing over mountains and ridges, moving very slowly. Whenever I ran into monsters, I dodged them if I could. I didn't dare kill. The smell of blood would draw more monsters and might attract search parties too. And so I went, stopping and starting, hiding and dodging. The second night was insects, venom-sting scorpions, bloodthirsty ants, rot slime slugs, levels 5 and 6, blanketing the ground in a dense mass. When I stepped on them, they squelched into mush underfoot, and the bugs swarmed up my body like crazy, burrowing into my wounds. The itch was unbearable, and I wanted to claw at it, but I held back and just kept walking forward. I walked all night. Not an inch of my body was untouched. It was all riddled with bug bite holes. By dawn, my HP had dropped to 18.5 billion, but my points had climbed to 1,006. The third night was swamp. Mudmire crocodiles, rock corpse fiends, swamp pythons, levels 7 to 9. A crocodile clamped onto my leg and thrashed wildly, twisting it into a grotesque angle. The rock corpse fiend's hands carried poison, and my wounds started to fester. A python dropped down from a tree and coiled around me, squeezing until my ribs cracked and I could barely breathe. Like a walking pile of monsters, I slogged forward through the swamp. When I finally walked out at dawn, my leg was deformed. The crocodiles had snapped it several times. HP, 17 billion. Points, 2,078. The fourth night was the deep mountains. Shadow hunters, rock giants, ghosts, level 10 and up. The rock giants especially, dealing 1,100 HP per punch. But my HP bar was 20 billion. What was 1,100? The problem was just the sheer numbers. They struck from stealth, hurled rocks at me, phased through my body with chilling cold, and I just stood there letting them hit me. 1 hit, 1 step forward. 10 hits, 10 steps. After 1,000-odd hits, I finally reached the mountaintop. I looked back. Hundreds of monsters trailed behind me, all staring at me like they'd seen a ghost. How is this guy still not dead? On the morning of the 5th day, I stood on a mountaintop and, far in the distance, saw a valley shrouded in thick fog. That was the Valley of Villains. But down on the plain at the foot of the mountain, there were people, at least 20 of them, in matching uniforms, the Sioux family crest pinned to their chests. Leading them was a white-haired old man. I glanced at his level 58. The kind who could crush an ordinary level 2 with a single slap. I ducked behind a big boulder and held my breath. The old man stood in the center of the plain, scanning the surroundings, and said just one word: search. Turn this whole area upside down, but find him. The Sioux family's people scattered to search. The one closest to me walked right up to the boulder and stopped. I gripped my sword, ready to make a stand, but the man only unzipped his pants, took a piss against the boulder, pulled them back up, and walked away. I hid behind that boulder for 3 hours, moving and stopping, dodging one Sioux family search party after another. As the sun slid west, I finally reached the edge of the poisonous fog. Ahead was a stretch of grayish-white mist, so thick I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I took a deep breath and stepped in. My skin immediately stung, and I lost 10 HP per second. It was all fog. I could only feel my way forward. I walked the whole night through. At dawn, I finally emerged from the fog. Ahead of me was an enormous valley. At the valley entrance stood a stone stele, carved with 3 blood-red characters, Valley of Villains. Below it was a line of smaller text. Entry costs 1,000 points. Those who raise a hand inside the valley die. The Valley Master's word is the law. Those who break the rules die. I took a deep breath, lifted my foot, and walked in. I'd barely reached the valley entrance when a figure materialized out of thin air right in front of me. A gaunt old man in a drab, dust-colored robe, looking like an ordinary farmer. But when I saw the number on the crest at his chest, my pupils shrank violently, level 71. The old man looked me up and down, then grinned, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth. New here? I nodded. Entry fee, 1,000 points. I didn't waste words. I just opened the shop and transferred it. The old man glanced at the payment record and nodded, satisfied. Go on in. Remember the rules. Don't go looking to die. I walked past him and into the Valley of Villains. The valley was bigger than I'd imagined. One main street, both sides lined with houses built of stacked stone. The street was crowded, people running stalls selling gear and potions, people crouched by the roadside with cold eyes tracking every passerby, people gathered together drinking and laughing. As I walked by, plenty of them looked up at me, their eyes sizing me up, appraising, with a faint trace of malice. But no one made a move. Because of the rules. Head down, I walked quickly forward, found a stone building with an inn sign hanging out front, and pushed open the door. Behind the counter sat a woman in her 40s, who spoke lazily. Staying the night? A single room is 1,000 points a night, or 20,000 for the month. Damn expensive, but I had no choice. I'd stay one night for now, and transferred 1,000 points over. The room wasn't big, a bed, a table, but it was clean. I bolted the door, lay down on the bed, and let out a long breath. Safe. At least, safe for now. I pulled out my phone, battery at 1%, and quickly plugged in the charger. The moment the screen lit up, the class group chat was blowing up. Su Lin still not caught. Heard he ran out of the city. The Su family sent several search parties, but nobody's found him. A level 2, surviving outside the city? How many days can he last? Probably dead already. Good if he's dead. A guy like that is nothing but trouble alive. I read through it, closed the chat, and opened my own panel. Level 2. HP, 15.5 billion. Points, 1,678. 5 days. Killed over 1,000 monsters, saved up more than 3,000 points, lost over 4 billion HP, paid 2,000 in overnight fees. What now? First, get some sleep. Tomorrow, into the tower. I closed my eyes, and 3 seconds later I was asleep. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Su Chun lay in bed, his face pale, but he was awake now. His mother sat at his bedside, holding his hand, wiping away tears. Chun, you're finally awake. You scared me half to death. Su Chun smiled weakly. Mom, I'm okay. Where's my brother? Don't you mention that animal. Your father's already got a city-wide manhunt out for him. He won't get away. Su Chun lowered his head, his voice even fainter. Mom, don't blame him. He probably just got too worked up. I don't blame him. Once his mother had left, the weakness on his face slowly melted away. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes cold and cruel. Su Lin, I never thought you'd have such a tough life. You survived Uncle Wang's punch, and even stabbed me over 20 times. He touched the bandages on his stomach and hissed in pain. Fine, you're vicious. But how vicious can a D-rank piece of trash really get? Citywide manhunt, million-point bounty. There's no way you're surviving. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. He shut his eyes and went back to pretending to sleep. Early the next morning, I woke up, went downstairs, and checked out. It wasn't that I didn't want to stay. It was just too expensive. 1,000 points a night, and I had only 1,600 something left in my account. Not even enough for 2 nights. I needed to find somewhere cheaper. I walked along the main street, observing as I went. The stall vendors on both sides were hawking their wares. Level 3 bronze swords, plus 50 attack, 2,000 points, cheaper than the shop. Skins from epic monsters, great material for armor. The gear here really was a bit cheaper than the heaven-reaching shop, but I couldn't afford any of it. First, I had to find a place to stay. At the end of the street, I saw a rundown stone house with a crooked wooden sign hanging out front. Cheap rooms, 300 points a night. My eyes lit up, and I pushed the door open. It was dark inside. Behind the counter sat a white-haired old man, dozing. I knocked on the counter. Staying? Single room, 300 a night. 1 deposit, 1 night's rent, 600 total. I transferred 600 over, took the key, and headed to the 3rd room in the back courtyard. The room was tiny, a plank bed, a beat-up table, a chair missing a leg, and a roof that leaked. But I didn't care. It beat the Su family's basement. Once I'd settled in, I went back to the front room. I wanted to dig up some information about the Valley of Villains. The old man opened his eyes, irritated. What is it now? I want to ask you some things. Ask. That'll cost you. 100 points per question. Absolute daylight robbery. But I still transferred 100 over. Where's the heaven-reaching tower in the Valley of Villains? Head east to the end. When you see a black tower, that's it. Entering the tower's free, but coming out costs you 500 points a time. I frowned. That expensive? Think it's too much, then don't go in. The Valley Master set the rule. Nobody gets to change it. I transferred another 100 and asked where I could find a fast way to earn points. The old man looked me up and down, his eyes amused. New guy, right? There are 3 fast ways to make money. First, head out of the valley and grind monsters. But at your level, he glanced at my chest. Level 2? You step outside, you're dead. My heart sank. There was no crest pinned to my chest. How did he know I was level 2? The old man saw my confusion and pointed at the doorway. I turned to look. A wooden board hung by the door, and the top line was carved with the words, "Those who enter the valley automatically display their level." I looked down at myself. At some point, a small mark had appeared on my chest, carved with a number, 2. When had this thing shown up? I hadn't felt a thing. Don't freak out, the old man chuckled. This is one of the Valley Master's tricks. Everyone in the whole Valley of Villains is like this. No one can hide it. You got it the moment you came in. I took a deep breath and forced down the shock in my chest. Being able to silently brand every single person with a mark, the Valley Master's power was even more terrifying than I'd thought. Keep going, I said, transferring another 100. Second, take jobs. There's a mission hall in the valley. Murder, arson, theft, protecting people, every kind of job you can think of. Pay ranges from a few thousand to a few million points. And the third, the old man looked at me, his eyes a little strange. The third, you sure you want to know? I had a bad feeling, but I transferred another 100 anyway. The old man lowered his voice. The third, underground fighting. There's an underground fight club in the valley with matches every night. You get in the ring and fight. Win, and you get points. Lose, you might die. A level 2 like you, dressed in rags. You get in that ring, you're just throwing your life away. I was silent for a few seconds. How many points for one fight? The old man blinked, then laughed. You actually want to fight? The bottom tier matches, win 1, 5,000 points. Goes up from there, doubling each tier. 5,000 points. Enough for half a month's lodging, enough for 10 trips into the tower. Where's the fight club? The old man's smile faded. He looked at me, his expression complicated. Head west to the end. There's an unmarked stone house with 2 big guys standing out front. That's it. As I was leaving, he called out to me, unusually serious. Kid, a level 2 walking into a place like that. 9 times out of 10, you're not coming back. I paused. Thanks. Then I pushed the door open and left. I walked west for about 10 minutes and, sure enough, spotted that unmarked stone house. 2 big men stood at the door, one bald with a scar, level 28, the other with a full beard and slabs of muscle, level 31. When they saw me approach, their eyes locked onto me immediately. The bald one glanced at the 2 on my chest and smirked. Kid, wrong place, aren't you? Is this the fight club? It is. But a level 2, what are you here for? Looking for someone. To fight. The 2 words landed, and the 2 men's laughter stopped. The bald one looked at me, something shifting in his eyes, then grinned. All right then, go on in. Behind the door was a long, dark staircase leading down. I took a deep breath and started descending. After about 2 minutes, the space suddenly opened up before me, a huge underground room, teeming with people, at least a few thousand. In the center stood a big iron cage, and inside it 2 people were fighting, blood and flesh flying. The crowd around it screamed like madmen, some cursing, some laughing, some counting money. The smell of blood, sweat, and liquor hit me all at once. In the cage, one man went down. The other stomped on his head and threw his arms up, roaring. The crowd went even wilder, hurling cash and cups into the cage. The mark on the fallen man's chest read, 24. Level 24, down, motionless. No telling whether he was knocked out or dead. New here. A voice sounded next to my ear. I turned. A lean, middle-aged man stood beside me, level 38. He caught sight of the 2 on my chest and smiled. Level 2? Here to fight? You've got guts. Follow me. I followed him through the crowd to the door of a small room. Go in and wait. Someone will get you set up soon. There were already 5 people inside, 4 men and 1 woman. levels ranging from 3 to 7. Clearly, I'd been sorted into the low-level bracket. When they saw me come in, when they saw the 2 on my chest, strange expressions crossed all their faces. A level 7 bald bruiser laughed out loud. Damn, a level 2 in rags? This guy here to die? I said nothing and found a corner to sit down. The woman, in her 20s, level 6, glanced at me. There was a flicker of pity in her eyes, but she said nothing. A few minutes later, the door was pushed open, and a bald bruiser with a face full of muscle walked in, level 39. The people in the room immediately stood up. He swept his gaze around, his eyes lingering on me for a second, and the corner of his mouth twitched. 5 matches today. You 5, 1 each. He pointed at the bald guy with the level 7 marking. You. First match. Then he pointed at me. You. Last match. He studied me, a playful look in his eyes. Kid, you're level 2. By all rights, I shouldn't let you fight. But since you showed up, I'll give you a shot. The guy you're up against is also level 2. Rookie against rookie, nice and fair. Win, and you get 5,000 points. Lose, and, well, you'd better not lose. With that, he turned and walked out, and the room fell quiet again. The woman came over, crouched down beside me, and lowered her voice. You really gonna fight? I'm Chi. What's your name? Su Lin. Listen, when you get up there, don't even think about winning. Just stay alive. The other guy's also level 2, but nobody who survives in Villain's Valley is a pushover. He's definitely got some tricks. You look like you don't know a thing. Once you're in there, cover your head, protect your vitals, dodge whatever you can. Hang on for 3 minutes, and the ref calls it. Even if you lose, at least you won't die. I looked at her, silent for a few seconds. Thanks. Noise erupted outside. The first match had started. The bald level 7 guy went out. 10 minutes later, they carried him back in, his face covered in blood. A chunk of his chest caved in, out cold. The second match, the tall skinny guy went up. 8 minutes later, they dragged him back. His leg snapped, the jagged bone poking out, screaming his head off. The third match, that other man. He never came back. Fourth match, Chi. She took a deep breath, gave me a nod, and pushed the door open. 10 minutes later, she staggered back in, her face bloody, her left arm hanging useless at her side. But she was alive. She glanced at me and forced a smile. Made it through. Then she collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. The bald bruiser's voice boomed outside. Last match. Level 2 rookie. Place your bets now. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The iron cage was surrounded by a sea of people, all of them staring at me. When they saw the 2 carved on my chest, some whistled, some jeered, some just cursed. The hell? Level 2? We doing level 2 fights now? I bet he lasts 3 minutes. 3 minutes? You're giving him way too much credit. 1 minute. I ignored them and walked into the cage. Across from me stood a guy, 17 or 18, tall and thin, with cold, cruel eyes and a 2 on his chest too. He looked at me and gave a cold little smirk. Another one here to die. Outside the cage, the bald bruiser raised his hand. You all know the rules. Go down and stay down. You lose. Surrender. You lose. Die. You also lose. Begin. The words had barely left his mouth before the guy lunged at me, shockingly fast. My pupils shrank and I instinctively dodged to the side. His fist grazed past my ear, dragging a gust of wind with it. He'd missed, and he spun around and threw another punch instantly. This time I didn't dodge, and it slammed into my shoulder. Bam! 200 HP gone. I stumbled back 2 steps and steadied myself. A level 2 who could deal 200 damage, clearly an attack-type power, and no lower than B rank. The guy froze for a second, looking at his own fist, then back at me, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. A punch like that against a level 2 should have been an instant kill. A bare level 2 only has 200 HP. Yet I'd only backed up 2 steps? He figured he must have been seeing things, and threw another punch. Bam! 200 gone. I stepped back 2 more steps, still standing. Now he was completely thrown, and so was the crowd around us. What's going on? Why isn't that kid going down? He's been hit twice, 200 a pop. How's he still standing? This is really a level 2? The guy gritted his teeth and lunged, throwing punch after punch. Bam, 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 bam. A dozen plus punches in one furious burst. I stood there, dead still, and let him hit me. Every punch landed square, Every punch took 200 HP. A dozen plus punches, and I'd lost over 3,000. He finished, backing off, panting hard, staring at me, and for the first time there was terror in his eyes. "You, what the hell are you?" I looked at him and finally spoke. "You done?" His face changed and he spun to run. I reached out, grabbed the back of his neck, and shoved down. Bam! He hit the ground face first. I lifted my foot and planted it on his back. The whole basement went silent. Everyone's eyes went wide, staring at the scene inside that cage. A level 2, unfazed after a dozen plus punches, casually swatting another level 2 to the floor. The bald bruiser stood frozen for a few seconds, then bellowed, "Winner! Level 2 rookie takes it." Only then did the crowd snap out of it, erupting in an uproar. "Damn, what kind of monster is that? He's really level 2? Are my eyes broken? I just lost 3,000 points. Damn it." I ignored them, lifted my foot, and walked out of the cage. The bald bruiser came over, looking me up and down, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Kid, what's your power?" I said flatly, "D rank. Life enhancement." He blinked, then laughed. "D rank? Life enhancement? You're pulling my leg, right?" I said nothing. He stared at me for a few seconds, then waved it off. "Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to. A win's a win." He pulled a card out of his coat and handed it to me. 5,000 points, take it. You want to fight again, come find me." I took the card, turned, and left, cutting through the crowd, up the stairs, and pushing open that heavy wooden door. It was evening outside now, the setting sun dyeing Villain's Valley a dark red. I stood in the doorway and took a deep breath. 5,000 points, plus the 1,000-something I had left. Enough to stay half a month, enough for 10 runs through the tower. But not enough. What I wanted was more than just staying alive. I lifted my head and looked toward that black tower in the distance, piercing the sky. Tomorrow. Into the tower. Behind me, noise still poured out of the stone building. People cursing, laughing, counting money. I didn't look back. I set off, walking toward that rundown little inn. The setting sun stretched my shadow long, so long it reached deep into Villain's Valley. Early the next morning, I was woken by hunger. My stomach was growling like there was a rat digging around inside. A few streaks of gray light filtered through the broken wooden window. Mornings in Villain's Valley were always like this: thick fog, dim light, a good match for the place's whole vibe. I sat up and worked my shoulder a bit. Those dozen-plus punches yesterday had landed solid, over 3,000 HP gone, but against my total of 20 billion, that was nothing at all. Just sore, that's all. The kid really did have a hard punch. I pulled out my phone, fully charged. Out of habit, I opened the news, and the headline was still about the Su family. Stunning. SSS rank prodigy Su Chun breaks another record, clears floor 2 in just 1 minute. Su Chun tackles the tower injured, escorted personally by Su Jintian. My fingers paused, but I opened the video anyway. On screen, Su Chun stood at the entrance to the second floor, a bit pale, bandages wrapped around his stomach, but full of spirit, his eyes as resolute as a soldier heading off to war. My father stood beside him, a big hand pressed on his shoulder, showing a rare fatherly smile. My mother's eyes were red-rimmed as she clung to his hand and wouldn't let go. "Chunner, your wound hasn't healed. Can't you wait a little longer?" Su Chin shook his head, his voice gentle yet firm. "Mom, I'm fine. What happened with my brother? I don't blame him, but I don't want to let you and Dad down. I have to prove myself." Tears fell from my mother's eyes right then. "You sweet boy, you're too good." A minute later, he came out. Not a scratch on him, his clothes not even wrinkled. Reporters swarmed him like they'd lost their minds. Su Chin dipped his head slightly, flashing that signature shy smile. "It's really nothing. Just better gear, plus all the encouragement from my family." The camera zoomed in for a close-up of his equipment. I narrowed my eyes. That gear, mithril light armor, plus 2,000 HP, plus 100 attack, plus a damage-absorbing shield. A thunder longsword, plus 150 attack, with a thunderclap special effect. A strength ring, a guardian necklace. By my rough count, that gear alone gave him over 300 extra attack and over 4,000 extra HP. Add the attack bonus from his SSS rank power, and the boars and slimes on floor 2 were just an easy meal in front of him. The comments were on fire. Some calculated the gear was worth at least a few 100,000 points. Some praised him for tackling the tower injured, And some were asking, has that Sulin been caught yet? A guy like that deserves to be sliced 1,000 times. Probably already dead outside the city. I closed the video, tucked my phone back in my pocket, my face blank. Hundreds of thousands of points in gear, the whole family escorting him, the entire internet singing his praises. I thought about yesterday at the underground fight club, in my beat-up jacket, treated as a joke by a whole crowd. Then I smiled. Sooner or later, I'll hit you people with a real thunderclap. I went downstairs, checked out, then paid another 300 points to stay one more night. My balance was still over 5,700. It was Sunday, the day the Skirich Tower opened. The Skirich Tower in Villains Valley was just as towering as the one in the city, except its body was black, radiating a cold gloom. There weren't many people in front of it, the occasional awakened person coming and going, all with heads down, walking fast, nobody looking at anybody. That was the Villains Valley style. Mind your own business. Don't stick your nose in anyone else's. Before entering the tower, I had to do the math. I'd studied the monsters on floor 3. My current attack couldn't get me past them. I'd need at least 40. I opened the shop and flipped to the level 2 gear page. A bronze longsword, plus 20 attack, 500 points. Bronze armor, plus 200 HP, 500 points. I bought a sword. Plus my base 20, that made 40, just enough. I also bought a set of armor for the extra HP. Sure, I wasn't hurting for HP, but who knows, it might come in handy later. I put on the armor, gripped the sword, and opened my stats panel. Attack 40, HP 40 billion. Right. That armor only added 200 HP normally, but run through my billion-fold amplification, that was 20 billion. 40 billion HP, 40 attack. Good enough. I took a deep breath and stepped through the light gate. The scene shifted before my eyes. A huge square stone chamber, the walls covered in strange runes. In the center, 6 monsters were staring at me. 5 wild boars with long, sharp tusks, pawing the ground with their hind hooves, getting ready to charge, and 1 soft, floppy green slime crouched behind the boars, glowing faintly green. The boars let out a roar, and 5 black shapes charged at me at once, terrifyingly fast. I didn't dodge, couldn't dodge, so I just charged straight at them. Bam, 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 bam. 5 boars slammed into me full force, 30 HP each, 150 total. 150. My HP bar read 40 billion. About as bad as 1 mosquito bite. I completely ignored the boars and charged straight for the slime in the back. The boars whirled around and rammed me again, but I didn't even break stride. I reached the slime and swung my sword down. 40 HP gone. The slime splattered a pool of green goo and let out a shrill squeal. It had 200 HP, so it was down to 160. It didn't run. Instead, it started glowing, healing one of the boars for 30 HP. I ignored that and kept hacking. Second swing, third, fourth, fifth, the slime went down. Honestly, I'd braced for the worst. If I couldn't get close to the slime, I'd have to grind through the boars first. Didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I'd cut it down right away. Once the slime was dead, the 5 remaining boars were just target practice. 5 swings each, 25 swings for 5 boars. A little over 5 minutes later, congratulations, floor 2 cleared. Level up. Current level, 3. A flash of light, and I was teleported out. Level 3, HP 50 billion, attack 50. I paid 500 points on the way out. No way around it. In Villains Valley, you burn points every single day, and if you want to get stronger, you burn points on gear too. That adopted son was already decked out in rare equipment, while I couldn't even complete 1 set of bare-bones level 3 gear. Grinding wild monsters was too slow and too dangerous. Here, the underground fights were the fastest way to make money. Last night, 1 match got me 5,000. Today, I could go for another. I walked up to that unmarked stone building. The bald guy and the bearded guy were still at the door. When the bald one saw me, his eyes lit up. Well, kid, back again? Big crowd today. We could use an appetizer. I walked past him, pushed the door open, and headed down the stairs. The basement was even more packed than yesterday. A dense black mass, at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. A fight was underway in the cage, a level 3 against a level 4. The level 3's face was already covered in blood, barely propping himself against the cage wall, while the level 4 hammered punch after punch into his face. Every punch, The crowd screamed like maniacs. Bam! The level 3 hit the ground and stopped moving. The level 4 threw up his arms and roared, and the crowd went even wilder. That thin, middle-aged man appeared again. Well, kid, you really came. How many matches today? He looked me over and smiled. What? Want to fight more? You can guarantee a win every time. Yeah. He thought about it. The rule here is one fight a day, but there's a win streak bonus. One win is 5,000, two in a row is 6, three in a row is 8, four in a row is 10,000, five in a row is 15,000. Set it up. He blinked, then burst out laughing. You've got guts. Follow me. Same little room. More people than yesterday, 7 or 8 of them, ranging from level 4 to level 8. Some recognized me. Hey, isn't that the kid from yesterday? The level 2 who won. Don't underestimate him. I watched that fight. He took a dozen-plus punches without flinching, wearing junk gear. He's an S-rank power at minimum. I ignored them and found a corner to sit in. After waiting half an hour, the bald bruiser walked in. Big crowd today, 8 matches. You 8, 1 each. He pointed at a bald level 5. You first match. Then at me. You second match. First match. The bald level 5 fought another level 5, won after 15 minutes, but took a beating himself, carried back covered in blood. Second match. Level 3 rookie. He was level 2 yesterday. I walked out. A tall, thin level 4 was already standing in the cage, eyes vicious and cruel. When he saw me, he grinned. Level 3? And that gear's still bare bones. This guy's gonna die for sure. The crowd laughed along and started betting heavily on the level 4. The bald bruiser raised his hand. Begin. The tall, skinny level 4 lunged at me, way faster than that level 2 yesterday, and slammed a fist into my face. Bam! 700 HP gone. I stepped back once and steadied myself. He froze, 700 damage, and a bare level 3 only has 300 HP. That should have been an instant kill. How is this guy still standing? He threw another punch, and another, bam, 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 bam. A dozen-plus punches in one burst. I stood there, dead still, and let him hit me. 700 a punch, over 10,000 HP gone across a dozen-plus punches. But my HP bar was 50 billion. 10,000 something didn't even register as a rounding error. He finished, backing off, panting, terror all over his face. You, what the hell are you, man or ghost? I finally moved, taking a step forward. He stepped back. I took another step. He backed up again, until he hit the cage wall with nowhere left to go. I reached out, clamped a hand around his throat, and lifted. His feet left the ground, his face flushed dark red, his legs kicking wildly. The whole basement went dead silent. Everyone's eyes went wide at the scene. A level 3, holding a level 4 by the throat, like grabbing a chick. The bald bruiser stood frozen for a few seconds, then bellowed. Winner. Level 3 rookie takes it. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Damn, what kind of monster is this? I just lost 5,000 points. This guy's really level 3? A level 3 taking over 10,000 damage without dying. This has to be an SS rank power, right? I let go, and the tall, skinny guy dropped to the ground, clutching his throat, coughing desperately. I didn't look at him. I turned and walked out of the cage. The bald bruiser came up and handed me a card. 6,000 points. 2-win streak. He looked at me, curiosity in his eyes. Kid, you fighting again tomorrow? I nodded. What I didn't know was that footage of my underground fight had already been captured by someone and posted online. That very night, the video of the level 3 fighting the level 4, secretly filmed by who knows who, went up online. At first, it only circulated in a few small circles. After all, who in their right mind goes to a place like Villain's Valley? But the kid in the video was too eye-catching, decked out in ragged bare-bones gear, a glaring 3 carved on his chest, up against a well-equipped level 4 who dealt 700 damage a punch. A normal level 3 has 300 HP. One punch should have killed him. But the guy in the video just stood there and took a dozen-plus punches without a scratch, then reached out, grabbed the level 4 by the throat, and lifted him up like a chick. The comments exploded. Some guessed it was an SSS defensive power, others said no. Look, his gear is all junk. How could he possibly tank that? Then someone recognized it was Villain's Valley, and someone else dug up the wanted notice from Skyvault City a few days back. Su Lin, the exiled son of the Su family who'd stabbed Su Chun over 20 times. Two screenshots side by side, identical. The comments went absolutely wild. It's Su Lin. The one at Su Lin. He fled to Villain's Valley. He's a level 2 nobody. How did he even get to Villain's Valley alive? That road is full of high-level monsters, and there's the Poison Mist Swamp. Look, he's level 3 now. It's only been a few days since he awakened. D-rank life enhancement can tank like that? I'm starting to think we've all been lied to. Su Chun piled up hundreds of thousands of points in rare gear and got worshipped for clearing floor 2. This guy's in junk, tanking a level 4 raw, and winning. So who's the real nobody? This storyline is fire, abandoned by his whole family, wanted by the whole city, fleeing alone into Villain's Valley and clawing his way up in the underground fights. Isn't that way better than these daddy's boys? Skyvault City, the Su household. My mother was scrolling her phone, her face getting worse and worse. Jinqian, look at this. My father took the phone, looked for a few seconds, and his brow furrowed. Villain's Valley? He was only level 2 before. How could a level 2 make it there alive? My mother's voice was shrill. My father was silent for a few seconds. The Villain's Valley mark can't be faked. He really is in Villain's Valley. The room went quiet. My little sister said softly, He's really strong. My mother shot her a fierce glare, and she immediately shut up. Su Chen lay in bed, phone in hand too. He looked at the guy in the video, in junk gear, tanking a level 4 raw, and slowly his fingers clenched. Level 3. He was level 3 now. Su Chun had just broken the record clearing floor 2, the whole internet praising him, #1 trending. And now the #1 trending topic had become Su Lin. Su Chun stared at that moment in the video where I grabbed the guy by the throat, and the gentle smile on his face slowly faded, his eyes turning frighteningly cold and cruel. "Why won't you just die?" he murmured under his breath. "Why won't you just die already?" As for me, by the time I left the fight club, it was already deep in the night. Nights in Villain's Valley were even quieter than the days, the streets nearly empty, just a few dim oil lamps swaying in the wind. I got back to the rundown inn, paid 300 points for another night, went up, lay down, and opened my phone. #1 trending. Su Lin appears in Villain's Valley, wins 2 in a row as a level 3 fighting level 4s. I read through them one by one, my face expressionless. Then I opened the class group chat. Over 900 messages, all about me. Su Lin is my idol now. Level 3 and into Villain's Valley. That's badass. Way better than these daddy's boys, right? I looked for a few seconds, then closed the group. Idol? I gave a little smile. You people were calling me a nobody just a few days ago. I closed the chat and opened the wiki. Time to look up the info on floor 3. Floor 3, 7 monsters, 5 iron-armored boars, 2 healing slimes, all level 3. The iron-armored boars have 300 HP, 30 attack, and their charge has a chance to knock you back. The 2 slimes are the worst part. Each heals 50 HP per second, and if they both heal the same boar at once, that's 100 HP per second. Failure rate 45%. For solo challenges it spikes to 75%. People mostly die here from not having enough output, with the monsters healing endlessly. I stared at the screen, my brow slowly furrowing. 100 HP per second. My attack right now is 50. 50 minus 100 equals -50. In other words, if both slimes heal one boar at the same time, I'd be dealing less damage than it's healing. Total waste. Unless I could do what I did on floor 2, skip the boars and kill the slimes first. But the boars on floor 3 are called iron-armored boars. Just from the name, their defense can't be low. I dug through the guides looking for a way around them, flipping through several pages, and finally spotted an inconspicuous comment tucked in a corner. On floor 3, the 5 boars share an aggro link. Hit any one of them, and the other for instantly swarm you. Want to slip past them and kill the slimes directly? Dream on. Not unless you've got invisibility, or can one-shot all 5 boars in an instant. I fell silent. Aggro link. Hit 1, all 5 come. Slipping past to kill the slimes was basically impossible. So my only option was to face the boars head-on. But going head-on meant dealing with the 2 slimes healing 100 HP per second, which meant my attack had to exceed 100 to deal net damage. I was at 50 now, still over 50 short. I don't have an attack boosting power. And attack type powers, even AD rank, get a 2x boost, while SSS ranks get at least 50x. Those people can deal over 1,000 damage with bear gear. That's the vast gulf between different powers. That's why from floor 2 on, the skier each tower is basically all about teaming up. Powers complementing each other, someone tanking, someone dealing damage, someone healing. Clear rates multiply several times over. If I wanted my attack to break 100, my only choice was to spend points on better gear. I opened my stats panel. Level 3, HP 50 billion, attack 50, points, over 4,700, plus the 6,000 from my 2-win streak at the Fight Club, for a total of over 10,700. Should be enough. I flipped to the level 3 gear page. Level 3 Mithril Longsword, rare, plus 100 attack, 10,000 points. I could just barely afford it. Honestly, I wanted to grab those 2 rare level 3 armor pieces and the ring too. On anyone else, they'd only add 1,600 HP, but on me that'd be 1,600 billion. With HP like that, maybe even some level 80-something big shots wouldn't have as much as me. That was my gift, thick HP, absurdly thick. Same 10,000 points. Someone else gets 1,000 HP, I get 1,000 billion. Same money, and my payoff is 100 million times theirs. But the problem was, I didn't have enough points. A full set would cost 30,000, and I only had a third of that. I'd have to keep earning. Grinding monsters was too slow. Work yourself to death all night, and you'd only make a few thousand. Underground fights paid 5,000 a match, with streak bonuses on top. When the third match tomorrow, that's 8,000. The fourth the day after, 10,000. The fifth the day after that, 15,000. 5 days, 44,000 points. Enough for a full rare set with some to spare. I put my phone away and closed my eyes. Tomorrow, the third match. Win, and I'm one step closer to that rare gear. Lose. I gave a little smile. With an HP bar like mine, losing would be hard even if I tried. The third day, as I stepped out of the inn at dusk, there was one last streak of dark red left on the horizon. There were more people on the streets than during the day, drifting west in 2s and 3s. No need to ask, they were all headed to the Fight Club. There was nothing else to do here at night. The underground fights were the only entertainment. At the door of the stone building, the bald guy grinned. "Hey kid, third match tonight, 8,000 points, a lock, right?" I nodded, walked past him, and headed down the stairs. The basement was a sea of people, even more than the past 2 days. The moment I stepped off the stairs, I could feel plenty of eyes on me. He's here. That kid's here. That's the one in the raggedy clothes. The level 3 who beat a level 4 last night. Don't let his age fool you, he's freaky. A level 4 hit him a dozen plus times, and nothing happened. I ignored them and headed straight for the little room. A dozen plus people were sitting inside, ranging from level 4 to level 7. That bald level 5 who'd been carried out yesterday was there too, his head wrapped in bandages. When he saw me, he actually grinned and gave me a thumbs up. "Kid, you're a beast." I nodded and sat down in a corner. 20 minutes later, the bald bruiser walked in, and everyone immediately stood up. He swept his gaze around, paused on me for a second, and pulled a meaningful little smirk. 8 matches tonight, 1 each. He pointed at a level 6 bruiser. "You first match." Then a skinny level 5. "You second match." Then he pointed at me. "You third match." "Your opponent." He paused, a playful look in his eyes, level 5. The room went quiet for a second. Someone sucked in a sharp breath. Level 5. I was only level 3. Beating a level 4 last night was already shocking, but a level 5 and a level 4 aren't just one rank apart. The higher the levels, the bigger the gap. A bare level 4 has 400 HP, a level 5 has 500. Looks like just 100 difference, but add gear, powers, and passives, and the real gap can double. Not to mention a level 5 can wear level 5 gear, and that attack bonus beats even a level 4's rare set. It's a stack of gaps, layer on layer. Fighting 1 rank up makes you a genius. Fighting 2 ranks up makes you a monster among monsters. The way the others looked at me changed, part pity, part gloating. I said nothing, my face blank. The bald bruiser looked at me. "Got a problem with that?" I shook my head. He smiled. "All right, get ready." First match. The level 6 bruiser went out, and on his way he patted my shoulder. "Kid, don't get yourself killed. I'm betting on you tonight, 5,000 points." 15 minutes later he was carried back, covered in blood, his left arm broken. Second match. The skinny level 5 went out, and 8 minutes later he walked back on his own, dragging one leg. The bone clearly snapped. He glanced at me and only said, "Take care." Third match. Level 3 rookie. Opponent's a level 5. Place your bets now. I stood up and headed out. At the door, the girl named Chi grabbed me. She had the 7th match tonight, level 6. "Be careful," she whispered. "That level 5 is a veteran. Dozens of fights, only lost twice. His power's attack type, a rank at minimum, and his gear is all superior grade or better." I was silent for a second. "Thanks." Then I pushed the door open and went out. Cutting through the crowd, I saw a man already standing in the cage. 25 or 26, bald, a face full of thick, brutish flesh, in a black combat suit, with a pair of coldly gleaming metal gauntlets on his hands. I glanced at his gear: refined iron gauntlets, plus 150 attack, refined iron armor, plus 1,500 HP, a strength ring, plus 70-something attack, plus 7,500 HP. By my rough count, bare attack 50, plus the gauntlets and ring for a total of 275. Then the power boost. One punch could deal over 2,700. His total HP was 2,750. Me? HP 50 billion, attack 50. He looked me up and down and grinned. Level 3? Wearing junk. He rolled his neck, cracking it. "Kid, you know how far apart a level 5 and a level 3 are? My HP alone is 200 more than yours. Bare attack, I've got 50 to your 30. I'm in a full superior set. You're in rags. And that's before the power. I've got an A-rank power, 10x attack boost. And you? You think you can tank my hits?" He raised a fist and waved it in front of my face. "Kneel and beg now, and I'll go easy. I'll let you live." The jeering outside the cage was deafening. The bald bruiser raised his hand. "Begin." The words had barely left his mouth before the bald level 5 lunged, shockingly fast, and slammed a fist into my face. Bam! 2,750 HP gone. My head snapped to the side, and I stepped back once and steadied myself. He froze for a second, then threw another punch. Bam! Another 2,750 gone. I stepped back again, still steady. His expression changed. He sucked in a breath, and his fists came down like rain. Bam, 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 bam. 20-plus punches in one burst, every one landing solid on my body. I stood there, dead still, and let him hit me. 20-plus punches, several 100,000 HP gone. But my HP bar was 50 billion. You couldn't even see the difference. He finished, backing off 2 steps, gasping, terror all over his eyes. "You what the hell?" I looked at him and finally spoke. "You done?" His face changed, and he spun to run. I reached out, grabbed the back of his neck, and started slamming punches down. I don't know how many punches later, he finally surrendered. The whole basement went dead silent. Thousands of people stared, wide-eyed, at a level 3 holding a level 5 by the throat, like grabbing a chick. The bald bruiser stood frozen for a few seconds, then screamed like a madman. "Win! Winner! Level 3 rookie takes it. 3-win streak." Boom. The whole basement exploded. Damn, what kind of monster is this? I bet on him to win. I made 10,000. Ha ha ha. What's his power? A level 3 tanking 20-plus hits from a level 5. How much HP is that? 100,000? A million? This guy's gotta be hacking. I let go, and the bald level 5 dropped to the ground, curled into a ball, trembling all over. I didn't look at him. I turned and walked out of the cage. The bald bruiser came up and handed me a card. 8,000 points. 3-win streak. The way he looked at me had completely changed, a hint of wariness now. "Kid, who are you really?" I took the card and glanced at him. A wanted man. With that, I cut through the crowd and headed up the stairs. Behind me, the whole basement was still in an uproar. Nobody noticed the small, thin man in the corner holding up a phone, aiming it toward the cage. On his screen, my back was just disappearing at the top of the stairs. He looked down at his screen and grinned with excitement. Posted. Once this video's out, the view count's gonna blow up." At 10 that night, a new video went viral on the Awakened forums. Title: Exclusive. Villains Valley Underground Fight. Match 3. Level 3 rookie versus level 5 veteran, and the result is shocking. 8.5 minutes. No cuts, no speed up. From me walking into the cage, to the level 5 throwing frenzied punches, to me not budging an inch, to me reaching back and grabbing him by the throat and hoisting him up, the whole crowd going wild. The comments went straight to detonation. Holy crap, is this that Su Lin? The wanted one. Didn't he just fight a level 4 yesterday? Now he's fighting a level 5 and 1 too. Look at his gear, still that same junk, he changed nothing. I did the math. That level 5 hit for at least 2,000 a punch, and 20 plus punches is 50,000 damage. A bare level 3 has 300 HP. Even doubled, that's only 600. How is he tanking 50,000? Unless his power isn't D rank at all. The whole city live streamed his awakening day. It clearly said D rank, HP doubled. What I want to know right now is what the Su family's faces look like watching this video. Citywide wanted notice, million-point bounty, and the guys out in Villain's Valley beating opponents 2 ranks above him, living large. That wanted notice is a joke now. Skyvault City, the Su household. The atmosphere in the living room was so tense it felt about to explode. My father sat in the head seat, phone in hand, that video on the screen. His face was blank, but the knuckles gripping the phone were white. My mother sat beside him, her face flickering between green and white. He's only level 3. How could he possibly beat a level 5? Su Chun was wheeled in, still pale, but able to stand now. Dad, Mom, he said softly. I watched the video. The living room went quiet for a moment. He lowered his head, self-blame in his voice. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't have been driven to a place like that. He must hate me. That's why he's fighting so desperately. And with that, his eyes reddened. My mother's heart ached terribly. She rushed to hug him. Chinner, what nonsense is that? He stabbed you. What does any of this have to do with you? My eldest sister rushed over. Brother Chun, don't say that. He was jealous of you from the start. My second sister chimed in too. My little sister opened her mouth to say something, but under my mother's glare she shrank back again. My father hadn't said a word the whole time. He stared at the young man on the screen, his own son. In 18 years he'd hardly ever given him a proper look. And now, that nobody, wanted by the whole city, thought unlikely to survive 3 days, was in a Villain's Valley fight cage, crushing opponents 2 ranks above him. In rags, alone, with no family backing, no funneled resources, not a single kind word, yet doing what countless prodigies couldn't. He closed his eyes, silent for a long time. When he opened them again, there was nothing but cold in his gaze. Get word to our people over in Villain's Valley, he said in a low voice. Double the bounty. Whoever brings him out alive gets 4 million points. Dead, 2 million. My mother hesitated. But over in Villain's Valley, that person, my father said coldly, I won't go in, and he can't stop me from putting up a bounty. The moment he leaves the valley, someone will make a move. The living room fell silent. Su Chun kept his head down, the corner of his mouth curving up slightly, then quickly flattening again. As for me, by the time I left the fight club, it was already pitch black outside. There were even more people on the streets than when I'd come, all surging toward the fight club. Clearly, with the video spread around, more people wanted to come see the show. I kept my head down and moved quickly through the crowd, heading for the inn. That night at 10:30, the Awakened forum blew up. Of the top 10 trending topics, 5 were about me. The first was that underground fight video, with over 9,700,000 views. The second analyzed my power, D-rank doubled HP, so how could I possibly tank 50,000 damage? The third had a barb right in the title. Then nobody, wanted by the whole city, is out in Villain's Valley crushing opponents above his rank. But what really muddied the waters was the last post. The poster was a senior reporter for Skyvault City's #1 news weekly, a verified account. The post was long, but every line landed on the most sensitive spots. He said he'd interviewed several Awakened people who'd been present that day and had put together a timeline. Around 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Chun, accompanied by a level 21 bodyguard surnamed Wong, appeared in the wilderness 3 miles outside the East City Gate. Witnesses said Su Chun was in plain clothes, showing no intent to hunt monsters, like he was waiting for someone. A dozen plus minutes later, I appeared in the same area. After that, some people heard screams, but were too far away to see clearly. Then Su Chun, covered in blood, was carried back to the Su household by that bodyguard. The reporter threw out 3 questions. 1. Why would a freshly awakened SSS rank prodigy bring a level 21 bodyguard when leaving the city? 2. That area was a low-risk zone, spawning level 3 monsters at most. What was Su Chen doing there? 3. I was only level 2 at the time. Su Chen was level 2 as well, but the bodyguard was level 21. If I'd really wanted to kill Su Chen, how? A level 2 taking on a level 21. Isn't that just suicide? He ended with, I'm not drawing conclusions. I'm just laying out the facts. The rest is for you all to judge. The comments piled up over 8,000 replies in no time. Some said, with a level 21 bodyguard standing right there, could I even reach Su Chen to stab him? Was that bodyguard just decoration? Unless he didn't stop it at all, or didn't want to. Some followed that thread further. The more sensible explanation is that the bodyguard hit me first. I fought back, and only then stabbed Su Chen. But a level 2 taking a level 21 punch without dying, then getting up and stabbing him back 20 plus times. What does that tell you? At that point, someone dug up Article 37 of the Awakened Convention. Any individual or family issuing a kill order must submit evidence to the association, verified through a 3-tier review before it can take effect. Violators are treated as provoking all awakened people. I checked. The Su family's wanted notice never went through the association's review at all. This is just a damn lynching. Big shots Su Jintian. Huh. One of the 5 great powers gets to ignore the convention? Nobody spoke up for him before because he was a D-rank nobody. And now? Now who still dares call him a nobody? Bump this to the top. Let the association see it. At 1 in the morning, the first top-tier academy made its move. The Awakening Institute of Capital University put out a statement saying they'd taken note of my situation, believed the wanted notice had bypassed review and had questionable procedures, and would reserve my admission offer until the truth was uncovered, and were willing to offer a temporary asylum slot. The last line read, before the Awakened Convention, all are equal. The moment this went up, the whole internet blew up even harder. Some said the temporary asylum slot hadn't been used in over a decade, and the last person to use it was now a major powerhouse. Capital University was openly going head-to-head with the Su family. 3 minutes later, Modu Academy jumped in. Along with the same protection slot and scholarship, they pulled out a heavy hitter, Yun Zhongzi, a specially appointed professor, one of the 5 great powerhouses. He was a lone cultivator legend who had never taken a single disciple, yet he claimed to be fascinated by my ability and willing to personally evaluate and mentor me. 5 more minutes, and Longqing War College showed up too. Their announcement was blunt as a hammer. This college doesn't play the public opinion game. We only respect strength. You fought a level 5 as a level 3 and took 50,000 damage. That's a pass. Come to Longqing War College, go straight into the elite class. All the gear you want, all the points you want, and your mentor is a level 80. The comment section was already boiling over. All 3 top academies have entered the ring. Su Lin just won big time. He's still throwing down in underground fights in Villain Valley. Nothing's set in stone yet. I'm dying. All 3 academies fighting over him. The Su family's wanted poster is a total joke now. And that night, the Su family home blazed with light. In the living room, Father sat at the head seat. 3 phones lined up in front of him, each screen showing one of the 3 academies' announcements. His face was blank, but his knuckles were white where he gripped the phone. Mother's face was ashen. What are they trying to say? Are they openly turning against us? Big sister ground her teeth. That Jingdu University announcement was so smug and passive-aggressive. Talking about questionable procedures. Are they implying we broke the law? Father hadn't said a word the whole time. His finger tapped the armrest, once, twice, over and over. Su Chen sat in his wheelchair, face pale, eyes red and rimmed. Dad, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, brother wouldn't have been pushed this far, and the 3 academies wouldn't be targeting us. And then he looked ready to cry again. Mother pulled him into her arms, aching with love for him. But over in the corner, little sister was secretly scrolling on her phone. She spotted one comment. What about Su Chen's level 21 bodyguard? Why isn't he coming out to say anything? She opened her mouth to say something, but one glare from Mother sent her shrinking back. Father finally spoke, his voice low, his emotions unreadable. Where's Wang Fu? That was the level 21 bodyguard. Big sister blinked. He, I think he went back to the countryside. Said he had family business. Father narrowed his eyes. Get him back here. With that, he stood and headed for the stairs. At the foot of them, he paused. The wanted poster, leave it for now. We'll deal with it after the association's review comes out. Mother panicked. Jintian, that animal. Enough. Father didn't even turn his head. If this keeps escalating and the three academies join forces, even I won't be able to hold it down. He went upstairs. In the living room, Su Chun was still crying against Mother's shoulder. But no one saw that the face he'd buried in the crook of her neck had its eyes wide open, eyes cold as ice. And all of this, at first, I knew nothing about. I was jolted awake by knocking. Outside, the sky hadn't fully brightened yet. Everything was a dull gray. I opened the door to find the old landlord standing there, a cloth sack in his hand. Someone dropped something off for you. Who? The old man rolled his eyes. How would I know? It was tossed at the door at the crack of dawn, with your name on it. Take it, take it. Don't cut into my sleep. The sack was old but washed clean, with two characters scrawled crookedly across it, Su Lin. I opened it up. Inside were 3 envelopes. The first was red, stamped with Jingdu University's crest. Inside was a handwritten card, signed by the dean, Zhou Mingyuan. He said he'd watched my video, a level 3 fighting a level 5, and taking 50,000 damage without falling was remarkable. He didn't know what my ability was, but he knew I was a talent worth cultivating. He offered me 3 promises, a temporary protection slot to keep me safe, a full scholarship of 100,000 points a year, and one-on-one mentorship. The last line read, "As for the business with the Su family, we'll shoulder that for you. All you have to do is train hard." The second was from Modu Academy. Typed, very formal, written by Dean Chen Shuesong. She asked me to pass along Yun Zhongzi's exact words. There's no such thing as a strong or weak ability. Only people who know how to use it and people who don't. Your ability is very interesting. The third was from Longcheng War College, the simplest of all, just a single line. Coming or not. If you come, you go straight into the elite class. All the gear and points you need. If not, forget I said anything. Below it, someone had drawn a fist. I held those 3 envelopes and sat in silence for a long time. The 3 great academies. Places I once wouldn't have dared even dream of, now coming to me on their own, promising to keep me safe, hand me resources, shoulder the Su family for me. All I had to do was nod. But I put the letters away, tucked them under my pillow, turned, and headed downstairs. Because today, there was still a 5th fight. By dusk on the 4th day, the underground fight arena had more people than the past few days combined. The crowd around the iron cage was a solid black mass. At least 5,000 people packed in shoulder to shoulder, so many that even the stairs were full. The moment I stepped down from the stairwell, every head in the crowd whipped around. He's here, that kid's here. Damn, in those rags. He's fighting a level 6 tonight. I saw his video from last night. Took 20-something punches from a level 5 and didn't even flinch. The kid's freaky as hell. A level 5 and a level 6 aren't the same thing. A level 6 punch does close to 10,000 damage. He can't take even one. I don't care, I'm betting on him. 5,000 points. I ignored them and walked straight into that little room. 20 minutes later, the bald giant came in, and his gaze stopped on me. You. 5th fight. Your opponent. He paused, and a meaningful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Level 6. A veteran. Fought over 20 matches, only lost 3. The room went quiet for a beat. Someone sucked in a sharp breath. Over 20 matches, only 3 losses. That win rate was absolutely top tier for the underground fights in Villain Valley. I nodded, my face showing nothing. Before heading out, the level 6 bruiser from the first fight clapped me on the shoulder. Kid, I'm betting on you tonight. 10,000 points. Don't let me down. 12 minutes later, he was carried back in, covered in blood, one leg broken, but still conscious, giving me a thumbs up. Kid, win it for me. One fight after another. Some were carried back. Some limped back on their own. Some never came back at all. Finally, it was my turn. At the doorway, the girl called Achi grabbed me, her eyes complicated. Be careful. That guy's called Iron Wolf. Attack type, S-rank ability, 10,000 damage per punch. He's fought over 20 matches, only lost 3, and all 3 losses were to level 7s. I was quiet for a second. Thanks. I pushed through the crowd and stepped into the iron cage. Across from me stood a bald man in his early 30s, his face all hard, ugly muscle, his black combat suit stained with dark red blood. Whether his own or someone else's, I couldn't tell. The metal knuckle guards on his hands were set with 3 gemstones that glowed with a faint, eerie light. Level 3? In rags. He twisted his neck, joints cracking. Kid, you know that level for I fought last round? How many punches to kill him? I said nothing. He held up 2 fingers. 2. First punch, he spat blood. Second punch, he went down and didn't get up. He stepped forward, his eyes carrying the playful cruelty of a cat toying with a mouse. How many do you think you can take? I looked at him and finally spoke. You'll find out when you're done. He froze, then burst out laughing. You've got guts, I like it. Outside the cage, the bald giant raised his hand. Begin. The words had barely landed when Iron Wolf lunged, faster than that level 5 from last night. One punch slammed into my chest, 11,000 health gone. I took one step back and steadied myself. He threw another punch, but at the exact moment it landed on me, I stabbed out with my sword. He lost only 50 health. He saw that 50 and grinned. I've got 6,000 health. You'd have to slice me 100 plus times. And I do 10,000 plus a punch. Let's see how many you can take. I didn't answer. I just moved in and started hacking away at him. He got angry too, winding up and slamming his fists down hard. The two of us traded blow for blow, punch for sword strike. Neither of us defended. All of it a raw, head-on slugfest. 1 round, 10 rounds, 50 rounds. Iron Wolf was panting, his punches slowing, but he gritted his teeth and kept going. My face had gone red too, my arms aching. By the 70th round, he finally couldn't swing anymore. He doubled over, gasping for air, sweat streaming down his bald head. He lifted his head to look at me, and for the first time, terror flashed in his eyes. You goddamn. I glanced down at myself. The shirt over my chest was shredded, exposing the skin underneath, without so much as a red mark. I lifted my head. Iron Wolf's face changed, and he spun around to run, but after 2 steps he stopped dead. Wrong. This was an iron cage. There was no running. The moment the crowd caught on, they exploded. A level 6, facing a level 3 opponent, actually trying to flee? I walked up to him, raised my sword, and swung. 50. Another swing, another 50. Iron Wolf looked down at the faint white line on his arm, and suddenly he laughed again, folding his arms and just letting me hack away. Huh. Look at this, everybody. The kid's tickling me. 50 damage. He could stand there chopping all day and never kill me. The crowd laughed along. So what if he can take a hit? He can't hurt anyone. It's a draw. Both lose, no refunds. Damn it. I ignored them. I just mechanically raised my sword. 1 strike, another. 10 strikes, 20, 50. Iron Wolf's grin slowly faded. Because he realized how steady my strikes were. Every single one exactly 50. No more, no less. Not fast, not slow, like a machine. He had 30,000 health. 100 strikes took off 5,000. 200, 10,000. 300, 15,000. By the 300th strike, the grin was completely gone from his face. You're seriously gonna keep chopping? I said nothing, just swung again. The laughter around us stopped too. Over 5,000 people stared wide-eyed at the surreal scene. A level 3 kid standing in front of a level 6 bruiser, hacking away 1 strike at a time. The big man stood motionless and just took it, but his expression grew uglier and uglier. Enough! Iron Wolf suddenly roared. Are you sick in the head? I didn't stop. Another strike. He finally cracked, throwing a punch at me, 5,600 gone. I stepped back, steadied myself, and kept chopping. 1 strike, another. When I'd whittled him down to just 1,000 health left, he got scared. He backed up, retreating to the edge of the cage, until there was nowhere left to go. What the hell are you, man or ghost? I looked at him, my voice calm. Surrender or die? Iron Wolf froze. In over 20 fights in Villain Valley, he had never once surrendered. But he stared at the sword in my hand, blood still dripping from the blade, his own blood. He finally broke. I surrender. He dropped to his knees with a thud, both hands raised high. Stop chopping. I surrender. The entire underground fell dead silent. Over 5,000 people stared, watching a level 6 veteran kneel before a level 3 kid, shaking all over. The bald giant stood stunned for several seconds before it registered. Then he bellowed. He won. The level 3 rookie wins. For straight victories. Boom. The whole underground erupted. What the hell kind of monster is this? He chopped him over 500 times? 500 times. A level 3 fought a level 6 and literally hacked him into surrendering. Is this even human? Unlimited health? He's got to be hacking. I give up. I completely give up. I stood in the center of the iron cage, my left hand holding the sword, my right hanging at my side, trembling faintly. Over 500 strikes, my hand really did ache. But my face showed nothing. I just glanced down at Iron Wolf kneeling on the ground, then turned and walked out. The bald giant came to meet me and handed me a card, awe and wariness both in his eyes. 10,000 points. 4 straight wins. I took the card and made my way through the crowd, up the stairs. Behind me, the whole underground was still boiling over. No one noticed the scrawny little man in the corner filming again with his phone. As my back vanished at the top of the stairs in his lens, he looked down at the screen, his hands shaking. It's gonna blow up. This time it's really gonna blow up. At 11 that night, the video shot to #1 on the trending charts. Exclusive. Villain Valley Underground Fight. Round 4. Level 3 rookie chops level 6 veteran into surrender in 100 strikes. The comment section detonated. 100 strikes. I watched the full video. This kid really chopped over 100 times, 1 strike at a time, and when his hand got tired he switched hands and kept going. Iron Wolf does 10,000 plus a punch, and he threw over 100 punches. That's a million damage. A level 3 base has only 300 health. What ability gives a level 3 a million health? 3 levels above. A level 3 fighting a level 6. That's 3 levels up. There's a saying, jumping 1 level above is a genius, 2 levels above is a monster, and 3 levels above. Even an SSS rank ability might not manage that. Is Su Lin SSS rank? But the day he awakened it clearly listed D rank. Then how do you explain him winning 3 levels up? The comments dissolved into chaos. And right then, at midnight, the Awakener Association's official account suddenly posted an announcement regarding the review of Su Lin's wanted poster. First, the wanted poster issued by the Su family was published without submitting evidence per Article 37 of the Covenant and without undergoing review. The procedure was unlawful. Second, a preliminary investigation finds the existing evidence insufficient to prove Su Lin committed premeditated murder. On the contrary, evidence indicates that at the time of the incident, Su Lin was attacked by a level 21 Awakener, and his counterattack may constitute lawful self-defense. Third, the procedurally unlawful wanted poster is void, effective immediately, and is forcibly rescinded nationwide as of today. Fourth, the association will form a special investigation team to fully investigate the truth of the incident, with findings to be released within 7 business days. Fifth, during this period, no one may pursue or attack Su Lin in any form. The moment it dropped, the entire internet blew wide open. The wanted poster was forcibly rescinded. The Su family must be totally humiliated. So the 5 great powerhouses think they can just ignore the Covenant? Got slapped in the face this time. Self-defense, I said so all along. Su Lin was level 2, with a level 21 bodyguard trailing him. How could he possibly have stabbed anyone on purpose? The truth's out. That Su Chin kid really is shady. At that same moment, the atmosphere in the Su family living room was so tense it felt ready to burst. Father held his phone, the association's announcement on the screen. His face was blank, his knuckles white. Mother's face was ashen. How dare they? Since when did the Su family need their approval to issue a wanted poster? Su Chin started up his usual routine again. Dad, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the association wouldn't be targeting us. Before he could finish, the living room fell suddenly silent. Because everyone had just realized it. The trash who'd been hunted across the whole city, the one no one thought would survive 3 days, was now safe. And the Su family had become the laughingstock of the entire internet. Father was quiet for a long time, so long that even Mother didn't dare make a sound. He finally spoke, his voice heavy. Have you found Wang Fu? Big sister blinked. Not yet. His phone won't connect, and there's no one at his hometown. Father narrowed his eyes. Keep looking. He stood and headed for the stairs. At the foot of them, he paused. Pass the word. No one in the Su family speaks to the public during this time. We wait until the investigation results come out. He went upstairs. Su-chin was still crying against Mother's shoulder. But no one saw that the face buried in the crook of her neck had its eyes wide open, eyes cold as ice. Wang Fu, that level 21 bodyguard, where on earth was he now? That same pre-dawn hour, in a rundown rental on the outskirts of Tianqiong City, a middle-aged man was crouched on the floor, frantically packing. He was Wang Fu, the man who'd followed Su Chin out of the city that day. His phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was Big Sister. His hand jerked, and he nearly threw the phone across the room. Gritting his teeth, he switched it to silent, shoved it in his pocket, and kept packing. He had to run. The farther, the better. But just as he stuffed the last piece of clothing into his backpack, the door was kicked open. Several men in black rushed in and pinned him to the floor. He struggled desperately. Who are you? What do you want? One of the men in black crouched down, pulled out a phone, and showed him a photo, the association's announcement. Wang Fu's face went white in an instant. You're coming with us. The man in black spoke coldly. Association investigation team. We need your cooperation. Meanwhile, I came out of the fight arena to find it completely dark outside. The streets were nearly empty, just a few dim oil lamps swaying in the wind. I went back to the rundown inn, paid 300 points to stay another night, went upstairs, lay down, pulled out my phone, and out of habit opened the news. Then I froze. Number 1 trending. Awakener Association forcibly rescinds Su Lin's wanted poster. Number 2. My 4th round video. Number 3. Level 21 bodyguard missing, investigation team involved. Number 4. 3 academies speak out again, welcoming Su Lin. The wanted poster was rescinded. I was free. I stared at the screen, silent for a long time. Then I opened the class group chat. Over 900 messages, all about me. The wanted poster's rescinded. Su Lin's in the clear. I said he was framed. Did you all watch that video? 100 strikes. His hand got tired, so he switched hands and kept going. What kind of willpower is that? I cried, I really cried. He's had it so hard. From today on, Su Lin is my only idol. I read for a few seconds, then closed the chat. Then I pulled out those 3 envelopes and looked them over again. Jingdu University, Modu Academy, Longqing War College. 3 invitations, 3 promises. All I had to do was nod. But I put the letters away, tucked them back under my pillow, lay down, and closed my eyes. Tomorrow. I decide tomorrow. Outside, the night wind of Villain Valley howled. In the distance, that black tower reaching to the heavens stood in the darkness, silent and cold. And me, level 3, for straight wins, 50 billion health. Tomorrow, there was still a 5th fight. I was going to keep fighting, because I still wasn't strong enough. I wanted to become so strong that one day I could walk back into Tianqiong City with my head held high, stand in front of those people, and let them see with their own eyes that the trash they'd once crushed beneath their feet now looked like this. By dusk on the 5th day, before I'd even walked into the arena, I could hear the uproar outside. That night the underground arena was completely packed. On the stands around the iron cage, at least 8,000 people were crammed together, on the stairs, in the aisles, even squatting in the corners. The air was so thick it was hard to breathe, but not a single person was willing to leave. Because that night, me, a level 3, was going to fight a level 7. 8,000 people. This dump has never seen a crowd this big. There are still people who couldn't get in, cussing out front. A level 3 fighting a level 7. That's a once-in-a-century thing. Who wouldn't want to see it? I also heard people discussing the betting line. Those betting on me were getting 10 to 1. 10 to 1? They look down on him that much. It's not that they look down on him. It's that the gap's too wide. A level 7 base has 700 health. A level 3 base only 300. Double it, and that's 600. A level 7 punch does at least 10,000 damage. Is he going to take it with his skull? I kept my head down, moved quickly through the crowd, and stepped into that little room. Tonight there were only 6 people inside, ranging from level 6 to 8. Achi was there too, level 7. She saw me come in, her eyes complicated. You're really fighting tonight? I nodded. She was quiet for a few seconds, then came over and lowered her voice. I asked around. Your opponent tonight is called Butcher, level 7. He's fought over 30 matches, only lost 5. Strength Enhancement S rank ability, all rare gear, over 25,000 damage a punch. Thanks. She opened her mouth, then just sighed. Take care. The door pushed open and the bald giant walked in, his gaze landing on me. You. Fifth fight. Your opponent. Butcher, level 7. The room went quiet for a beat. Someone sucked in a sharp breath. That butcher who could kill someone of his own level in a single punch. The bald giant looked at me, his eyes complicated. Kid, you know how many people out there are betting on you tonight? At least 3,000. If you lose, they're all gonna curse you out. I finally spoke, my voice calm. I won't lose. He froze, then burst out laughing. All right, you've got guts. Get ready. In the earlier fights, some went down in the cage, some got up, some never came out again. Finally, it was my turn. At the doorway, Achi suddenly grabbed me, her eyes a little red, and squeezed my hand hard. Come back alive. I glanced at her, nodded, and pushed the door open. As I moved through the crowd, the shouts from both sides crashed together, ringing in my ears until they buzzed. But I couldn't make out a single word. I just kept my head down and walked, step by step, into the iron cage. Across from me stood a man. 2 meters tall, muscles bulging all over like stone, the blood-red character Butcher tattooed on his bald head, the mark of level 7 on his chest. His pitch-black combat suit was covered in dark red bloodstains, and the pair of massive metal knuckle guards on his hands were set with 5 gemstones. I ran my eyes over his gear. Rare knuckle guards, adding attack and crit. Rare armor, adding 5,000 health and 2 rings of strength. And me, ordinary gear for levels below him. Attack 50, health 50 billion. He looked down at me and grinned. Level 3? In rags. He twisted his neck, joints cracking. What came after was almost exactly like the night before. The octagon cage was too small, nowhere to run, only forward. Neither of us defended. We just went straight into slugging it out. 100 rounds passed, and neither of us had a spot of unbroken flesh. 200 rounds. Both of us spent, but neither would stop. By 300 rounds, his health had finally bottomed out. One more hit, and he'd die. He dropped to his knees and screamed at the top of his lungs. I surrender. Stop chopping. I surrender. The entire underground fell dead silent. Over 8,000 people stared wide-eyed, watching a level 7 butcher kneel before a kid 4 levels below him, both hands raised high, shaking all over. The bald giant stood stunned for several seconds before it registered. Then he bellowed. He won. The level 3 rookie wins. 5 straight victories. Boom. The whole underground erupted. What the hell kind of monster is this? I won 30,000, huh? I won 30,000. 4 levels up against a level 7. Literally hacked him into surrender. Is this even human? He's a legend. After tonight, this kid's a legend. I stood in the center of the iron cage, my left hand holding the sword, my right hanging at my side, trembling faintly. Over 300 strikes, my hand had gone numb. But my face showed nothing. I glanced down at the butcher kneeling on the ground, then turned and walked out. The bald giant came to meet me and handed me a card, and in his eyes now there was more than awe. There was something fanatical. 15,000 points. 5 straight wins. Kid, you're a once-in-a-century genius. I took the card, said nothing, and made my way through the crowd, up the stairs. Behind me, the whole underground was still boiling over. In the corner, the scrawny little man was chasing my back with his phone again, his hands shaking like a sieve, muttering, "It's gonna blow up. This time it's really gonna blow up." At midnight that night, the Awakener forum completely crashed. Not because the servers broke, because the number of simultaneous users shattered the all-time record. The entire top 10 trending list was about me. Number 1 was that video, 450 strikes to chop the level 7 butcher into surrender. There were even expert interviews saying that if it was real, this might be the strongest health enhancement ability in 100 years. Someone did the math. A level 7 like Iron Wolf did 10,000 plus a punch, and I took over 100 punches, so my health had to be in the tens of millions at least. The most crucial item was this. The level 21 bodyguard Wang Fu had already been taken into custody by the investigation team, and his preliminary statement was, that day, Su Qin told him to teach me a lesson. The comment pushed to the very top, with over 3 million likes. was just one sentence. I owe Su Lin an apology. Beneath it stretched a long string of me too. Same times 10,000. And that night, the pressure in the Su family home was so low it was hard to breathe. I only learned later what happened in the living room that night. 3 phones sat in front of father, all showing news about me. Mother's face was ashen, unable to get out a single word. Su Chin sat in his wheelchair, his face frighteningly pale. Dad, I really didn't know Wang Fu would do that. I only told him to protect me. I never told him to lay a hand on anyone. And then the tears fell. Mother pulled him into her arms. Chinner, stop talking. Mom believes you. Father finally spoke, his voice heavy. Wang Fu has already talked. The living room went silent in an instant. Su Chin's body stiffened. He says you were the one who told him to teach Su Lin a lesson that day. Su Chin's face went ghost white. Dad, he's lying. The investigation team must have forced it out of him. Father said nothing. He just looked at him, a look that sent a chill down Su Chin's spine. The silence dragged on for a long time before father finally stood and headed for the stairs. At the foot of them he paused. From today on, you don't leave this house without my permission. Su Chin's body jolted. Father went upstairs without looking back. The living room was terrifyingly quiet. Su Chin kept his head down, his shoulders trembling faintly. But no one saw that beneath his lowered lids, his eyes were cold as ice. And me, at that moment, I was lying in bed at the rundown inn in Villain Valley, looking at that line on my phone screen, the strongest health awakener in 100 years, and I smiled. Strongest in 100 years. If you knew my health was 50 billion, would it scare you to death? I set the phone down and closed my eyes. That day had worn me out. Over 300 strikes, my hand was still shaking now. But inside, I felt lighter than I ever had. The wanted poster was rescinded, the truth was almost out. I was free. And more importantly, I'd proven myself. Not to show the Su family, but to show myself. The night wind drifted gently in through the window. Time to pick a university. That night, so the story goes, the deans of the 3 top academies got on a 3-way call. Jingdu University's Zhou Mingyuan cut straight to it, saying they were locking down this talent. Modu Academy's Chun Shuesong wasn't having it and pulled out Yun Zhongzi. Longqing War College's dean, nicknamed Old Zhong, was even more blunt. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Whoever wins takes him. The 3 of them argued for a good while, and in the end they reached an understanding. Let me choose for myself, and whoever I picked, the other 2 wouldn't trip me up. After hanging up, the 3 deans each sat in their own offices, gazing out at the night. They all knew, deep down, that no matter who I chose, from now on the name Su Lin would never again be taken lightly by anyone. On the morning of the 6th day, I was woken by the sunlight. A rare clear day, sunshine streaming in through the broken window, painting a bright patch on the floor. I sat up and rolled my shoulders. My hand still ached, but it was better than last night. I pulled out my phone and saw over 999 unread messages, all private, from classmates, strangers, self-proclaimed reporters, and one claiming to be your long-lost relative. I didn't reply to a single one. I just wiped them all. Number 1 trending. Su Lin may choose a university today. Number 2. 3 academy deans hold overnight meeting, reportedly reach an understanding. Number 3. Villain Valley's master weighs in. Won't interfere, pick freely. Time to choose. I opened the 3 envelopes, read them over once more, then picked up the phone and called each of them, one by one. On Jingdu University's end, Zhou Mingyuan's voice was steady and firm. I asked him what choosing Jingdu would give me. He said, a temporary protection slot, a full scholarship, 100,000 points a year, one-on-one mentorship, entry into the elite class to study alongside the nation's finest talents. Then I asked, what about the Su family? He cut me off directly. The Su family wouldn't dare touch you. This is Jingdu, not Tianqiong City. However strong Su Jintian is, he wouldn't dare cause trouble on Jingdu University's turf. My last question was, aren't you afraid there's something wrong with my ability? He laughed. Strong is strong, weak is weak. We don't care what your ability is. We only care whether you can grow stronger. On Modu Academy's end, Chun Shuesong had a steady woman's voice. Her terms were even a bit higher than Jingdu's, 120,000 points a year. Most importantly, Yun Zhongzi was willing to personally mentor me, and he'd asked her to pass along a message. Your ability is very interesting. It might lead the whole nation further than it's ever gone. She also said Yun Zhongzi and Su Jintian didn't get along. So if I went there, Su Jintian would be all the less likely to touch me. Launching War College's end was the most direct. The man who answered had a voice loud as thunder, and Dean Old Zhang couldn't get through 3 sentences without a cut the crap. He said, Elite class, all the gear you want, all the points you want, level 80 mentor, and if I was willing, I could even train under the senior master Zhang Tianxiong. Zhang Tianxiong had watched my video and said, this kid's got something. Let him come. I asked about the Su family, and Old Zhang just roared. Su Jintian would dare come to Longqing War College to take someone? I'll punch him to death myself. I nearly laughed out loud. 3 academies, 3 promises, 3 backers. Which to choose? I couldn't decide for the moment. I searched up info on all 3. Jingdu University had the longest history and the deepest foundation, but a lot of rules. Modu Academy was flush with money and had the richest resources, but a heavy commercial vibe. Longqing War College was the strongest in real combat and the least bound by rules, but had the harshest training and the highest washout rate. The more I looked, the more torn I got. Right as I was mulling it over, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered, and an aged voice asked slowly, Kid, made your choice yet? I froze. Who is this? Master of Villain Valley. I nearly threw the phone across the room. That level 80 god of slaughter, calling me himself? He gave a small laugh. Relax, I'm just asking. You fought 5 matches in Villain Valley and brought a lot of foot traffic to my place. Collected quite a bit more in cuts. Call it owing you a favor. I won't get involved in this university business, but here's a piece of advice. Pick the one that suits you best, not the strongest one. I was quiet for 2 seconds. Thank you, Master. All right, hanging up. From now on in Villain Valley, if you've got trouble, drop my name. The call ended. I stared at the phone, stunned for several seconds. A favor from the Master of Villain Valley. That thing was worth more than all 3 academies' invitations combined. I took a deep breath and thought it through seriously. The one that suits me best. I thought back to those 5 fights in the arena. Every one of them won by grinding it out with brute force, by the dumbest possible method. My ability was just thick health, nothing else. Attack pitifully low, no control, no healing, none of the fancy stuff. I was a pure health tank. So which academy suited a health tank? Jingdu was strong in theory, Modu rich in resources, but Longqing was the strongest in real combat. What did strongest in real combat mean? It meant that a tank like me could learn to push my one advantage to the absolute limit. With level 80 mentors, with powerhouses like Zhang Tianxiong, they could teach me how to survive in real combat. Let me keep fighting, keep tanking, keep growing stronger. I opened my eyes, picked up the phone, and dialed. Hello, Longqing War College? This is Su Lin. I choose you. The line went quiet for a second, then Old Zhang's booming voice exploded. Ha ha ha. Good. You've got an eye for it. You wait in Villain Valley. I'll send someone to pick you up. No need to trouble yourself. I can. Cut the crap. You leave Villain Valley on your own, and there'll be plenty of people on the road looking to grab you for points. Wait there. Someone will be there this afternoon. The call ended. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This afternoon, Longqing War College was over 2,000 miles from Villain Valley. How could anyone get here by afternoon? An hour later, I got my answer. A roar suddenly came from over Villain Valley. Everyone looked up, and their pupils shrank hard. A large black aircraft was slowly descending, a blood-red fist symbol printed on its hull. Longqing War College's aircraft. Flying straight into Villain Valley. Are they insane? That's Zhang Tianxiong's ride. All of Villain Valley boiled over. The aircraft set down steadily at the valley's mouth. The hatch opened, and a figure stepped out. In his 80s, hair gone gray, yet his spine as straight as a spear, in a black combat suit with a level 80 badge pinned to his chest. He swept his eyes over the gawking crowd and spoke mildly. Where's Su Lin? His voice wasn't loud, but it buzzed in everyone's ears. The pressure of a level 80 was no joke. I stepped out from the crowd. The old man looked me up and down, then smiled. Kid, come with me. I nodded and followed him toward the aircraft. Behind me, all of Villain Valley was watching, some envious, some jealous, some so excited they were practically dancing. A level 80 came in person to pick him up. Su Lin's face is huge. From today on, this kid's taking off. I boarded the aircraft. The hatch slowly closed. It lifted into the air and flew north. Through the window, I watched Villain Valley shrink smaller and smaller below. A few days ago, I'd run into this place like I was fleeing for my life. A few days later, I was leaving on a Level 80 Powerhouse's aircraft. I took a deep breath and leaned back in my seat. Outside the window, the clouds churned, and in the distance, a new world was waiting for me. The old man sitting across from me spoke, his voice like a stone hitting the ground. "Kid, nervous?" I shook my head. "I'm fine." He flashed a mouthful of white teeth. "Name's Lei Jun, Level 80, head instructor of Launching War College's elite class. From now on, you're under my charge." "Good to meet you, Instructor Lei." He looked me over, curiosity in his eyes. "I watched all your videos. A Level 3 fighting a Level 7, taking over 300 punches, literally chopping the guy into surrender. Kid, be honest, what exactly is your ability?" I was quiet for a second. This question was one I'd have to face sooner or later, but I couldn't tell the truth. 50 billion health, said out loud, it was too terrifying. And besides, I still wasn't strong enough. If someone got wicked ideas. D rank. Health enhancement, I said calmly. Lei Jun froze, then burst out laughing. D rank? Are you messing with me? I said nothing. Once he'd laughed his fill, he waved a hand. Fine, if you don't want to say, don't. Once you get to Launching War College, your true colors will come out sooner or later anyway. But let me be blunt up front. Whatever your ability is, as long as you don't hurt people, Launching War College will protect you. Anyone who dares touch you, I'll be the first to say no. A warmth spread through my chest. Thank you, Instructor Lei. Don't thank me too soon. The elite class training is brutal. Don't come crying to me to go home when the time comes. The aircraft flew another 2 hours. Through the window, I saw a massive cluster of buildings appear in the distance. A city, but nothing like Tianqiong City. No skyscrapers, no bustling streets, just row upon row of black training grounds, combat simulation rooms, and equipment warehouses. At the city's center rose a towering black tower piercing the clouds, giving off a cold, forbidding aura. Four enormous characters hovered above the city, Launching War College. The aircraft slowly settled onto a huge plaza. The hatch opened, and I followed Lei Jun down. Quite a few people were already standing on the plaza, instructors, students shouldering weapons, several upperclassmen with deep, heavy auras. Every gaze landed on me. That's him, the underground fighter. A Level 3 fighting a Level 7, for real? What kind of freakish ability is that? Heard it's D-rank health enhancement, but it's gotta be more than that. I kept my head down and followed behind Lei Jun through the crowd, into a large building, up to the 3rd floor, and pushed open a door. Behind it was a huge classroom, seating over 30 new students, all 17 or 18 years old. The moment they saw me come in, every head whipped around. Holy crap, Su Lin. That underground fighter Su Lin. He really came to our Launching War College. The classroom instantly erupted. Lei Jun clapped his hands. Quiet. Then he pointed to the empty seat beside the lectern. Su Lin, sit there. I sat down. Lei Jun swept his eyes over the crowd and said in a heavy voice, "Everyone's here. Tomorrow's Sunday. The 3rd floor of the heaven-reaching tower opens. You form your own teams, work out your own tactics. I don't care how you fight, but there's one rule. Every single one of you must clear it. Whoever drags the team down gets out of the elite class." With that, he turned and left. The door closed, and the classroom went quiet for a few seconds. Then everyone turned in unison to look at me. I scanned the classroom. Over 30 people, every chest badge stamped with the number 3, all Level 3, just like me. But the auras on these people were stronger than any Level 3 I'd ever seen. Pull any one of them out at random, and they could stomp a same-level student from an ordinary school. So this was the elite class. The nation's finest new students, all gathered here. Hey, a voice rang out. I looked up. The one who'd spoken was a boy in the front row, quite handsome, with a striking head of silver hair. Besides the number 3 on his chest badge, there was a line of small text, SSS rank, Frost Sovereign. He looked me up and down, appraisal in his eyes. "You're that underground fighter, Su Lin?" I nodded. He stood and walked over to me, looking down from above. "Name's Han Bing. SSS rank, Frost Sovereign. Heard you can take over 300 punches from a Level 7. I said nothing. He extended his right hand, pale blue light welling up in his palm, the temperature around us dropping several degrees in an instant. Let me test that. The words had barely landed when he slammed a palm at my chest. Thud, 5,000 health gone. I took one step back and steadied myself. He froze, looked at his own hand, then at me. You're okay? I glanced down at my chest. A thin layer of frost had formed on my shirt, but the skin underneath hadn't so much as reddened. I lifted my head. Done hitting. His face changed, and he suddenly jerked back a step, both palms thrusting out. A frozen gale came howling toward me. Thud, another 5,000 gone. I took another step back, and I was still fine. He was completely stunned. This is impossible. He gritted his teeth, pressed his palms together, and blue light blazed from between them. The classroom windows started to frost over. Frost burst. Boom. A terrifying wave of cold slammed into me, knocking off 15,000 health. I stumbled back 3 steps, steadied myself, brushed the shards of ice off my body, and looked at him. You done? Frost's mouth hung open. He couldn't get a single word out. The classroom fell dead silent, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. A triple S-rank genius had thrown everything he had into 3 attacks, and the guy on the receiving end didn't have a scratch on him. This is completely insane. Someone muttered under their breath. Frost's face went from red to white and back again. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "What the hell is your power, exactly?" I said calmly, "Drink. Health enhancement." Bullshit. A girl shot to her feet. She had a head of red hair and sharp eyes, and the badge on her chest read Triple S rank, Lord of Flames. D-rank health enhancement? At level 3, that's 600 health at most. Frost's hit was at least 15,000. There's no way you could take that. I glanced at her and said flatly, "Take a guess." That shut her up. She opened her mouth, then realized there was nothing she could say. Because I was standing right there, alive and well. The facts spoke for themselves. The classroom went completely quiet. The way everyone looked at me had changed. Shock, curiosity, wariness, admiration. And a few of them had eyes practically glowing. That health pool is absolutely monstrous. No wonder he could tank 300+ punches from a level 7 monster. If he's on your team, who could ever put him down? He's a walking meat shield. Meat shield? More like a divine shield. Frost stood there, his expression grim. He was a triple S-rank genius. His whole life, he'd been someone others looked up to. And today he'd gone all out with 3 attacks, and the other guy hadn't even furrowed his brow. That kind of defeat was probably something he'd never tasted before. But he wasn't a sore loser, either. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly grinned. "All right, you're badass." He walked back to his seat, sat down, and gave me a thumbs up. "I'm impressed." I looked at him and nodded. The red-headed girl sat down too, but her eyes were still fixed on me, her face full of stubborn defiance. "Humph, so what if you can take a hit? Your attack power is pathetically low. I've seen videos of you fighting. One swing barely does a few dozen points. With output like that, you'd just be dead weight on a team. You don't know what you're talking about." Another voice cut in. The red-headed girl whipped her head around. The one who'd spoken was a guy sitting in the corner, with messy black hair, looking a little burned out. The badge on his chest read Triple S rank, Shadow Assassin. He said lazily, "His attack is low, but he can tank. Tomorrow, the 3rd floor has healing slimes. They restore health every second, and it stacks. If 2 of them heal a single boar, we won't have enough output to kill it. But with him up front tanking, we won't have to split our focus on defense. We can just go all out on damage. With him as our meat shield, our clear rate goes up at least 30%. The red-headed girl opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Because he was right. It was only later that I understood their situation. Guys like Frost, Triple S rank, had powers that multiplied their attack 100-fold, which is how they could deal over 10,000 damage. But their health didn't get amplified at all, a couple thousand at most. One wrong move, get surrounded, and they were dead instantly. So they desperately needed a solid main tank. And I was the most perfect meat shield there was. The rest of the class caught on too. "Yeah, let him tank the monsters and we do the damage. He's a heaven-sent tank. Su Lin, team up with me, my damage is off the charts. Get lost, team with me. I'm SS rank lightning. Back off. All of you, I called it first." For a moment the classroom got as loud as a crowded marketplace. I sat in my seat, watching all these people fight over me, no expression on my face, but a tangle of feelings inside. A few days ago, I was that D-rank trash the whole city mocked. Now, a whole crowd of SS rank and triple S rank geniuses were fighting to team up with me. The world sure changes fast. All right, all right. The red-headed girl stood up and silenced the whole racket. She crossed her arms and swept her gaze around the room. What's the point of all your squabbling? A team is about composition, not whoever's loudest gets in. She looked at me, her tone considerably softer. Su Lin, team with me. I've got the damage. Add an assassin and a secondary damage dealer, and the four of us clear it easily. Frost immediately stood up. Why should he team with you? I can do it too. You? You just took 3 shots at him and he didn't feel a thing, and you still got the nerve? That was a test. You lost the test, and you're still talking? The two of them looked ready to start fighting when the black-haired guy in the corner spoke up again. Stop arguing. Let him choose for himself. All eyes turned to me. I stayed quiet for 2 seconds. I'll choose whoever has the highest damage. The red-headed girl's hand shot up. Me? Triple S rank, Lord of Flames, highest attack power in the whole class. Frost wasn't about to be outdone. I'm Triple S rank, Lord of Frost. My output's just as high as hers, and I come with crowd control. The black-haired guy said lazily, I'm Triple S rank, Shadow Assassin. My single target burst is higher than both of theirs. My only weakness is sustained damage. I thought about it. Then it's the 3 of you, plus me. The 4 of us. The red-headed girl blinked. 3? The 3 of us. Frost blinked too. You want me to team up with her? The black-haired guy raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The red-headed girl and Frost exchanged a look, both of them clearly a little disgusted by the idea, but neither refused. Because they both knew that with me as the meat shield, plus the 3 of their damage outputs, we could clear the 3rd floor with our eyes closed. Fine. The red-headed girl nodded. Then it settled. I'm Yin Yin. She pointed at Frost. He's Han Bing. That washed-out guy over there is Ing Run. Frost let out a snort. Ing Rin gave a lazy wave. I'm Su Lin. Yin Yin rolled her eyes. No kidding. Everyone knows you're Su Lin. She walked over and looked me up and down. How much is your attack power? A few dozen points a swing. Is that for real? I didn't hide anything. 50. 50. Her eyes went wide. You're level 3, 30 from your base, 20 from your weapon, 50 total? I nodded. She sucked in a sharp breath. Damn, that's low. My base is 30. My level 3 rare longsword adds 80. So 110 total, times 100-fold amplification, 1 punch does over 10,000. Frost cut in. Mine's about the same, also 100-fold amplification, around 12,000. Ing Rin said lazily. Mine's not attack amplification, it's assassination amplification. Single hit can reach 20,000, just weak on sustain. I quietly compared in my head. Their attacks were over 10,000. Mine was 50, a difference of more than 200 times. But I had 50 billion health. The 3 of them combined didn't top 3,000. Yin Yin looked at me, her expression complicated. This attack power of yours, you really just rely entirely on tanking? Yeah. She went quiet for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. All right. You can take the hits. We deal the damage. Perfect combo. Frost smiled too. Tomorrow, the 3rd floor. Let's show all those people who look down on us what the strongest team looks like. Ingrid yawned. Enough talk. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. The cafeteria was as big as a stadium and packed with people. I grabbed my tray and found a corner to sit in. I'd barely taken 2 bites when I felt countless eyes land on me, and whispers kept drifting over. That's Su Lin, the level 3 guy who beat a level 7 monster. He teamed up with Yin Yin and them. They'll clear the 3rd floor easy tomorrow. I kept my head down and focused on eating. After the meal, everyone went back to their own dorms. Dragon City Battle Academy was in a whole different league compared to that rundown inn at Villain Valley. Single rooms with a bed, a desk, a private bathroom, and even training equipment mounted on the walls. I lay on the bed and opened the news. The #1 trending topic was still me. Su Lin confirmed to join Dragon City Battle Academy. Zhang Tianxiong personally sent someone to bring him in. The comment section was in a frenzy. Dragon City Battle Academy hit the jackpot. The Su families got their hands full now. Su Qin's on house arrest, and Wang Fu confessed everything. The truth is out, Suchin really was a two-faced snake. I scrolled through them one by one, no expression on my face, then closed it and shut my eyes. Tomorrow, the third floor of the tower to heaven. Sunday morning, 7 o'clock. The crowd in front of the tower to heaven's entrance was enormous. Every level 3 student had to clear their floor today, and everyone was decked out in brand new gear, faces both nervous and excited. Only I was still in the same old rags, a faded old jacket washed nearly white, frayed cuffs, pants that came up too short. Yin Yin looked at me, and her mouth twitched. Could you not buy some new gear? No need. Frost cut in. You've got a decent number of points, right? You racked up plenty from that 5-win streak. I didn't say anything. I did have a lot of points, over 30,000, enough to buy a full set of rare gear with some to spare. But I didn't want to, because I'd figured out that the little bit of health gear adds becomes ridiculously cost-effective after 100 million-fold amplification. A level 3 rare armor adds 1200 health. Someone else buys it and gets 1200. I buy it, and it's 1200 times 100 million. Do you have any idea what that means? But I still didn't want to spend anything yet. I was saving my points for something more important. As for gear, there'd be plenty of time to buy it when I really needed it. For now, my health was more than enough. All right, forget about his gear. Ingrid yawned. He couldn't die in there even if he went in stark naked. Yin Yin and Frost exchanged a glance and nodded helplessly. Crude as the words were, the logic wasn't. The light gates slowly opened, and the crowd started moving in. The eyes gathered on us again. For monsters all on one team, they'll clear it easy. Not necessarily. The third floor has a 45% failure rate. With Su Lin tanking, what's there to be scared of? A flash of light, and the 4 of us vanished into the gate. The scene shifted before my eyes into a massive stone chamber, twice the size of the second floor. The walls were carved with iron-gray runes, and the ground was covered in the trampled tracks of wild boars. In the center of the chamber, a row of iron-armored boars glared at us, their bodies covered in tough iron-gray hide, 2 thick, long tusks each. They pawed at the ground with their hind hooves, white steam snorting from their nostrils. Behind them crouched several healing slimes, soft and limp, glowing green. Since we were a 4-person team, the monster count was quadrupled, 20 iron-armored boars and 8 healing slimes. Clear condition. Kill them all within 1 hour. Stick to the plan, Yin Yin said in a low voice. Su Lin tanks the monsters. The 3 of us take out the slimes first. I nodded and took a step forward. The 20 boars locked onto me instantly, tusks aimed my way, ready to charge at any moment. I took a deep breath and suddenly rushed forward. The 20 boars' eyes turned red in an instant, and with a roar they all slammed into me at once. Bam, 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 bam. One after another crashed solidly into me. I stumbled back a step, then steadied myself. They swarmed around me, wildly goring, ramming, and biting me with their tusks, damage notifications popping up so fast it was like a screen refresh. I ignored all of it, scanning the whole arena, ready to block any monster that tried to charge the back line. Yin Yin and the other 2 exchanged a glance and charged the slimes together. Flame burst. Yin Yin swung her sword down, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky. One slime turned to ash before it could even squeal. Frost pierce. Frost thrust out his sword, and dozens of ice spikes rose from the ground, skewering another slime like a sieve. Within a few breaths, all 8 slimes were dead. The boars were still frantically attacking me. I glanced down at my health bar, 50 billion, and I'd lost less than 10,000. But if the 3 of them had taken that kind of pounding, they'd already be sitting in urns. I looked up. You can start on the boars now. Yin Yin grinned. You got it. The 4 of us started the slaughter. Yin Yin, 1 boar per swing. Frost, 1 boar per swing. Run, 1 boar every 2 strikes. 20 boars, 30 seconds, all dead. The clear notification popped up. Clear time, 1 minute, 23 seconds. I leveled up to 4, and my health rose to 60 billion. A flash of light, and we were teleported out. Yin Yin stretched. Awesome. 1 minute 23. That's a record, right? Frost checked the time. The third floor team clear record is 3 minutes 47. We're more than twice as fast. Ingrid yawned. It's way too easy with Su Lin around. If those 20 boars had swarmed me, I never would have gotten out. I opened my panel and glanced at my health. 60 billion. Up another 10 billion. Yin Yin leaned in. Hey, Su Lin, be honest, how much health do you actually have? I glanced at her and stayed quiet for 2 seconds. I knew I needed some kind of reasonable explanation, so I decided to tell everyone I was 10,000-fold amplification. That could both explain why I could tank so well and keep my real trump card hidden. 6 million. Yin Yin froze. How much? Frost froze too. 6 million. Ing Renzian stuck halfway out. All three of them stared at me, wide-eyed. Yin Yin swallowed. Say that again? 6 million. Dead silence. It was a while before Yin Yin stammered out. 6 million? I've only got 2,000 health, for God's sake. Frost's mouth twitched. Mine's only 2,300. For once Ingrid didn't look burned out. He was wide-eyed. Are you even human? I didn't say anything. I knew the number was terrifying. Even a triple S rank health enhancement type would only have 60,000 health. Mine was 6 million, 100 times theirs. Yin Yin took a deep breath and patted her chest. All right, you're badass. 6 million health. I'm impressed. Frost nodded. Totally impressed. Ingrid suddenly grinned at me. Should we call you the Blood Ox from now on? Or the Meat Shield King? I thought about it. Just Su Lin is fine. The three of them exchanged a glance and all laughed. The crowd around us watched the four of us, their expressions complicated. Envy, jealousy, admiration, but mostly awe. Clearing the third floor in 1 minute 23 seconds. These four monsters were definitely going to be the big names at Dragon City Battle Academy from now on. That night, a new post appeared on the Dragon City Battle Academy forum. Su Lin's four-man team clears third floor in 1 minute 23 seconds, sets new record. The comments section blew up again. Damn, 1 minute 23. Is he even human? I heard Su Lin has 6 million health. Is that for real? 6 million? At level 4? You're kidding me. It's true. Someone heard him say it with their own ears. 6 million at level 4. How much would that be at level 80? I can't even imagine. The Su family really messed up. Their own son is this strong, and they kicked him out. Serves them right, blind fools. Su Chun, that two-faced snake, is on house arrest, and Wang Fu confessed everything. From today on, Su Lin is my one and only idol. I lay on the bed reading these comments. No expression on my face. The 6 million health the outside world thought I had was already shocking beyond words. If they knew I was actually at 60 billion, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. Level 4. I was only just getting started. Outside the window the night was deep, and in the distance the tower to heaven stood silently, waiting for my next challenge. The next morning, the Dragon City Battle Academy forum blew up again. This time it wasn't because of the record-breaking clear time. Someone had recorded that line where I said 6 million and posted it online. The headline was especially explosive, exclusive recording. Su Lin personally admits to 6 million health. Click the audio and the conversation was crystal clear. Someone asked me how much health I actually had, and I said 6 million. They didn't catch it and asked again, and I said 6 million again. Then came dead silence, followed by Yin Yan stammered, I've only got 2,000 health, for God's sake. The entire comment section just crashed. 6 million? Is there something wrong with my ears? 6 million at level 4, do you have any idea what that means? Let me do the math. A level 4 blank slate has 400 health. Even a triple S rank health enhancement type at 100-fold would only be 40,000. 6 million, how many times is that? Over 10,000 times. 10,000-fold. Is that a power or a cheat code? The Awakening Stone showed D rank that day, which means doubling 10,000 times? You call that doubling. From today on, please call him the Blood God. Blood God Su Lin. The moment those words appeared, the comments below immediately flooded with them. Within a single hour, it shot up to the #1 trending topic. The whole internet was talking about this 6 million health monster. At that very moment, the Awakener Association headquarters was holding an emergency meeting. I only found out later. That morning at 8 o'clock, more than a dozen senior members of the association sat in the conference room. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with white hair, a level 85 badge pinned to his chest, the association president, Chen Jiuzhou. You've all heard the recording? Chen Jiuzhou rapped on the table. Level 4, 6 million health. Can someone explain to me exactly what this means? A middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up. President, I ran the numbers. A level 4 blank slate has 400 health. To reach 6 million, you'd need a 10,000-fold amplification. The strongest known health enhancement power was that Deathless Yama from 50 years ago, triple S rank, 200-fold amplification. 10,000-fold is 50 times his. The conference room went silent for a second. Someone asked, could the awakening stone have made a mistake? The day he awakened, it showed D rank. The man in glasses shook his head. The awakening stone hasn't been wrong in 100 years. The only explanation is that his power isn't conventional health enhancement at all. Then what is it? The man in glasses was quiet for a few seconds, then said slowly, I don't know. But I suspect this may be an entirely new power tier, one that's never appeared before. He paused, then said, word by word. Our current ranking system, from D to triple S, was compiled from 100 years of data. The ceiling is 200-fold. But if someone can break through that ceiling and reach 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold, then he's beyond our existing framework. I think we should establish a new tier. What tier? The man in glasses looked at the president and slowly spat out one word, God tier. The conference room fell dead silent. Everyone was stunned by that word. Ever since the tower to heaven descended 100 years ago and Awakeners appeared, there had never been such a tier. D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, that was all of it. Triple S was the ceiling, the limit of human potential. But now, someone was telling them that this ceiling might have been shattered. Shin Jojo was silent for a long time, then stood up. Let's vote. All in favor of establishing a new tier, God tier, raise your hand. More than a dozen hands shot up all at once. Unanimous. Good. From now on, the Awakener power ranking system adds a new tier, God tier. Criteria: amplification exceeding 1,000-fold, or possessing a special ability of equivalent magnitude. He looked at the man in glasses. You go draft the announcement. Have it out before noon. Then he looked at another person. Contact Dragon City Battle Academy. I want to meet this Su Lin in person. And when this news reached the Su family in Skyvault City, the atmosphere in that house was so tense it felt ready to explode. My mother sat on the sofa, her face ashen, gripping her phone. On the screen was the announcement the association had just released, a new God tier established. The first nominated Awakener is Su Lin, a new student at Dragon City Battle Academy, whose level 4 health reaches 6 million, with an estimated amplification of over 10,000-fold. She read it, her hands trembling, muttering to herself, God tier. He became God tier. Su Yao stood beside her, her face pale. Mom, how is this possible? He was clearly D-rank trash. And father sat at the head of the room, saying nothing. There was no expression on his face, but the knuckles of the hand gripping the armrest were white. His own flesh and blood son had become the first God-tier Awakener in human history. And he had thrown that son out of the house, put out a citywide warrant for his arrest, and practically wished him dead. Me, at that moment, I was lying in my dorm at Dragon City Battle Academy, woken up by a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was Yin Yan's voice, frantic. Su Lin, open up. Hurry. I opened my eyes and checked the time. 9 in the morning. I'd been scrolling the forum until 3 a.m. last night, so I'd only gotten 6 hours of sleep. I got up and opened the door. Yin Yin stood there, holding up her phone, her face practically pressed against mine. Look at this. I glanced at it. The Awakener Association's announcement. New God tier established. First nomination, Su Lin. I paused for a moment, then said flatly, okay. Yin Yan's eyes went wide. Okay, that's it. You became God tier. The first in human history. And all you've got is okay? I thought about it. Then, thank you. Ha ha. Does that work? Yin Yan choked. Frost poked his head out from behind her, looking exasperated. Are you even human? Something this huge, and that's your reaction? Ingrid leaned against the wall, and for once he didn't yawn. The guy didn't bat an eye over 6 million health. This is nothing to him. Yin Yin took a deep breath and patted her chest. All right, you're badass. Come on, the dean's asking for you. The whole way there, everyone was looking at me, with awe, with worship, with curiosity. That's him, the 6 million health guy. We'll have to call him the blood god now. I kept my head down and walked briskly forward. The dean's office was on the top floor of the administrative building. I pushed open the door, and there were already several people inside. Old Zhang, the dean, sat at the head, and he grinned at me. You're here? Sit. Then he pointed to a white-haired old man beside him. This is Chun Jiuzhou, president of the Awakener Association. He came specifically to see you. Chun Jiuzhou looked at me, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and a hint of appreciation. Su Lin, I'll get straight to the point. Your power is something that has never appeared in human history. We've decided to formally certify you as a God-tier Awakener. I didn't say anything, but there's one thing we need to confirm. How exactly did your power come about? Were you born with it, or did something change after you awakened? I was quiet for 2 seconds. There was no dodging this question, but I couldn't tell the truth, at least not all of it. I was born with it, I said calmly. It's been this way since I was a kid. He narrowed his eyes. Since childhood? Were you ever injured as a child? Struck by lightning, maybe? Or fell into some strange place? I shook my head. No. He stared at me for a good while, then finally nodded. All right. However it came about, the facts are right in front of us. 6 million health. That can't be faked. He stood and extended his hand. Su Lin, congratulations. You're the first God-tier Awakener in human history. I stood up too and shook his hand. Thank you. Don't thank me. You earned this yourself. From now on, you're the hope of the entire nation. The hope of the entire nation. Those words weighed heavy on my shoulders. There was no expression on my face, but inside I felt a tangle of emotions. That trash the whole city had a warrant out for had become the hope of the entire nation. I thought of the damp, moldy walls of the Su family basement, the nights I'd been wrongly accused, the way Su Chin used to look down on me. Then I smiled, a slightly cold smile. The hope of the entire nation. Not bad. At least from now on, no one would dare push me around. Coming out of the dean's office, Yin Yin and the other two immediately swarmed me. Well? Yin Yan's eyes were sparkling. The president came to see you in person. Are they giving you a God-tier certification gold medal or something? He just wanted to confirm things. Nothing else. TCH, boring. Yin Yin rolled her eyes. Come on, I'll take you somewhere good. The equipment vault. You're the treasured baby of Dragon City Battle Academy now. The dean personally approved it. A full set of level 4 rare gear, free of charge. I paused. Free? A whole set of rare gear? Knowing old Zhang's loudmouth personality, he really would do something like that. The equipment management center was a gray, 3-story building. I pushed open the door, and all 4 walls were lined with transparent display cases, blades, spears, swords, halberds, armor, protective gear, rings, necklaces, all gleaming in every color under the lights. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a gray uniform with a level 45 badge pinned to his chest. When he saw me, he came right over. Su Lin, I've been waiting for you a while. Follow me. He led us across the hall, through an iron door, and into a separate storage room. Several pieces of gear hung on the walls, giving off a faint glow. A level 4 rare set, personally approved by the dean. Weapon, armor, ring, 3 pieces total. I looked up. A black longsword, the blade long and slender, its edge glinting with a cold light, adds 120 attack. A silver gray armor with a palm-sized heartguard mirror on the chest, adds 1200 health. And a ring set with a blue gemstone, adds 60 attack and 600 health. I quietly did the math in my head. The armor adds 1200, the ring adds 600, for 1800 health total. Someone else puts it on and gets 1800. I put it on and it's 1800 times 100 million, 180 billion. Plus my current base of 40 billion. That's 220 billion total. 200 billion health. I took a deep breath. And this was just level 4 rare gear. Later there'd be epic, legendary. If I ever put on higher grade gear. What are you standing there for? Yin Yin gave me a shove. Hurry up and try it on. I nodded. Put on the armor, slipped on the 2 rings, and gripped the black longsword. A warm sensation flowed from the gear, as if something had connected itself to me. I opened my panel. Health 220 billion, attack 220. Yin Yin leaned in. How much now? I glanced at her and stayed quiet for 2 seconds. 200-some billion health absolutely could not be said. I had to keep up that 10,000-fold amplification image I'd put out. 20 million. Yin Yan's expression froze. Frost froze too. Ing Renzian stuck halfway out again. All 3 of them stared at me like I was a monster. 20 million? Yin Yan's voice cracked. Weren't you just 6 million a second ago? The gear adds to it. Frost's mouth twitched. Gear can add 20-some million? What gear is that overpowered? Rare gear. The three of them were completely speechless. They wore rare sets too. Yin Yin had 2,800 health, Frost 2,200, Ingrid 2,600. Combined, they didn't even amount to a fraction of mine. Yin Yin took a deep breath and patted her chest. All right, you're badass. From now on our team, you handle the tanking and we'll handle cheering you on. The middle-aged man stood to the side watching all this, his expression complicated. He'd handled countless pieces of gear and seen countless geniuses, but a new student with 20 million health, that was a first. I signed the form and handed it back to him. He took it, then suddenly said, "Kid, live well. With that health of yours, you might just tank your way straight up the tower to heaven someday and see what the view's like at the top." I glanced at him and nodded. Thank you. Walking out of the equipment management center, the sunlight outside was just right. Yin Yin and the others were clamoring to go to the cafeteria to celebrate. I followed behind them, but my eyes landed on the tower to heaven in the distance. The black tower pierced straight into the clouds, glinting coldly in the sunlight. 30 billion, 60 billion, 200 billion. I really had gotten stronger, but it wasn't enough. I thought of Su Jintian. Level 89, triple S rank attack power, one of the 5 strongest in the entire nation. His amplification had to be at least 100-fold. A level 89 blank slate has 9 billion attack, times 100-fold is 900 billion. A single strike of 900 billion, and that's before factoring in gear, passives, skills, and item bonuses. In a real fight, one punch would easily be trillions or tens of trillions of damage. My 200 billion health, against a single punch of his, was a joke. I still had to get stronger. Much, much stronger. Hey, Yin Yan's voice pulled me back. What are you thinking about? I pulled my gaze back and shook my head. Nothing. Let's go. But I knew in my heart, the road I had to walk was still very, very long. That afternoon at 2 o'clock, the classroom was packed. Lei Jin stood at the podium, swept his gaze across the 30-some new students, and grinned, bearing a mouthful of white teeth. Very good. Every last one of you cleared the 3rd floor. Not a single dropout. You didn't disappoint me. A small stir went through the room. Some breathed a sigh of relief, some high-fived each other. But, he drew out the word, don't celebrate too soon. Next Sunday the tower to heaven opens again, and the 4th floor's monsters go from common tier to superior tier. The difficulty triples. If you don't want to die and don't want to be stuck at this level for the rest of your life, then you'd better train hard this week. He clicked on the projector, and the 4th floor data appeared on the wall. 8 common tier monsters plus 2 superior tier monsters. Superior tier, 2,400 health, 240 attack, and they come with area of effect attacks and a berserk skill. 4-person team failure rate, 65%. A chorus of sharp breaths went through the classroom. 2,400 health, 240 attack. The difficulty really had gone up. But for an elite class, as long as you didn't slip up, 100% clear was normal. Still, who dared to be careless? One mistake meant death, meant getting stuck at your level. Quiet. Lei Jin slapped the desk. I know that for all of you, as long as you learn each monster's attacks and habits and don't get surrounded, you can clear it. But I won't allow any accidents. This week, I want all of you doing hellish training to guarantee 100% clear for every single one of you. With that, he turned to leave, but stopped at the door and looked back at me. Su Lin, come with me for a minute. Out in the hallway, Lei Jin leaned against the wall and looked at me. Kid, I heard. Your health's thick, 20-some million. I nodded. He gave a laugh. Badass. But remember this, thick health isn't everything. That superior monster on the 4th floor has 240 attack. It won't hurt you, but it has skills. There's a rare monster called the Berserk Giant Ape. When it goes wild, it can slam the ground over and over, area damage, wiping out a whole patch with each slam. You can tank it. Your teammates can't. I was quiet for 2 seconds. I understand. Good then. These 6 days, you focus mainly on 2 things. First, how to hold aggro on the monsters steadily so they don't go after your teammates. Second, how to use your body to shield your teammates from area damage. He patted my shoulder. Go on, get to the training ground. The training ground was behind the academic building, a huge open field the size of 5 soccer fields. The ground was paved with hard rock, and tall energy barriers stood all around to keep skills from hurting bystanders. By now there were already plenty of people practicing on the field. Some stood in a row unleashing powers at targets. Fire, frost, lightning, wind blades all interwoven, booming with each impact. Others practiced positioning in groups. One shield bearer holding the front while 2 behind poured out damage, and a healer standing at the very back. The 4 of us found a corner and started training. At 3 in the afternoon, I was practicing holding aggro. To the left. To the left. Yes, that's it. Keep that berserk giant ape's aggro locked on you. Yin Yin stood off in the distance, casting fire and directing at the same time. Frost and Ing Ren flanked the sides, handling any small monsters that slipped through. Following her instructions, I moved nimbly through the simulated horde. Even though my health was ridiculously thick, Lei Jun was right. Thick health didn't mean foolproof. I had to learn how to use my body to shield my teammates from those area attacks. Just as we finished one round, Ingren suddenly stopped, pulled out his phone, and took a look. Holy crap! That single exclamation had a completely different tone from his usual lazy self, carrying a mix of shock and a bit of schadenfreude. Yin Yin turned. What is it? Ingren didn't say anything, just handed the phone over. Yin Yin took one look and froze too, then looked up at me, her expression a jumbled mess. Su Lin, see for yourself. I took the phone. On the screen was a news article. Awakener Association officially grants Su Lin God Tier certification. First God Tier Awakener in human history is born. The body said that in my level 4 state, my health reached 22 million, an amplification of 10,000-fold, and President Shinjiojo called it a milestone in the history of human awakening. I read it. No expression on my face. I knew that God Tier was just talent. No matter how gifted a person was, they could still die young. Every floor of the tower to heaven could bring an accident, and one accident meant that no matter how incredible your talent, that was where you'd stop. I handed the phone back to Ing Run, turned around, and went back to practicing my aggro holding. Yin Yan's eyes went wide. Hey, that's your reaction? You became God Tier, the first in all of humanity. The whole country's talking about you. I know, I said as I moved. But does that guarantee I can rely on talent alone to clear all the way past the 88th floor of the tower to heaven? Fail even once along the way, and I'm just another nobody. Yin Yin was left with nothing to say. Frost muttered off to the side. He really is a monster, and I don't mean that as an insult. I mean it literally. For once Ingrid smiled. Come on, back to training. If the main character himself isn't excited, what are we getting worked up over? And at that moment, the Su family in Skyvault City had completely erupted. I only found out later. That afternoon at 3:20, the atmosphere in the Su family living room was so heavy it was suffocating. On the coffee table in front of father sat 3 phones, all their screens full of news about me. God Tier certification, 22 million health. Level 4 crushing level 40. The underdog rise from trash to God Tier. Every single one was like a slap across the Su family's faces. Mother sat on the sofa, her face frighteningly pale, the tissue clenched in her hand long since balled up. 22 million, she murmured. Level 4. Su Yao stood to one side, biting her lip until it went white, her mind flooded with images from the past. She remembered how, as children, I'd get up early to make breakfast for the whole family, and she'd complain it tasted bad and dump the food straight into the trash. She remembered the notes I'd stayed up late to copy for her, which she threw into a drawer to gather dust without even a glance. She remembered how Su Chun had accidentally shoved me into the pond, and how she'd stood on the bank, not only refusing to help but scolding me for being careless. She remembered every single time I was wrongly accused, scolded, made to kneel in the basement, and she'd never once said a word to defend me. Not once. And now that little brother she'd trampled underfoot had become the first God Tier Awakener in all of humanity. Level 4 already surpassing level 40 in health. What would he be like once he reached level 89? She didn't dare imagine it. She just felt something stuck in her chest, choking her, making her miserable. If only she'd been a little kinder to me back then. If she hadn't been so biased. If she'd helped me even once. Then she'd be the sister of a God Tier Awakener now. Her family would be labeled a God Tier family. And who wouldn't look up to her wherever she went? But now, she didn't even have my phone number. She'd been blocked on WeChat too. All she could do was learn about me through the news. Su Yao's eyes went red. Su Ling stood beside her, her expression even worse. What she remembered were even more sickening things. I'd saved up half a year's allowance to buy Su Chun a birthday present, and Su Chun had unwrapped it in front of everyone, tossed it aside in disgust. And Su Ling not only didn't speak up for me, she'd laughed along. She remembered when I'd been pushed into the pond and nearly drowned, and she'd scolded me for being careless. She remembered when I was made to kneel in the basement, and she'd walked right past without so much as a glance. And now, standing before me, she was less than nothing. Su Ling lowered her head, tears dripping down one after another. Su Xiaoxiao hid in a corner, secretly scrolling her phone. She was the youngest and the most sensitive. She remembered one time when I'd given her a piece of candy, and she hadn't dared take it, afraid her sisters would say something. I hadn't said anything, just smiled and took the candy back. That was the first time she'd ever seen me smile, and even though it was a smile, she always felt there was something bitter in it. After that, I never gave her candy again. Mother finally spoke, her voice hoarse like a cracked gong. Jintian, did we do the wrong thing? Father said nothing. Mother's tears fell. He's the child I gave birth to, flesh of my own flesh, and I never once held him. She remembered when I'd first learned to walk, how I'd toddled unsteadily toward her, reaching out my little hands to be picked up. She'd found it a bother and just had the nanny carry me away. I hadn't cried. I'd just stood there, watching her back as she walked off. That look in my eyes, she still remembered it to this day. It wasn't the look of a child. It was the look of someone who'd been abandoned. She covered her face and wept, her whole body shaking. I was wrong, he's my son. How could I have treated him like that? Su Yao moved to help her up, but she shoved her away. Get away from me. You're all accomplices. If you hadn't said those things to him day in and day out, why would he hate us? Su Yao froze. Su Ling froze too. Su Xiaoxiao shrank into the corner, not daring to make a sound. Father finally spoke, his voice sinking as though it came from deep underground. Enough. The living room fell quiet. He stood, walked to the window, turned his back on everyone, and stayed silent for a long time. He's become God tier. 22 million health at level 4. When he reaches level 89, his health will be beyond measure. By then, he alone could tank the entire tower to heaven. He turned around and looked at his wife and daughters. Do you understand what this means? It means he's the hope of humanity's future. Every top academy, every powerhouse, the entire Awakener Association, they'll all stand behind him. It means our Su family has offended someone we cannot afford to offend. Mother looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Then what do we do? Father was silent for a few seconds, then picked up his phone. Call him. Mother fumbled to dig out my number and dialed. Ring, ring. The number you have dialed is currently on another call. She dialed again. The number you have dialed is powered off. She froze, then opened WeChat, found my profile picture, and sent a message. A red exclamation mark popped up. You are not yet this person's friend. Her hand trembled, and she nearly dropped the phone. Su Yao dialed 2, busy. WeChat, red exclamation mark. Su Ling, red exclamation mark. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated, then tried sending 1 too. Big brother Su Lin, I miss you. Red exclamation mark. The whole family stared at each other, faces pale. Every single one of them had been blocked, without exception. Father picked up his phone again and dialed a number. Hello, connect me to the dean's office at Dragon City Battle Academy. The call connected. Old Zhang, it's Su Jintian. I'd like to speak with Su Lin on the phone. On the other end, Old Zhang was silent for a second, then burst out laughing. Su Jintian, are you messing with me? You threw your son out of the house, put out a citywide warrant for him, and now that he's become God tier, you want to talk to him on the phone. I know, Father said, his voice sinking further. That's why I want to apologize to him in person. Old Zhang laughed even harder. Apologize? I can't even get through to that kid's phone. What makes you think you can? Father was silent. Old Zhang stopped laughing and said flatly, Su Jintian, let me give you a piece of advice. That kid is at Dragon City Battle Academy, under my protection. And Elder Zhan Tianxiong himself said this boy is his final disciple. If you dare lay a hand on him, you're going up against the entire Dragon City Battle Academy, and against Elder Zhan Tianxiong. I don't intend to touch him. I just want to make amends. Old Zhang was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. Too late. That kid's heart has gone cold. I can see it. He's not someone you can coax back with a little sweetness. You know full well how you treated him back then, and so does he. The call ended. The living room fell into dead silence. Mother collapsed onto the sofa, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Su Yao lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Su Ling bit her lip until it bled. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly watching them, feeling, inexplicably, a little satisfied. Father stood at the window, his back still straight and imposing. But no one saw the knuckles of the hand gripping his phone turn white. The silence stretched on so long that Mother thought he wouldn't speak again. Father finally turned around. Get ready. Tomorrow, we go to Dragon City Battle Academy. Apologize in person and beg him to come back. Mother opened her mouth, but in the end she only nodded. Bring Su Chen down here. A few minutes later, Su Chen was wheeled down. He sat in the wheelchair, his face pale, his eyes red and swollen, looking utterly haggard. Dad, you wanted me? Father looked at him, his expression complicated. This adopted son, he doted on him for 18 years, given him the best resources, the best gear, the best education. And now, it was this very adopted son who had ruined everything. Kneel. Su Chen blinked. Dad, kneel. Father's voice was cold as ice. Su Chen shuddered, struggled out of the wheelchair, and knelt on the floor. Father walked over and stood over him, looking down. Wang Fu confessed everything. You're the one who sent him to teach Su Lin a lesson. Su Chen's face went white. Dad, I just wanted to scare him a little. Scare him? Father sneered. A level 21 attacking a level 2. You call that scaring him? Su Chen lowered his head, his shoulders shaking. Father was silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked toward the stairs. At the foot of the staircase, he stopped. From today on, you'll stay in the basement. You don't come out without my permission. Su Chen's head jerked up. Dad, don't call me Dad. Father didn't even turn around. I'm not your father. He went upstairs. Su Chen knelt on the floor, trembling all over. But no one saw that beneath his lowered eyelids, his eyes were cold as ice. The next day, the media in Skyvault City exploded. The Su family held a press conference, the whole family present. Reporters packed the hall to the point of bursting, cameras of every size trained on the stage. Father stood at the podium and said in a heavy voice, Today, on behalf of the Su family, I publicly apologize to Su Lin. The whole room erupted. Over the past 18 years, we neglected Su Lin and made him suffer many injustices. In particular, in this recent matter of the arrest warrant, we issued it without investigating the truth, causing him tremendous harm. He paused, his voice dropping low. Right here, in front of everyone, I apologize to Su Lin. Su Lin, if you can see this news, Dad was truly wrong. Please come home. We promise to love you with all our hearts from now on. Mother took the microphone, tears already flowing. Su Lin, Mom is sorry. Mom never once held you. When you were little and reached out to be picked up, Mom found you a bother and had the nanny carry you away. Mom was wrong. She was crying too hard to go on. Su Yao took the microphone, her eyes red. Su Lin, I wasn't good to you before. I was wrong. Come home, and I promise I'll be good to you from now on. I'll never let you suffer again. Su Ling's voice trembled. Su Lin, me too. I know you won't forgive me, but I really do regret it. I'm begging you, give me a chance. Su Xiaoxiao took the microphone last and said softly, Big brother Su Lin, I miss you. Won't you come home? The whole room went quiet. The reporters snapped away frantically, flashbulbs blurring into one continuous glare. The video shot straight to the #1 trending spot, and the comment section split down the middle. Some said the Su family had finally admitted their wrongs. Blood is thicker than water, and Su Lin should give them a chance. Others said, bullshit. 18 years of neglect, 18 years of false accusations, and one apology is supposed to wipe it all away. Dream on. Even more people were waiting for my response. Me, at that moment, I was practicing my positioning on the training ground. Yin Yin shoved her phone in my face. Look at this. The Su family held a press conference, and the whole family is crying and apologizing to you. I didn't even turn my head. I just kept training. Yin Yin got frantic. Hey, at least take a look. Your mom's crying so hard she's about to pass out. I finally stopped, took the phone, and looked at it for a few seconds. On the screen, Mother was weeping, her face streaked with tears, saying Mom was wrong. Su Yao, Su Ling, Su Xiao, one after another, all red-eyed, saying come home. Father stood at the podium, saying Dad was wrong. That day on the training ground, I handed the phone back to Yin Yin, turned around, and went back to practicing my positioning. Yin Yin was stunned. Your mom's crying like that. Your dad apologized in person. Are you going to go back? I didn't turn my head. My voice was very calm. No, that house is nothing but hell to me. I'll never go back. Yin Yin fell silent. Han Bing said quietly beside her, but they are your birth parents. I looked at him, and a smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Birth parents? Do you know what kind of man Su Jintian is? Han Bing blinked. He's one of the 5 greatest powerhouses in China. Level 89, triple S rank power, with more blood on his hands than all the salt you've ever eaten. I turned and went back to my positioning drills. Does a man like that care about a son? They're not apologizing because they feel they wronged me. They're apologizing because I became God tier, because the whole internet is cursing them, because they're afraid I'll take revenge later. That's all there is to it. Yan Yan opened her mouth to say something, but found there was nothing she could argue with. Ingren leaned against the wall, and for once he didn't yawn. All right, stop trying to talk him out of it. The guy knows what he's doing. He glanced at me. But Su Lin, you'd better be careful. A man like Su Jintian cares most about his face. You're slapping his face now. He apologizes on the surface, but behind your back, he just might. I stopped walking. Of course I knew. Anyone who could claim a spot among the 5 greatest powerhouses was ruthless to the bone. Apologizing to your face while stabbing you in the back. I'd seen plenty of that. And besides, the Su family still had Su Chun. That two-faced snake had to hate me to death by now. I know, I said. That's exactly why I can't go back. Going back would be a dead end. I looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, the horizon dyed blood red. And at that moment, back at the Su family, the press conference had just ended, and the whole family returned to the living room, the atmosphere so heavy it felt ready to explode. I only found out later. That day, Father stood at the window, his back to everyone, silent for a long time before finally speaking. He didn't answer the phone. Not a single one of us got through. Mother's tears fell again. Does he hate us to death? Father said nothing. Mother covered her face. I was wrong. If only I'd been a little kinder to him back then, even just a little. Enough. Father cut her off and turned around. There was no expression on that imposing face, but his eyes were cold as ice. He won't come back. 18 years of neglect, 18 years of false accusations, on top of this arrest warrant. If you were him, would you come back? Mother had nothing to say. Su Yao said quietly. Then what do we do? He's God tier now. If he takes revenge later. Father was silent for a few seconds, then spoke, his voice very calm. That's why we can't let him grow strong. The living room went instantly silent. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed. Mother's voice trembled. Jintian, what do you mean? Father looked at her. Wanqing, do you know how I climbed my way to the 5 greatest powerhouses all these years? For words, ruthless and merciless. Anyone in my way, I kill. Anyone who threatens me, I kill. Anyone I can't use, I kill. He looked out the window, his voice growing colder and colder. Su Lin is God tier now. 20-some million health at level 4. When he reaches level 89, what will he be like? By then, if he wants revenge, who in our Su family could stop him? Mother's face went white. Father turned around. So there are only 2 paths. First, he comes back, genuinely submits to the Su family, and I train him with everything I have. Second, he paused. He dies. Mother shuddered. Jintian, he's your own son. A flicker of pain crossed Father's eyes, but it vanished quickly. I know, but I'm also the head of the Su family. I can't gamble the entire family on his mercy. Mother collapsed onto the sofa, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Su Yao and Su Ling exchanged a glance, and each saw the fear in the other's eyes. Father picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Look into whether Dragon City Battle Academy has any external missions coming up, and get someone to keep an eye on the academy. The moment he leaves the campus, tell me immediately. He hung up, then stood at the window, watching the blood-red sunset in the distance. And at that moment, I had just finished my last set of positioning drills and sat on the ground, panting, exhausted. Yin handed me a bottle of water. I took it and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Han Bing leaned in. Su Lin, do you think Su Jintian might? He didn't finish, but his meaning was obvious. I was silent for a few seconds. He will. Yin blinked. Huh? He dare? You're God tier, the first in all of humanity. If something happened to you at Dragon City Battle Academy, do you think the Awakener Association would let him off? I shook my head. He won't move openly. If he does move, he'll do it flawlessly, so no one can find any evidence. I stood up and brushed the dust off. So I need to get strong fast. Strong enough that even if he comes at me himself, he can't kill me. Yin looked at me, her expression complicated. Me at level 4, saying I'd one day be strong enough to tank a level 89. If anyone else had said that, she'd surely have thought it was bragging. But when I said it, she believed it. All right. She patted my shoulder. We'll train together. When you reach level 89, we'll climb the tower together and show that Su Jintian what a real powerhouse looks like. I glanced at her, and the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Okay. At 8 that night, I lay on my bed scrolling my phone. The #1 trending topic was still the Su family's apology, and the comment section had erupted into an all-out war. Some said blood is thicker than water and I should go back. Others cursed, saying 18 years of neglect couldn't be wiped away with one apology. Did they think I was an idiot? Still others analyzed that a man like Su Jintian could never genuinely apologize. There had to be something fishy going on. I scrolled through them one by one, no expression on my face, then opened a private message. The sender was an unfamiliar account, its profile picture solid black, the content just one line. Watch out for Su Jintian. There's no way he'll let you go. I stared at those words for a long time, then replied, I know. The other side responded quickly, good. Here's some more information. Su Jintian is already looking into Dragon City Battle Academy's external missions. My pupils contracted. I asked, who are you? The other side replied, someone who doesn't want to see a genius die young. Then the profile picture went gray. I stared at the screen, silent for a long time. Su Jintian. So he really had made his move. I set down the phone, closed my eyes, and my mind raced. Dragon City Battle Academy was a safe zone. No matter how strong Su Jintian was, he wouldn't dare act here. But external missions were different. If one day the Academy arranged a real combat exercise outside the city, and someone ambushed me on the road, I thought of Wong Fu's punch. Level 21, 200,000 damage per hit. My health was over 200 billion now. Of course, 200,000 was nothing. But what if my opponent was level 40? If Su Jintian truly wanted to move, it would be a one-hit kill. He wouldn't give me a second chance. I took a deep breath. I had to level up fast, save up points fast, by percentage-based healing potions, by better gear, and also practice positioning, aggro holding, and how to survive in combat. I had no time to waste. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, I was already at the training ground. Alone, facing holographic monsters, drilling my positioning over and over. When Yin arrived, she saw me drenched in sweat, my clothes soaked through. Damn, you're up this early? I didn't turn my head. Yeah. Han Bing arrived too, his mouth twitching. You're pushing yourself to death here. Ingren walked over yawning, took one look, and for once didn't make some sarcastic remark. He just nodded. You get it. During the midday break, Yin handed me a bottle of water and couldn't help asking, Su Lin, be honest, did something happen? I was silent for a few seconds, then told them about the private message from last night. All three of their faces changed after hearing it. Han Bing slapped his thigh. Damn it. Su Jintian would really dare. Yin gritted her teeth. That's his own son. Ingren gave a cold laugh. So what if it's his own son? Every one of the 5 greatest powerhouses climbed to their spot over a mountain of corpses. Su Jintian's held that seat for so many years. Do you think there's little blood on his hands? I finished the water and stood up. So I have to level up fast. These 6 days, I plan to stay in the training ground all day. The 4th floor was a near guaranteed clear for us, but every practice session now was to avoid an accident inside the Tower to Heaven. I looked at the Tower to Heaven in the distance, its black body standing in the sunlight, silent and cold. Once I hit level 70 or 80, even if he comes at me himself, I won't be afraid. Yin looked at me, then suddenly smiled. All right, we're with you. Han Bing nodded. Yeah, we'll train together. Ing Ren, for once, didn't object. It's not like we've got anything better to do. I glanced at them and felt a bit of warmth inside. This was the first time in 18 years that anyone had been willing to stand on my side. Thank you. Yin Yin waved a hand. Thanks for what? Come on, back to training. Over the next 6 days, I practically welded myself to the training ground. Up before dawn every day, back to the dorm only in the dead of night. Positioning, aggro holding, blocking skills, controlling angles. The same routines, mechanically repeated over and over. I dragged the other 3 into the grind with me. At first they could still complain about being tired, but later, seeing the death-defying way I trained, none of them had the nerve to slack off. Damn, compared to him, I'm basically useless. Han Bing sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Yan Yan wiped away her sweat and watched me still training, her expression complicated. He's not training, he's fighting for his life. Ing Ren said lazily, someone wants to kill him. In his shoes, you'd fight for your life too. The 6 days flew by. Sunday morning at 7, the entrance to the 4th floor of the Tower to Heaven was already packed with people. Ready? Yin Yin flexed her wrists. I nodded. The 4 of us walked toward the light gate. A flash of light, and the scene shifted before my eyes. It was a massive cave, easily the size of half a soccer field, its walls crawling with glowing moss. In the center of the cave, a horde of monsters glared at us. 32 iron-armored giant lizards, their bodies covered in dark red scales, each as big as an ox, and 8 superior-tier berserk giant apes, twice the size of the lizards, covered in black fur, with a white V-shaped patch on their chests, pounding the ground with both fists and letting out low, guttural roars. Stick to the plan, Yin Yin said in a low voice. Su Lin tanks the monsters. The 3 of us take out the apes first. I nodded and took a step forward. The 40 monsters locked onto me instantly, their eyes glowing blood red. I took a deep breath and suddenly rushed forward. All 40 monsters went into a frenzy at once. The lizards opened their gaping maws and bit at my legs. 800 health a bite. 2 of the apes stood up, their 2-meter-plus bodies like small mountains, swinging their fists down at my head, 2,400 a punch. The damage notifications popped up as fast as a refreshing screen. If those attacks had landed on the 3 teammates behind me, they'd probably have been finished long ago. I stood at the very front, taking every single hit, making sure not one got past me. I glanced down at my health bar, 220 billion, less than 100,000 lost, not even a fraction of a fraction. I've got them held, I said calmly. Yin Yin and the other 2 exchanged a glance and charged the 2 apes together. Flame burst. A pillar of fire shot into the sky, scorching the fur off one ape and instantly wiping out a huge chunk of its health. Frost pierce. Dozens of ice spikes rose from the ground, skewering the other ape like a sieve. Both apes flew into a rage at once and turned to lunge at them. But the instant they moved, they felt something yank them back. They turned around to find me gripping one ankle of each ape, dragging them in place by sheer force. Where do you think you're going? The apes roared and swung their fists back into my face. 2,400. I didn't so much as blink. Yin Yin seized the chance for another sword strike, and the first ape crashed to the ground. The second panicked, struggling desperately to flee, but my hand clamped its ankle like an iron vice. Han Bing and Ing Ren struck at the same moment, ice spikes and shadow blades sinking into its body together, and the second ape went down too. 1 minute, and all 8 superior-tier monsters were dead. The remaining 32 lizards lunged at me even more frantically, but their pitiful attack power wasn't even enough to tickle me. Yin Yin and the other 2 stood off in the distance, harvesting them easily, 1 per swing. 3 minutes later, the clear notification popped up, clear time, 5 minutes, 47 seconds. I leveled up to 5, and my health rose to 230 billion. A flash of light, and we were teleported out. Yin Yin gave a big stretch. 5 minutes 47. That's a record, right? Han Bing checked his phone. The fastest 4-person team record for the 4th floor is 15 minutes 12. We're nearly 3 times faster. Ing Ren, for once, didn't yawn. He looked at me, his expression complicated. With him around, there's genuinely zero difficulty. Those 2 apes tried to come attack me, and he grabbed one in each hand and dragged them back by force. I've played games for years and never seen a tank this reliable. I looked at the three of them, and the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. This feeling, it was pretty good. Just then, a commotion came from the distance, and a crowd of reporters rushed over, cameras of every size trained on us. Su Lin, you cleared the fourth floor in 5 minutes 47. Do you have any secret? I said calmly, no secret. I can just take the hits. The reporters paused, then snapped away frantically. I can just take the hits. From anyone else's mouth, those words would be nonsense. But from mine, they were the plain truth. Yin Yin planted herself in front of me and waved them off. All right, no more photos, we're going to eat. The three of them shielded me and pushed through, and once we finally got out of the crowd, everyone let out a long breath. In the cafeteria, we'd barely taken 2 bites when a middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform walked over. Su Lin, the dean's asking for you. I recognized him as Lei Zhen's assistant, surname Li. I followed him across campus and up to the top floor of the administrative building. I pushed open the door, and there was more than just old Zhang in the office. There was also a white-haired old man, the Awakener Association president, Chen Jiuzhou. I paused. Why was he here again? Old Zhang grinned at me. You're here? Sit. Chen Jiuzhou looked at me, his eyes carrying a hint of appreciation. Su Lin, 5 minutes 47 to clear the 4th floor. Congratulations. I've called you here today because there's something I need to inform you of. 1 month from now, the National Academy Tournament. I paused. Old Zhang explained. It's held once a year, with every Awakener Academy in the country participating. There are 3 divisions, level 0 to 10, level 11 to 20, and level 21 to 30. Each academy can send up to 5 people per division. Your division is 0 to 10, and here at Dragon City Battle Academy, we want you to lead the team. I was silent for a few seconds. Compete in what? Real combat, Old Zhang said. Draw-based elimination, one-on-one, or team battles. The core rule is simple, just win. Chen Jiuzhou took over. This year's tournament is more important than ever. Because this year, the first God-tier contestant has appeared. I understood. They wanted me to display the power of God-tier to the whole country at the tournament. I'll take part. Old Zhang laughed. Straightforward. I knew you'd say yes. As I reached the door, Chen Jiuzhou suddenly called out to me. Su Lin, I heard about the Su Jintian matter. I said nothing. He was silent for a few seconds, then said slowly, You did the right thing. A man like that isn't worth forgiving. I glanced at him, nodded, and pushed the door open to leave. Back in the cafeteria, Yin Yin and the other 2 immediately swarmed me. What did the dean want with you? I sat down and picked up my chopsticks. 1 month from now, the National Academy Tournament. I'm leading the team. All 3 of them got excited at once. Damn, that's broadcast nationwide. The 0 to 10 division, with you on it. Isn't that a guaranteed win for us? For once, Ren didn't look burned out. A glint flashed in his eyes. I hear last year's champion was Skyvault Academy. This year, he didn't finish, but his meaning was obvious. Skyvault Academy, the Su family's home base. My hand paused as I reached for food. Skyvault Academy, Su Chun was there too. Yin Yin noticed my reaction and asked quietly, Su Lin, are you okay? I shook my head and kept eating. But inside, things were already churning. The National Academy Tournament, Skyvault Academy, Su Chun. 1 month from now, would we meet on the arena floor? I didn't know, but I knew that if we really did meet, I'd let that 2-faced snake see with his own eyes what a real God-tier was. At 2 that afternoon, the training ground. Lei Zhen stood before everyone, holding a list in his hand. You've all heard, right? 1 month from now, the National Academy Tournament. For the 0 to 10 division, we're sending 5 people. He read out, Su Lin, Yin Yin, Han Bing, Ing Run, and 1 more. He paused, looking toward an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the crowd. Lin Yu. Every gaze swung over at once. In the corner stood a girl, 17 or 18, in an ordinary training uniform, her long hair tied into a ponytail, no expression on her face. The badge on her chest read S rank, Light of Healing. She glanced up at Lei Zhen, nodded, then lowered her head again. Yin Yin leaned in and whispered in my ear, Lin Yu, the only healer in our class. S rank healing power. They say she can instantly restore 2,000 health. She never talks, like an invisible person. Lei Zhen continued. From today on, the five of you are one team. Train together every day, get your coordination smooth. 1 month from now, bring me back that champion's trophy. Su Lin, you're the captain." I paused. "Captain?" I looked at Yin Yin and the other two, and they nodded at me, their eyes full of trust. Then I looked at Lin Yu. She glanced up at me, nodded, then lowered her head again. "All right," I said. In the days that followed, the five of us began hellish training. Up at 5 every morning, back to the dorm at 10 at night. Positioning, coordination, tactics, emergency reactions, drilled over and over. Lin Yu didn't like to talk, but she was surprisingly in sync when it came to coordination. Su Lin tanks the monsters. Yin Yin is main damage. Han Bing is secondary damage plus crowd control. Ingrin looks for openings to cut to the back line, and I handle healing. She spoke up for once, her voice clear and cool. "With this setup, as long as Su Lin doesn't fall, we won't lose." Yan Yin asked curiously, "How much healing can you put out?" "Instant heal of 2,000, sustained heal of 500 per second, and I can heal 3 people at once." Yin Yin sucked in a sharp breath. "So you're saying, as long as we don't get one shot, we can just keep living?" Lin Yu nodded. "In theory, yes." Han Bing got excited. "With Su Lin tanking and Lin Yu healing the 3 of us, aren't we invincible? We can just lie back and deal damage. Positioning's not even necessary." For once Ingrin smiled. "True." I looked at the 4 of them, and inside I felt a bit conflicted. This was the first time anyone had ever fought alongside me, not treating me as a tool, not treating me as a monster, but genuinely treating me as a teammate. This feeling, it was pretty good. The days passed one by one, and the 5 of us grew more and more in sync. The 5th floor, the 6th floor, the 7th floor. Every Sunday, the Tower to Heaven became our exhibition match. With me tanking, the output of Yin Yin and the other 2 was completely unleashed, and Lin Yu's healing was almost useless, because no one ever got hurt, since I blocked every monster. 7th floor, 7 minutes and 8 seconds. 8th floor, 9 minutes and 10. 9th floor, 10 minutes and 11. Every single time, a new record. The whole internet was buzzing. The Blood God broke another record. Skyvault Academy is trembling. Does Su Chen even dare to step onto the stage? I paid these comments no mind. I just quietly leveled up, quietly saved my points, quietly grew stronger. The day I cleared the 9th floor, I reached level 10. Health 400 billion, attack 1,000, points 120,000. I opened the shop, bought a pile of percentage-based healing potions, and bought several pieces of level 10 rare gear. Once I put it all on, my health broke past 1 trillion. 1 trillion. I looked at that number, and the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. A month is neither long nor short. Finally, the day of the National Academy tournament arrived. At 7 in the morning, in the plaza of Dragon City Battle Academy, the 5 of us stood in a row. Lei Jun looked each of us over and nodded with satisfaction. "You're all in good shape." He patted my shoulder. "Kid, this one's on you." Old Zhang walked over, followed by a middle-aged man with a profound aura. The man was around 60, his hair streaked with gray, his back straight as a javelin, dressed in black combat gear with a level 89 badge pinned to his chest. Zhang Tianxiong, head of the 5 greatest powerhouses, the #1 man in the military. Everyone immediately stood at attention. Zhang Tianxiong walked up to me, looked me over, then smiled. "Kid, not bad. I've watched all your videos. 100 million health at level 10, very impressive." He deliberately told the outside world it was 100 million health, rather than my true trillion. He paused, his gaze turning serious. "But you have to remember, thick health isn't everything. At the tournament you might encounter all sorts of strange and unusual powers. Some can drain health, some can pierce defenses, and some might have percentage-based damage. You can tank 10,000 attacks, but if you slip up even once and let a teammate get hurt, it could all fall apart." I listened carefully. He patted my shoulder. "So don't get careless. Fight seriously, fight well, and bring back that championship." "Yes, sir." The aircraft lifted off and flew north. The tournament was held in the capital, the largest city in the country and the location of the Awakener Association headquarters. After 2 hours of flight, the aircraft landed in the plaza of the capital's association. The plaza was already an ocean of people, with academy delegations from all over the country in every kind of uniform, waving flags of every color. Reporters lugged around cameras of every size, snapping away frantically, and quite a few high-level awakeners with profound auras stood on high vantage points, looking down over the crowd. The moment the five of us stepped off the aircraft, I felt countless eyes land on me. Look, is that Su Lin? The blood god. He looks even younger in person than in the videos. The three next to him are all triple S rank. That girl is Lin Yu, triple S rank healing. They say her healing output is off the charts. I kept my head down and walked forward, expressionless. Yin Yin, on the other hand, waved at people the whole way, like a celebrity. After registering, collecting our contestant passes, and getting settled, we went to the cafeteria to eat. We'd barely taken 2 bites when a group walked over. At the front was a silver-haired youth, quite handsome, dressed in silver-white combat gear, the crest of Sky Vault Academy pinned to his chest, with 4 people behind him. He walked up to me and looked down at me. "You're Su Lin." I looked up at him. "Something you need?" He smiled, a hint of amusement in it. "I'm Bai Yi, captain of Sky Vault Academy, triple S rank, Lord of Light." He extended a hand. "I hear your god tier. I'd like to see just how strong god tier is." I looked at his extended hand and didn't move. Yin Yin said quietly beside me, "Bai Yi is strong. I've watched a lot of his combat footage." I stood up and said calmly, "We'll see at the tournament." Bai Yi paused, then burst out laughing. "All right, then, see you at the tournament." As he reached the door, he glanced back at me. "Oh, by the way, a heads up. Your first round opponent is us, Sky Vault Academy. Prepare well." With that he left, his people in tow. The cafeteria erupted with chatter. They meet in the first round? That's like an early final. Su Lin versus Bai Yi, God tier versus triple S rank. This'll be a good show. Back at the small lodging building, Lei Zhan was standing in the living room, holding a document. "You're back? Good timing. Take a look at the profiles of the 5 from Sky Vault Academy, your first round opponents." I took the document and opened it. Captain Bai Yi, triple S rank, Lord of Light, with extremely fast attack speed. A bald, burly man named Tai Shan, triple S rank, indestructible body, monstrous defense, last year's main tank. A tall, thin one named Feng Wuying, SS rank, Galeblade, skilled at sneak attacks and cutting to the back line. A red-haired girl named Huo Wu, SS rank, flame control, capable of both crowd control and damage. And one wearing glasses named Shui Jing, triple S rank, water of healing, with strong healing that could also cleanse crowd control. Yin Yin finished reading and sucked in a sharp breath. That setup's way too strong. A tank, a main damage, a secondary damage, an assassin, and a healer, a perfect 5-man team. Ying Ren's eyes were sharp. That tank, Tai Shan. They say he can withstand attacks from level 10 rare monsters. Monstrous defense. With him holding the line, Bai Yi and Huo Wu can deal damage without worry. Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds. Their healer, Shui Jing, can instantly restore 8,000 health and cleanse crowd control. Very hard to kill. The 4 of them looked at me. I was silent for a few seconds. With me here, they can't pierce our defense. Yin Yin paused, then smiled. Right? They have Tai Shan. We have Su Lin. Tai Shan tanks level 10 rare monsters. Su Lin tanks attacks from monsters dozens of levels higher. They're not even in the same league. Hanbing got excited too. And no matter how high their output, can it top the 3 of us? Bai Ye's attack is 200,000, mine's 220,000, Yin Yan's 250, Ying Ren's burst is 300,000. 1 round of focused fire, and we can one-shot someone. Ying Ren nodded. The key is who to kill first. I suggest we take out the healer first, or Bai Yi first. Lin Yu, for once, spoke up on her own. What if they focus fire me first? I'm the healer. They'll definitely go for me first. Once I go down, none of you have anyone to heal you. I thought about it. You stand behind me. I tank the front. You stay behind me. If they want to hit you, they have to get through me first. Lin Yu looked at me, her expression a little complicated. She was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Okay. Lei Zhan nodded with satisfaction beside us. Very good. You've got tactical awareness. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning at 8, the first round. Your opponent is last year's champion. Don't embarrass me. That night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. My mind was full of that look in Bai Ye's eyes, scrutinizing, amused. and with a trace of defiance. God tier? So what if it's God tier? Bai probably figured God tier was just a title, and that in an actual fight, I might not necessarily be stronger than him. I smiled. Tomorrow, I'd let you see what a real God tier is. Then I thought of Su Chun. If he stepped onto the stage, that perpetually gentle smiling face flashed through my mind, along with that condescending look. What have you got to compare with me? I took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I'll let you see exactly what I've got to compare with you. At exactly 8 the next morning, we arrived at the arena on schedule. It was a massive circular building capable of holding 50,000 people, and the stands were already packed with spectators, the din of voices deafening. In the center was a competition platform 100 meters in diameter, ringed with energy barriers to keep skills from spilling out. At the commentary desk, 2 commentators were warming up the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today's first match is absolutely the main event. Dragon City Battle Academy versus Sky Vault Academy. Last year's champion against this year's strongest dark horse. Dragon City has the god tier Awakener Su Lin, and Sky Vault has last year's individual runner-up Bai Yi. Tons to watch for. The whole venue erupted. Sky Vault Academy's 5 came out first. Bai Yi walked at the front, all silver white, radiating light. Then came us. I walked at the front, in black combat gear, no expression on my face. The 2 sides faced off across 50 meters. Bai Yi looked at me, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I looked at him, expressionless. The referee stepped onto the platform and raised his hand. Rules: team battle, until one side is entirely down or surrenders. No lethal weapons permitted, no malicious killing. Ready, begin. The words had barely left his mouth when Bai Yi suddenly shot forward at an astonishing speed, his entire body turning into a streak of white light, charging straight at Lin Yu behind me. At the same time, Taishan rushed at me, hands pressed together, his whole body glowing gold. Feng Wuying vanished on the spot and appeared the next instant behind Ren. Huo Wu flung both hands up, sending a sky full of flames sweeping toward Yin Yin and Han Bing. Shui Jing stood at the very back, ready to heal at any moment. Within 1 second, Sky Vault Academy's tactics were fully deployed. Cut the healer first. Bai Yi was too fast, so fast that Lin Yu had no time to react at all. But she didn't need to react. Because the instant Bai Yi shot forward, I'd already stepped back, landing squarely in front of Lin Yu. Bai Yi's sword thrust in, its tip stabbing into my chest. 200,000. I didn't even step back. I lowered my head to look at the sword tip against my chest, then looked up at him. That's it. Bai Yi's pupils contracted. That sword strike could one-shot anyone at his level, but this guy hadn't even furrowed his brow. I reached out, grabbed his sword, and yanked it to the side. Bai Yi's whole body was pulled into a stagger. I raised my other hand and slapped him across the face. Smack! Bai Yi spun a full circle in place from the blow. The whole venue went silent. 50,000 people stared wide-eyed at the scene. I looked at Bai Yi and said flatly, "I told you. We'd see at the tournament." Bai Yi clutched his face, his expression grim. He gritted his teeth and charged again. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, every strike stabbing into me. I stood there without moving, letting him stab away. On the other side, the fight was just as lopsided. Iron Mountain charged at me, and I swatted him away with a casual slap. Wind Shadow tried to ambush Shadow Blade, but Shadow Blade spun around and slashed him across the shoulder. He stumbled back with a scream. Fire Dance wrapped Blaze in frost and flames, but the 2 of them didn't even bother dodging. They just charged straight through the fire and took her down with a single strike each. Water Mirror tried to heal her teammates, but Lin Yu shut her down instantly with a silent spell. 30 seconds later, all 5 members of Sky Vault Academy were lying on the ground. Bai Yi lay crumpled at my feet, covered in blood, gasping for air. I looked down at him. "So this is what you meant by telling me to get ready?" Bai Yi opened his mouth, but no words came out. The entire arena was dead silent. And then, boom. The place erupted. Holy crap. 30 seconds. Sky Vault's top-tier lineup got flattened in 30 seconds. What the hell kind of monster is this guy? God tier. This is what God tier looks like. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement. It's over. Dragon City Battle Academy wins. They swept Sky Vault Academy in 30 seconds. Su Lin single-handedly tanked every attack while his teammates didn't take a single hit. This is absolutely insane. The referee raised his hand. Dragon City Battle Academy wins. I turned and walked toward my teammates. Blaze rushed over and threw his arms around me. Holy crap, you're a beast. You slapped Bai clear across the arena. I nearly died laughing. Frost's face was flushed red with excitement. 30 seconds. That's the fastest match in the entire history of the tournament. Shadowblade, who rarely smiled, actually cracked one. That Bai kid is probably regretting all his big talk right about now. Lin Yu stood off to the side, watching me with a complicated look in her eyes. She was quiet for a few seconds, then said softly, "Thank you." I glanced at her and nodded. "Don't mention it." As I stepped off the platform, reporters swarmed me. "Su Lin, you ended the match in 30 seconds. How do you feel about that?" I thought about it, then said calmly, "Nothing really. The opponents were just too weak." The whole crowd was stunned. Last year's champions, called too weak? The reporters went even wilder. On the other side, Bai was carried out on a stretcher, his face ghostly pale, his eyes locked onto my back the whole time. He was probably remembering the words he'd said the day before. "I want to see how strong God tier really is." Well, now he'd seen it. So strong that he never even got a chance to fight back. Back at the lodging area, Lei Zhan was grinning from ear to ear. "Beautiful. 30 seconds to crush Sky Vault Academy. That'll teach those cocky brats." Old Zhang was there too, clapping me on the shoulder with a look of pure satisfaction. "Well done. Keep it up tomorrow." Blaze leaned in. "Who do we fight tomorrow?" Lei Zhan flipped open the schedule. "Tomorrow it's Magic City Institute's second team. They're pretty average. Shouldn't be a problem." Shadowblade drawled lazily. "With Su Lin around, every team is average." Lin Yu actually smiled. Just a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, but a smile nonetheless. I looked at the four of them, and something warm stirred in my chest. Tomorrow we'd fight again. The day after, again. We'd keep fighting all the way to the championship. And then, I thought of Su Chun. None of the players Sky Vault Academy had fielded today was him. Where had Su Chun gone? I didn't know. But I knew this. If he had stepped onto that platform, he'd have been one of the people lying on the ground today. That night, after the first round of matches, there was a banquet. The banquet hall on the top floor of the Capital Grand Hotel was dazzling with lights, glasses clinking everywhere. Not a single ordinary person could get through those doors. Academy representatives, the heads of the major clans, top brass from the association, and those elite powerhouses you normally only saw on TV. They all stood around in small clusters, wine glasses in hand. I stood in a corner, holding a glass of orange juice. I didn't want to drink, and no one dared to push me. "Su Lin," a hearty voice called out. I turned to see a middle-aged man striding toward me, several people trailing behind him. His suit was crisp, and a Capital Lin family crest was pinned to his chest. "Lin Jinan, of the Capital Lin family. I watched your match today, sweeping Sky Vault Academy in 30 seconds. Impressive. Truly impressive." I shook his hand. "You're too kind, Clan Head Lin. Calling me Clan Head feels so distant. I'm a few years older than Su Jintian, so just call me Uncle Lin." I didn't take the bait. He wasn't fazed. He turned slightly to introduce the person behind him. "This is my daughter, Lin Yue. She's also level 10 this year, with SSS rank abilities. Yue, say hello to your big brother Su Lin." A girl in a pale blue gown stepped forward, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Hello, big brother Su Lin." I nodded. "Hello." Lin Jinan smiled. "Yue's been wanting to meet you. When you have time, come visit the capital. She can show you around." A plump, middle-aged man beside them cut in. "Lin Jinan, you move fast, huh?" I hadn't even said a word yet. This was Zhou Sihai, head of the Jiangnan Zhou family. My son, Zhou Yuan, also level 10, SSS rank. You young people should get to know each other. Behind him, a boy with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and an honest-looking face grinned at me. "Brother Su Lin, you were amazing today. That slap you gave Bai Yi across the face. It even hurt just watching it." His name was Zhou Yuan. He leaned in and lowered his voice. "Let me tell you, that Bai Yi kid is usually so arrogant. Thinks he's untouchable just because he's Sky Vault's captain, looks down on everybody. That one move of yours today totally deflated him. So satisfying." The corner of my mouth twitched up slightly. "Thanks." While the group was talking, another crowd approached. Leading them was a white-haired old man in a plain, old-fashioned robe, his aura deep and heavy. Lin Jianan's expression shifted slightly. He murmured, "That's the capital Wang family. The one in front is their clan head, Wang Tiangang, level 84. Wang Tiangang walked right up to me and looked me over, his gaze sharp as a blade. So you're Su Lin? I nodded. He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Good, 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 3 times, and then he clapped me on the shoulder. Kid, I watched your match. 100 million health points, level 10, tanking 200,000 damage like it's nothing but a tickle. That kind of talent. It's so strong it hardly even seems like talent. He lowered his voice. If you ever need anything, come find me at the capital Wang family. I, Wang Tiangang, would be honored to call you a friend. With that, he turned and left, clean and decisive. Lin Jianan watched him go and clicked his tongue a couple of times. Old Wang's usually got his nose in the air, doesn't respect anyone. For him to walk over and talk to you himself, that's no small thing. Zhou Sihai nodded too. Su Lin, you're the hottest commodity in the room right now. All these old-timers are practically drooling to connect with you. I said nothing. Ever since that match ended today, my phone hadn't stopped buzzing. Private messages, friend requests, phone calls, an endless flood of them. That was the power of the God-tier talent label. That was what real strength brought you. Su Lin. Another voice called out. I turned to see Blaze, Frost, Shadowblade, and Lin Yu walking over, plates in hand, piled high with food. Blaze, his mouth stuffed with cake, mumbled, "So you were hiding over here? We've been looking all over for you." Frost, holding a drumstick, said, "The crowd out there is terrifying. They keep cornering us to ask where you are, and then they make us pass along their business cards. Look," he pulled a handful of cards from his pocket, all colorful and flashy, at least 20 of them. Shadowblade drawled lazily. Someone even shoved a card at me, said it was some kind of VIP card for their trade guild, wanted me to give it to you. I didn't take it. Lin Yu stood beside them, quietly holding a glass of juice, but her eyes kept drifting toward me. I took the cards and glanced through them. Some from the major clans, some from trade guilds, and even a few from school admissions offices. Even though I'd already joined Dragon City Battle Academy, these people still wouldn't give up. I tucked the cards away. You guys eat. Don't worry about me. Blaze rolled his eyes. Please. You think we came here for you? We came for the food. This buffet costs a few thousand points a meal. We'd be idiots not to dig in. Frost nodded frantically. Exactly. Look at that lobster. It's bigger than my face. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a small laugh. It was faint, but I saw it. It was the first time I'd ever seen her laugh. Meanwhile, on the other side of the banquet hall, it was a completely different scene. Looking back on it later, I remembered that Su Jintian stood in a corner that night, wine glass in hand, with not a single soul around him. It wasn't that no one recognized him. Quite the opposite. Almost everyone who passed by would glance at him, with complicated looks in their eyes, some mocking, some pitying, some gleeful at his misfortune. But none of the old awe or fawning was there, and not one person came over to talk to him. Not one. Mother stood beside him, her face pale. She'd worn a carefully chosen gown and done her makeup with care, but none of it mattered now, because no one was looking at her. Jintian, she whispered. Maybe we should just go home. He said nothing. He just held his wine glass, motionless. Su Yao stood not far off, gripping a glass so tightly her knuckles turned white. She spotted a few of her old girlfriends chatting and laughing together and walked over to say hello. They glanced at her, and their smiles froze instantly before they turned and walked away. She stood there frozen, her face burning red. Su Ling was about the same. She spotted a boy who used to chase after her, now chatting with friends. She walked over to greet him, and he glanced at her with a complicated expression, then lowered his head and pretended not to see her. She bit her lip and turned to leave. Only Su Xiaoxiao stayed hidden in a corner, secretly watching the figure surrounded by the crowd at the center of the hall. That figure was me, her big brother. The brother she'd once looked down on, ignored, and bullied. Now I stood in the brightest spotlight, with the heads of the major clans, the representatives of the great powers, and those big shots you normally only saw on TV, all smiling as they talked to me, handing me cards, inviting me to their homes. And I just nodded faintly in return. She remembered how, when we were little, she'd once secretly given me a piece of candy. I'd frozen for a moment, then smiled and quietly said thank you. That was the first time she'd ever seen me smile. She never gave me candy again after that, because her older sisters told her not to play with that worthless kid. She lowered her head, her eyes turning a little red. Xiao Xiao, let's go. Mother's voice came, her own eyes rimmed with red. The family headed for the door. As they passed by the center of the hall, Su Jintian suddenly paused. He saw me surrounded by a crowd, talking with Wang Tiangang. Wang Tiangang was laughing loudly, clapping me on the shoulder as he laughed, the gesture as affectionate as if I were his own grandson. He pulled his gaze away and kept walking out of the banquet hall. The door closed behind him, sealing off the lights, the laughter, and me, his son. Mother finally broke down, tears spilling out. Jintian, we really were wrong. He said nothing. He stood in the hallway with his back to everyone, motionless. It was a long time before he finally spoke, his voice so hoarse it seemed squeezed out through sand. We'll talk when we get home. Back inside the banquet hall, I'd just seen Wang Tiangang off when another crowd closed in around me. Su Lin, I'm from the Jiangnan Yi family. Su Lin, here's our trade guild's premium card. Su Lin, my daughter is also level 10. I dealt with them one by one, my face never showing much of anything. But inside, honestly, I was a little tired. Some of these people were sincere, some were fake, some wanted to win me over, some wanted to use me. But no matter their motives, they all smiled and said the right things. This was what real strength brought you. And it was exactly what that family had never given me. At some point, Blaze squeezed his way over again and leaned close to my ear. Su Lin, did you see? Su Jintian and his family just left. I paused, then nodded. I'd seen it. From where I stood, I could see that corner perfectly. Su Jintian holding his wine glass with no one around him. Mother pale-faced. Su Yao and Su Ling with their heads bowed. Su Xiaoxiao hiding in the corner. A family of 5, like 5 lonely islands. But I felt no satisfaction and no pity. Only calm. Su Lin. Another voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a military uniform walked over, standing tall and straight, with a level 75 insignia pinned to his chest. I'm a representative of the military. My name is Zhao Shanha. Senior Zhang Tianxiong sent me to tell you. Keep up the good work tomorrow. I shook his hand. Thank you, General Zhao. He gave my hand a firm squeeze. Kid, fight well. The military has high hopes for you. Then he turned and left. Blaze clicked his tongue a couple of times. Even the military's showing up. You've really got some clout. Frost leaned in. I heard the military's been recruiting geniuses these past few years. Better treatment than any of the 3 big academies. Su Lin, tempted at all. I shook my head. I'm doing just fine at Dragon City Battle Academy. Lin Yu stood beside me and suddenly said quietly, that person is watching you. I followed her gaze. On the other side of the banquet hall, a boy in a black dress suit was looking our way. His features were delicate and almost feminine, his eyes sharp as a blade. There were a few people around him too, but all keeping their distance, like they wanted to get close but didn't dare get too close. Who's that? I asked. Blaze's expression shifted slightly. That's the young master of the Magic City Yi family, Yi Wushang, an SSS rank Shadow Lord. He's antisocial, doesn't like dealing with people, but his power is off the charts. He's one of the favorites in this year's tournament. His father is Yi Wushuang, one of the 5 great powerhouses. Yi Wushang looked at me for a few seconds, then pulled his gaze away and turned to leave, without ever saying a single word. Just as I was getting a little fed up with all the socializing, a familiar voice sounded. Su Lin. Chen Jiuzhou, the president of the Awakened Association, walked over. The crowd immediately parted to make way for him. Kid, you tired? I nodded honestly. He let out a hearty laugh. Tired means you're doing it right. These people are all sharp operators. You'll get used to it over time. He lowered his voice. Your second match tomorrow is against Capital Academy's first team. They're even stronger than Skyvault. They've got an SSS rank spatial type player who's a real pain to deal with, so watch yourself. I nodded seriously. He clapped me on the shoulder. All right, go get some rest. I'll cover for you here. Then he turned to the group still trying to crowd in and said with a genial smile, everyone, Su Lin is tired and needs to head back to rest. Whatever business you have, save it for tomorrow. The group exchanged glances, but no one dared say a word. Who would dare disrespect Chen Jiuzhou? I breathed a sigh of relief and slipped out a side door with the 4 of them. Once we were in the quiet hallway, Blaze let out a long breath. Man, we finally got out of there. That crowd was like a pack of wolves. Frost wiped his brow. My face is stiff from all that smiling. Lin Yu said quietly. They asked me what Su Lin likes to eat. The others paused for a beat, then burst out laughing. I couldn't help but laugh too. Faint, but a real laugh. Back at the lodging area, I lay in bed. Another pile of messages. I scrolled through a few, then turned off my phone. Outside the window, the night was deep. Tomorrow, there'd be another match. The day after, another. I'd fight them one by one, all the way to the championship, until everyone remembered my name. Not the Su family's discarded son, not Su Chen's brother, but Su Lin. God tier awakened. Su Lin. The next morning at 8, the second match. Our opponents, Capital Academy's first team. On the platform stood 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all with powerful auras. At the very front was a tall, lean young man with eyes sharp as an eagle's. The spatial-type player Chen Jiuzhou had warned me about. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The instant the word left his mouth, my vision blurred and the tall, lean young man vanished. The next moment, he appeared behind me, a dagger now in his hand, thrusting straight at Lin Yu. Spatial teleportation. Lin Yu didn't have time to react. But she didn't need to. Because the instant he vanished, I'd already taken a step back, landing right in front of Lin Yu. The dagger struck me in the back, right over the heart. 250,000 damage. I didn't so much as furrow my brow. I reached back and grabbed his wrist. His face changed. He tried to teleport away, only to find his wrist clamped tight. He couldn't budge. Teleportation. I looked at him and said calmly, "Is teleportation going to help you?" The next second, I swung him up and slammed him into the ground like a sack of grain. Slam. The impact scrambled his senses. He couldn't get up. The whole arena went silent for a second. Then 3 streaks of light, Blaze, Frost, and Shadow Blade, shot forward, charging straight at the remaining 4 opponents. Lin Yu stood behind me, ready to heal at any moment. 30 seconds later, all 5 members of Capital Academy's first team were on the ground. The commentator's voice cracked. They won again. Another 30 seconds. Dragon City Battle Academy claims another victory. As I stepped off the platform, the reporters swarmed to ask how I felt. I thought about it. Same as before. The opponents were too weak. The crowd was stunned. Capital Academy's first team, ranked among the top 3 in the nation, called too weak? But no one could argue. The facts were right there. 30 seconds was 30 seconds. Back in the rest area, Lei Zhun was beaming, and old Zhang clapped me on the shoulder, grinning ear to ear. But something felt off to me. Since the tournament had begun, I'd only been fighting in the level 0 to 10 bracket. I hadn't paid any attention at all to the other 2 brackets. Instructor Lei. I asked, how are the other 2 brackets doing? Lei Zhun's smile froze. He sighed. They lost. I paused. Old Zhang picked up where he left off. Both brackets lost in the very first round. The level 11 to 20 bracket got taken down by Magic City Institute's second team, and the level 21 to 30 bracket got crushed by Capital Academy's third team. Didn't stand a chance. Lei Zhun's face darkened. The instructors for those 2 brackets are getting chewed out in the conference room right now. I fell silent. No wonder those upperclassmen I'd seen in the cafeteria this morning all looked so grim. So they'd lost. Blaze murmured. So doesn't that make our bracket the whole village's last hope? Shadow Blade drawled lazily. The other 2 brackets losing means the pressure's on us now. If we lose too, then Dragon City Battle Academy gets wiped out completely this year. I was quiet for a few seconds. We won't lose. I said I'd bring the championship home, so I'll bring it home. That afternoon, I was called to a meeting. In the conference room sat old Zhang, Lei Zhun, and 2 other instructors. Instructor Liu, in charge of the level 11 to 20 bracket, and Instructor Sun, in charge of the level 21 to 30 bracket. Both of their faces were grim. Old Zhang sat at the head of the table, his expression like iron. Explain. What happened? Instructor Liu bowed his head. I honestly didn't expect it. The captain of Magic City Institute's second team turned out to have a rare illusion-type ability. Our people got hit the moment they stepped up. There was no way to fight. Instructor Sun wiped sweat from his brow. Capital Academy's third team captain was SSS rank Lightning. His attack power was too much. Our people couldn't take it. Old Zhang slammed the table. Couldn't take it? What were they doing during all that training? The two men bowed their heads, not daring to make a sound. Lei Jun tried to smooth things over. Old Zhang, calm down. A loss is a loss. We learn from it and come back next year. Old Zhang glared at him. Come back next year? Do you know how many people are watching us this year? The better Su Lin's bracket does, the worse the other two brackets look by comparison. How is anyone out there supposed to see Dragon City Battle Academy, propped up by a single level 10 freshman? Lei Jun fell silent. Old Zhang took a deep breath and looked at me. Su Lin, your bracket absolutely has to win. Not a single loss. I stood up. Understood. After the others left, Old Zhang walked to the window and sighed. The other two brackets lost, so now the whole academy's hopes rest on you five. Win, and everything's fine. Lose, and he didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. I was quiet for a few seconds. We won't lose. I'll win. Old Zhang stared at me for several seconds, then smiled. A smile that wasn't quite so bitter this time. All right. With you saying that, I can rest easy. At 4 that afternoon, at the training grounds, we practiced our teamwork. We trained until dusk, and were just about to wrap up when someone came to report. Su Lin, someone's here to see you. The young master of the Jiangnan Yi family, Yi Wushang. Blaze's expression shifted slightly. That weirdo? What's he here for? I walked out of the training grounds. A single figure stood outside. Black clothes, delicate and feminine features, eyes sharp as a blade. Su Lin. Yi Wushang gave a slight nod. I nodded back. Yi Wushang. We looked at each other for a few seconds. Then he suddenly said, tomorrow's match, Jiangnan Academy is going to lose. But that's not what I came to tell you. I came to warn you. Warn me about what? He was silent for a few seconds. Su Chun. My eyes narrowed. He's not on Sky Vault Academy's roster, but he's here in the capital. And lately, he's been making contact with certain people. What people? He didn't answer. He just said, watch yourself. Then he turned and left. I stood there, watching his figure disappear into the night. Blaze popped up behind me. What did he mean by that? What's Su Chun up to? I said nothing, but a bad feeling suddenly welled up inside me. That two-faced snake Su Chun, what was he scheming now? Whatever he was planning, I was ready for it. Because I was no longer that worthless kid anyone could push around. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, thinking about what Yi Wushang had said. He's been making contact with certain people. What people? Planning what? I didn't know. But someone like Su Chun would never just let things go. I sent Yi Wushang a message. Thanks for the heads up. I waited a long time, but there was no reply. I turned off my phone and closed my eyes. There was another match tomorrow. Whatever Su Chun was planning, I'd deal with it after the match was over. The next morning at 8, the third match. Our opponents, Jiangnan Academy. On the platform stood 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. At the very front was a girl with her hair in a ponytail, her eyes lively, a staff in her hand, the SSS rank control-type player. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The girl swung her staff, and vines suddenly sprouted up around my feet, wrapping around my ankles. 0 damage, but I could feel myself slowing down. A slowing effect. I glanced down, then looked back up. The girl's expression shifted slightly. Her slowing skill could cut a same-level opponent's speed by 70%, but it didn't seem to be doing anything to me. I took a step forward, and the vines snapped clean off. Her eyes went wide. That's impossible. You can't control me. I started walking toward her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step was slow, but steady. She panicked, swinging her staff frantically. Vines, frost, stuns, immobilizations. She threw every control skill she had at me all at once. But I just kept walking forward as if I felt nothing. I reached her, extended a hand, and gently patted the top of her head. You done? She stood frozen, unable to say a word. Then Blaze, Frost, and Shadowblade charged forward. 30 seconds later, all 5 members of Jiangnan Academy were on the ground. 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds. Dragon City Battle Academy makes it 3 wins in a row. I crouched down, tore the withered vines off my ankles, stood up, and walked off the platform. The reporters swarmed me, asking what my goal was. I stopped and said calmly, the championship. Then I turned and walked away. The reporters stood frozen. The championship? He said it so casually, like it was already in the bag. But no one dared to argue. 3 matches, 3 30-second victories against last year's champions, against teams ranked in the nation's top 3, against the trickiest control-type player. And in front of me, they were all the same. 30 seconds, and they all went down. This was what God tier meant. Back in the rest area, Lei Jun came up to me. Excellent. Tomorrow's the semifinals. Your opponents are Magic City Institute's first team, and they're strong. Keep fighting just like this. I nodded, but my mind was still on what Yi Wushang had said. Su Chun was in the capital, making contact with certain people. What people? Planning what? I didn't know. But whatever he was planning, bring it on. I was waiting. Day 4. The semifinals. 9 in the morning. The Capital Sports Arena. The venue was especially packed today. The stands were completely full, and even the aisles were jammed with people. The reason was simple. Dragon City Battle Academy was facing Magic City Institute's first team, ranked 2nd in the nation. All 5 of their members were SSS rank, and their captain was hailed as the Light of Magic City, an SSS rank lightning genius named Lei Dong. God tier versus SSS rank. This was already a finals-level showdown. Powers from every faction had gathered in the stands. In the Capital Wong family's private box, a girl in a goose-yellow gown was idly playing on her phone, bored out of her mind. Shirqing, put the phone away. The match is about to start, said a middle-aged man beside her. The girl didn't even look up. What's there to watch? It's just a fight. This girl was the eldest daughter of the Capital Wong family, Wang Shirqing, 17 years old, level 10, with an SSS rank psychokinetic control ability. But she never bothered to cultivate seriously, relying on the fact that her grandfather was the level 84 Wang Tiangang. She strutted around the capital, willful and spoiled, a notorious little she-devil. Wang Tiangang sat beside her, shaking his head helplessly. Today's different. That Su Lin is here, a god tier awakened. Wang Shirqing looked up and made a face. God tier? Probably just hype. I've seen the videos. He's just got a lot of health points, right? A lot of health points? Do you know how many he has? 100 million. Wang Shirqing paused, then made another face. So what? What's his attack power? 1,000. Even I could beat him. Wang Tiangang burst out laughing. You? With your puny attacks, you couldn't kill him in a whole year. She let out a humph, but her eyes still darted toward the platform. On the platform, both sides stood ready. Magic City Institute's captain, Lei Dong, stood at the very front, a head of silver hair, eyes sharp as lightning. He looked at me, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Su Lin, I've heard so much about you. Sweeping Sky Vault Academy in 30 seconds. Impressive. But today, your team is going to lose. Blaze couldn't hold back. Lose? You dreaming? Lei Dong glanced at her, gave a small smile, and said nothing. The referee raised his hand. Ready, begin. The instant the word was out, Lei Dong threw both hands up. Boom. Countless bolts of lightning surged from his palms, forming a net of electricity that came crashing down over all 5 of us. An area attack. His strategy was clear. He couldn't do damage to me, but my teammates were another story. He'd use an area attack to force us to scatter, then pick us off one by one. But I didn't give him the chance. The instant he made his move, I stepped forward, planting myself in front of everyone. The lightning struck me, crackling and sizzling, the damage counter spiking wildly, 200,000 in one hit. I stood there, motionless. Lei Dong's pupils shrank. This was his full power strike, capable of instantly killing any same-level player. But to me, it was just a tickle. You can't do damage to me. Your team's going to lose. He gritted his teeth and shouted to the 4 behind him. Stick to the plan. Get around him and cut down the back line. The 4 sprang into action. A girl with terrifying speed vanished instantly and reappeared behind Shadowblade. A hulking man glowing with golden light charged at Blaze. A young man holding his staff began chanting, and the temperature around him plummeted. The last one, a girl in glasses, stood ready to heal at any moment. Clear rolls, seamless coordination. But they overlooked one thing. I had a lot of health, but I wasn't stupid. The instant that speed-type girl vanished, I stepped back and appeared right in front of Shadowblade. She thrust her blade at me, 220,000 damage. I glanced down at the blade tip against my chest, reached out, and grabbed her wrist. She tried to pull free and escape, only to find she couldn't move. You're fast, I said calmly. But if you can't damage me, what good is it? On the other side, The golden glowing Hulk threw a punch at Blaze. Blaze didn't dodge. He swung his sword to counter, and the two came out even. The Hulk froze for a moment. His defense was said to be the strongest at his level, and that punch would leave most people at critical health. Yet this girl had actually tanked it head-on. Frost squared off against the chanting young man, Frost against Frost, neither able to gain the upper hand. The moment I saved Shadow Blade, he went invisible, reappeared behind the healer girl, and cut her down to half health with a single strike. Lin Yu stood behind me, where no one could touch her. The battle ground to a stalemate, but anyone with eyes could see Dragon City Battle Academy held the absolute advantage. Because I alone was holding off three of them, the speed-type girl was trapped by the wrist and couldn't move. The Hulk tried to get around me to attack Blaze, and I grabbed him by the back of the neck and hauled him back like a chick by the scruff, and the chanting young man's Frost didn't leave so much as a white mark on me. Lei Dong grew desperate, unleashing lightning like a madman, bolt after bolt crashing down on me. I stood there as if I felt nothing, letting him strike away. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The spiritual energy inside him was nearly spent, and I was still standing. He finally stopped, bending over and gasping for breath. He looked up at me, his eyes full of frustration. "What the hell are you, a monster? You done?" I released the speed-type girl and walked toward Lei Dong. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He wanted to run, but his legs had already gone weak. I reached him and patted his shoulder. "Your team's strong, but you can't do damage to me." He was frozen. I turned and gave my teammates a nod. Blaze grinned. "Our turn." Flames erupted, frost pierced, shadows struck. The three of them attacked at once. 30 seconds later, all 5 members of Magic City Institute's first team were on the ground. They won. Dragon City Battle Academy advances to the finals. 4 wins in a row. The whole arena went wild. I glanced down at my chest. My shirt was scorched black by the lightning, but my skin hadn't so much as reddened. I looked up toward a certain spot in the stands, the Wong family's box. A girl in a goose-yellow gown was leaning over the railing, her eyes wide, staring at me without blinking. I paused for a moment, then pulled my gaze away, turned, and walked off the platform. Wang Shiqing watched my figure vanish into the tunnel, and it was a while before she snapped out of it. "Grandpa," she said quietly, "does he really have 100 million health points?" Wang Tiangang laughed. "What, believe it now?" She said nothing, but her eyes were still fixed in that direction. She thought back to what she'd just seen, Lei Dong unleashing lightning with everything he had, the electric light illuminating the entire platform, and yet I'd stood there without moving, without even furrowing my brow, as if all that lightning were just tickling me. "Kind of interesting," she muttered under her breath. Watching his granddaughter like this, something stirred in Wang Tiangong's mind. "Shiqing, do you want to meet him?" She paused, then let out a humph. "Who wants to meet him? He's just got a lot of health, that's all." But the light in her eyes gave her away. Wang Tiangang burst out laughing. Fine, you don't want to meet him. So, the victory banquet tonight. Are you going or not?" She thought about it, then said quietly, "I'll go. It's not like I've got anything better to do." After the match, back in the rest area, Lei Jun was beaming. "You took down Magic City Institute's first team. The finals are in the bag." I nodded, but my mind was still on that girl in the goose-yellow gown. Who was she? Why was she staring at me? Su Lin. Blaze cut into my thoughts. "What are you thinking about? Come on, let's head back and rest. Finals tomorrow." 7 that evening, the victory banquet, held once again in that top-floor banquet hall at the Capitol Grand Hotel. But tonight, the atmosphere was even livelier than the previous days, because Dragon City Battle Academy had made the finals, and because I was still in it. The moment I walked in, I was surrounded by a crowd, dealing with them one by one. Blaze and the other 2 crammed in beside me to help fend people off, while Lin Yu stood behind me, quietly eating. Suddenly, the crowd parted on its own to make way. A girl in a goose-yellow gown walked toward me, her features exquisite, her chin slightly lifted, her eyes carrying a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Behind her followed Wang Tiangang. "Su Lin, this is my granddaughter, Wang Shiqing. She wants to meet you." Wang Shiqing stepped up in front of me and looked me over. "So you're Su Lin?" Her voice was crisp, with a spoiled, willful lilt. I nodded. She made a face. "You don't look like much. You're not as tall as my cousin, and not as handsome either. I said nothing. Blaze couldn't hold back. Hey, who do you think you are? Is that any way to talk? Wang Shiqing glanced at her and gave a humph. I'm Wang Shiqing, eldest daughter of the capital Wang family. What? Got a problem with that? Blaze was left speechless. The Wang family, one of the 5 great clans, even stronger than the Su family. I said calmly, no problem. She stared at me for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. You know, you're kind of interesting. I talk to you like that, and you don't even get mad? I thought about it. You're telling the truth. I really am not that tall, and my looks are pretty average. She paused, then burst out laughing so hard she could barely catch her breath, tears nearly springing from her eyes. Ha ha ha, you're too funny. The people around exchanged glances, with no idea what the young lady was laughing about. Wang Tiangang shook his head helplessly. Shiqing, stop fooling around. Once she'd laughed her fill, she wiped the corners of her eyes, her own gleaming brightly. Hey, Su Lin, who are you fighting in the finals tomorrow? Capital Academy's first team. Capital Academy, huh? Their captain is my cousin. His name's Qin Hao. SSS rank, dual attribute, space plus lightning. He's very strong. She winked. But don't worry, I'll come cheer you on. Then she turned to leave, tossing back one last line. Don't lose tomorrow, okay? It won't be any fun if you lose. Wang Tiangang gave me a nod and followed after her. Blaze watched her retreating figure and muttered, that girl, is there something wrong with her head? Frost grumbled, the Wang family's eldest daughter. Willful and spoiled, just as advertised. Shadowblade, who rarely spoke up, said, but her grandfather is Wang Tiangang, level 84. Not someone we can afford to offend. I said nothing, watching that goose-yellow figure vanish into the crowd, feeling a little puzzled. What had this Wang Shiqing really come for? Just to say those few things? I didn't know. But I knew this. We couldn't lose the finals tomorrow, because far too many people were watching. It took me a good while to finally break free. I walked to a corner, holding a glass of orange juice, watching the whole spectacle of the banquet hall. Suddenly, I spotted a familiar figure. Yi Wushang, that delicate, feminine-looking boy, standing alone by a window, gazing out at the night. I walked over. Yi Wushang. He turned and gave a slight nod. Su Lin. We stood side by side at the window. After a few seconds of silence, I asked, you said earlier that Su Chun was making contact with certain people. Can you tell me who? He was quiet for a moment. People from the Magic City Yi family. I froze. The Magic City Yi family. Yi Wushuang's clan, one of the 5 great powerhouses. My father, Yi Wushuang, recently received a piece of confidential intelligence. Someone wants to make a move against you, somewhere outside of Sky Vault City. He looked at me. I don't know exactly who, but that person has met with Su Chun. I was silent for a long time, then said, thank you. He shook his head. Don't thank me. I just can't stand people who use such dirty tactics. He paused. After the finals, be careful. Once you leave the capital, you may not be safe anymore. I nodded. He turned and walked away. I stood at the window, gazing out at the night. The capital's nightscape was beautiful, brilliant with lights, but inside, I felt a little cold. Su Chun, so you really won't let it go after all. Bring it on. I'm waiting. The next day, the finals. 9 in the morning. The Capital Sports Arena. The venue was packed to bursting today. Even the aisles crammed with people, the cameras of the national broadcast trained on the platform. The commentator warmed up the crowd with excitement. Welcome to the finals of the National Academy Tournament. Dragon City Battle Academy versus Capital Academy's first team. God Tier versus Dual Attribute SSS rank. Who will claim the championship? In the stands, in the Wang family's box, Wang Shiqing had changed into a red gown today, standing out sharply. She leaned over the railing, staring at the platform without blinking. Grandpa, who do you think will win? Wang Tiangang smiled. Who do you want to win? She thought about it. Su Lin, I guess. If he loses, it won't be any fun. Meanwhile, in a corner, there was one more box, the most inconspicuous of them all. Su Jintian and his family had come too. It was the finals. They had no choice but to attend. But their seats were in the farthest, most out-of-the-way corner. Mother's face was pale. Su Yao and Su Ling kept their heads down, and Su Xiaoxiao secretly watched the platform. Su Jintian sat at the very back, expressionless. but the fingers gripping the armrest had turned white at the knuckles. On the platform, both sides stood ready. Capital Academy's captain, Qin Hao, stood at the very front, around 20 years old, handsome, with sharp eyes. He looked at me, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. "Su Lin, I've heard so much about you. My cousin Wang Shiqing went to see you yesterday." I nodded. "She's willful and spoiled. She didn't give you any trouble, did she?" I shook my head. Qin Hao's expression turned serious. "But let me tell you, even if you're God tier, you're going to lose today. Because I have this." He extended his hand, and two orbs of light glowed in his palm. One silver white, the power of space. One purple blue, the power of lightning. Dual attribute SSS rank ability. The spatial lightning lord. The whole arena buzzed. The commentator shouted, "Dual attribute." Qin Hao's kept this a secret all along, and now he's finally revealing it. Yin Yan's face changed. "Dual attributes? This is trouble." Han Bing turned grim. "Space plus lightning, the nastiest combo out there." Ing Ren, for once, snapped out of his slump, his eyes going sharp. "If he uses spatial teleportation with lightning attacks, we'll have a hard time defending." Lin Yu whispered, "Su Lin, what do we do?" I looked at Qin Hao, silent for a few seconds, then said, "Everyone, get behind me." Yin Yin blinked. "But, behind me." The four of them stopped talking and moved behind me. The referee raised his hand. "Begin." The word had barely left his mouth when Qin Hao vanished. The next instant he appeared behind me, a ball of lightning gathering in his hand, aimed straight at Lin Yu. Spatial teleportation plus a lightning strike, twice as fast as that space-type fighter from yesterday. But I was faster. The moment he vanished, I stepped back, planting myself right in front of Lin Yu. The lightning ball slammed into my chest. 500,000 damage. I took a step back and steadied myself. Qin Hao's pupils shrank. A single hit for 500,000, enough to instantly kill any fighter at his level. And all it did to me was push me back one step. "You can't hurt me." He gritted his teeth and vanished again, reappearing behind me for another strike. 500,000. I took another step back and steadied myself. Vanish, appear, attack. 500,000, 500,000, 500,000. A dozen plus attacks, a dozen plus steps backward, but I stayed in front of Lin Yu the entire time. I never gave up an inch. Qin Hao finally stopped, panting, his eyes full of frustration. "Just how much HP do you have?" 100 million. He froze, then let out a bitter laugh and lowered his hand. "I concede." The whole arena went silent for a second. Then it exploded. He conceded? Dual attributes couldn't even scratch him. How do you fight that? God tier. This is what God tier looks like. The commentator's voice cracked. Qin Hao concedes. Su Lin has led Dragon City Battle Academy to the championship. Yin Yin and the other two rushed over and threw their arms around me. "We won. We're the champions." Lin Yu stood off to the side, and for once a smile crossed her face. Faint, but a real smile. They held on to me, my expression blank, but something warmed inside my chest. I raised my head toward the stands, where the girl in the red dress was waving frantically, grinning like a flower in full bloom. And over in another corner, Su Jintian and his family were already gone. I looked away. We'd won. Champions. But the road ahead was long, and I still hadn't dealt with Su Chun. "Whatever you're planning, bring it on." The award platform sat in the center of the arena floor, sunlight pouring down through the dome and gleaming off the golden trophy. All around, the cheering was deafening. 50,000 people in the stadium, and right now the place was like a boiling pot. Dragon City. Dragon City. The commentator's voice came through. "Now, please welcome our award presenters. Mr. Chen Jiuzhou, chairman of the Awakener Association. Mr. Wang Tiangang, head of the Wang family of the capital. And General Zhao Shanha, representing the military." Three figures rose from the VIP seats and stepped onto the platform. Chen Jiuzhou lifted the golden trophy and handed it to me. "Su Lin, congratulations to all of you." I took the trophy in both hands. It was heavy and a little cold. Looking at it, I felt no real ripple inside, yet somehow it felt like something was stirring. 18 years. This was the first time I'd ever held something that was truly my own, not charity from the Su family, not something handed to me out of pity. Something I'd fought for myself. "Thank you, Chairman Chen." Wang Tiangang stepped forward and placed the gold medals around our necks one by one. When he reached Lin Yu, he gave her an extra glance. "Little lady, your healing was rock solid." Lin Yu lowered her head and murmured, "Thank you, Head Wang." Zhao Shanhe came forward last, an envelope in his hand, and passed it to me. "A small token from the military. Senior Zhang Tianxiong asked me to give this to you. He said this is only the beginning." I took the envelope but didn't open it on the spot, just nodded. "Thank you, General Zhao." He looked at me, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "Kid, fight well. You've got a long road ahead." With that, he turned and walked off. When the ceremony ended, the five of us hoisted the trophy up for the reporters, camera flashes blending into one continuous flare. Yin Yin couldn't stop grinning. Han Bing had a goofy smile plastered on his face. Ing Ren's lips curled up just slightly, and Lin Yu kept her head down, trying to dodge the cameras. The reporters shouted, "Su Lin, give us a smile." I didn't smile. Say a few words. I thought about it. "Thank you." And that was it. The reporters exchanged glances, but nobody dared say anything. Once the photos were done, I stepped off the platform and was immediately swarmed. Representatives from every academy, envoys from every major family, managers from every commerce guild, all crowding in to shove invitation cards and business cards at me. Yin Yin and the other two got mobbed too, mostly with questions about me. What does Su Lin usually like to eat? Does Su Lin have a girlfriend? Yin Yin got fed up. Go ask him yourself. Why are you asking me? Suddenly the crowd parted on its own. Wang Shiqing came strutting in, walked right up to me, and tilted her head up. "Hey, Su Lin, congratulations. I was cheering for you earlier. Did you hear me?" I answered honestly, "No." Her face stiffened, and she huffed. "You're no fun at all." But she didn't leave. Instead, she leaned in close and whispered, "There's a celebration party tonight. You coming?" "Yes." "Then I'll go too." She spun around to leave, tossing back over her shoulder. "Don't you dare avoid me. I'm sitting next to you." By 3 in the afternoon, the crowds had dispersed, and we headed back to the dorms, where Lei Zhun and Old Zhang stopped us. Old Zhang was grinning ear to ear. "Champions, how many years has it been since Dragon City won this thing?" Lei Zhun said, "Last time was 13 years ago." Yin Yin asked, "What about the other two teams?" Old Zhang's grin froze, and he sighed. "The level 11 to 20 team lost to Jiangnan Academy again and is stuck playing the placement bracket now. The level 21 to 30 team was even worse. 3 straight losses, dead last." Han Bing said quietly, "So our team is basically the only bright spot." Old Zhang nodded. "Exactly. Which is why the 5 of you are the stars of tonight's party. Capital Grand Hotel, same top-floor banquet hall, 7 o'clock, don't be late." 7 that evening, the Capital Grand Hotel. Tonight's banquet hall was even livelier than the past few days, because the champion had been crowned, and because I was there. The moment I walked in, I was surrounded, even more enthusiastically than during the day. Yin Yin and the other two got surrounded too, with people continuing to press the questions they hadn't gotten answered earlier. "So what does Su Lin actually like to eat? What's Su Lin's favorite color?" Yin Yin was about to lose it. "Can you all stop already? I'm not his mother." Han Bing broke down too. "He likes black." "Black, okay." Ing Run drawled lazily. "When he rests, he sleeps." "They are satisfied? Everybody clear out." While they were struggling to fend off the crowd, Wang Shiqing squeezed through, grabbed me, and pulled me off to the side. Come on, let me take you somewhere." She led me over to a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the capital's night skyline. Thousands of glowing windows, streams of traffic. Beautiful, right? This was my favorite spot as a kid. Whenever I was upset, I'd run here to look at the city lights. She turned to look at me and suddenly asked, "Hey, Su Lin, you didn't have a happy life before, did you? I heard about what happened with your family." I was silent for a few seconds. "It's all in the past." Something complicated flickered in her eyes. "You know, I used to think my family was awful too. My grandfather pushed me to train every single day. My dad cursed at me every day for being useless. My brother was always comparing me to everyone else." She paused. "But I figured it out eventually. They may be annoying, but at least they actually care about me. Not like those people in your family." I said nothing. She suddenly laughed. "But you've done better than me. You ran away and became God tier. If I ran away, they'd probably drag me back within 3 days." The corner of my mouth curled up, just slightly. You smiled? I actually made you smile. Her eyes lit up, and then she just kept talking. Hey, let's be friends. I'm bored out of my mind in the capital. All I do is train, day in and day out. I don't even have anyone to talk to. I looked at her, silent for a few seconds, then nodded. She lit up and stuck out her hand. Pinky swear. I hesitated, then reached out and hooked my finger with hers. She grinned like a flower in full bloom. There, now you're my friend. From now on, if anyone in the capital gives you trouble, just use my name. This girl, bratty, willful, totally out of control, but somehow, I didn't dislike her. Later, Yin Yin and the other two, plus Lin Yu, squeezed over, and along with Wang Shiqing they all gathered around one table. Wang Shiqing sized up my teammates one by one. Not bad. You all look pretty reliable. From now on in the capital, use my name. Nobody will dare mess with you. Yin Yin laughed. Miss Wang, are you offering to look out for us? She lifted her chin. What? That a problem? No, no problem at all. From now on we're counting on Miss Wang to have our backs. Everyone at the table laughed. I watched them, and something warmed inside me. For the first time, I had friends in the true sense of the word. As the party was winding down, Wang Shiqing suddenly leaned toward my ear and whispered, Hey, I heard someone's been asking around about you. I don't know exactly who, but my grandfather said they're not from the capital. Watch yourself. My eyes narrowed. I nodded. Thanks. Don't mention it. What are friends for? She stood up and stretched. All right, I should head back. After a few steps, she turned back and waved at me. Next time you're in the capital, remember to come find me. The five of us walked out of the banquet hall into the quiet corridor. At the far end stood a single figure, black clothing, delicate features, sharp eyes. Yi Wushang. I walked over. He looked at me. Congratulations. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Those people, I found out who they are. My eyes narrowed. They're from the Yi family of Demon City, but not the main branch, a side branch, bought off by someone. And the one who bought them is Su Chun. He watched me, his eyes complicated. Su Chun wants to make his move on your way back to Dragon City Battle Academy. He's hired 20 people, all assassins above level 40. The one leading them is level 50, with an assassination-type ability. He specializes in this kind of job. I stayed silent for a long while, then said, Thank you for telling me. He shook his head. Don't thank me. I just don't want to see humanity's first god-tier Awakener die by such a filthy trick. He paused. So what are you going to do? I didn't answer, just looked out at the night, my eyes calm as a pool of still water. After a good long while, I finally spoke. How many are there? 20, ranging from level 40 to 50. The leader's called Shadow Serpent, level 50, assassination-type ability, very famous in the assassin circle. He never misses. None of his targets have ever survived. I nodded. Yi Wushang couldn't help asking, You're not scared? I turned to look at him, countering, Scared of what? He was taken aback. I looked away and said flatly, A level 50. How much damage can one punch do? He thought about it. A level 50's base attack is 1,000,000. Add in abilities, gear, and passives, and one punch is at least 50 million. I calculated quickly in my head. 50 million. I had 1 trillion HP. Though that was the real number I kept hidden, publicly I only claimed 100 million. 50 million per punch meant 20,000 punches. Even if I just stood still and let him hit me, it would take half a day. And of course, I wouldn't be standing still. But I also knew this. Levels 40 and 50 were an across-the-board upgrade. Their speed, attacks, and abilities were nothing like what a level 10 could match. If a whole group of them swarmed and ground me down, I might not be able to hold out. Yi Wushang looked at me. So what's your plan? Just let them kill you. No. Then what do you want to do? I looked at him and said calmly, Tell the higher-ups. He froze. I'm a god-tier Awakener now, and I just won the national championship. The Awakener Association, the military, Dragon City Battle Academy, they're all watching me. If someone's trying to kill me, they won't just stand by. Yi Wushang was silent for a few seconds, then laughed. Smart. Your 100 million HP at level 10 is impressive, sure, but against a level 40 or 50, it's a matter of 2 punches. He turned to leave, tossing back. Then I won't get involved. Watch yourself. I watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, then turned and headed back. Back in my room, I pulled out my phone and called Chun Jiuzhou directly. He picked up after 2 rings. Su Lin? It's late. What's going on? I didn't beat around the bush. Someone's trying to kill me. Su Chun hired them. 20 assassins, level 40 to 50, led by one called Shadow Serpent, level 50. They're planning to move on me during my trip back to Dragon City Battle Academy. The other end went silent for a second. Then Chun Jiuzhou's voice dropped low and grave. Is the source reliable? Yi Wushang, young lord of the Yi family in Demon City, told me. He said he'd looked into it. Chun Jiuzhou's silence stretched even longer. Then he spoke, a chill in his voice. Su Chun, the nerve of him. Where are you right now? The dorms, in my room. Don't leave. I'm sending people over right away. Don't go anywhere tonight. I hung up and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Less than 10 minutes later, footsteps sounded outside the door. I opened it to find 4 people standing there, led by a middle-aged man of about 50, his aura deep and heavy, a level 70 badge pinned to his chest. Su Lin, Chairman Chen sent us to protect you. We'll be standing guard at your door tonight. Rest easy. Thank you. I closed the door and lay back down. Su Chen, you really won't give up. 20 assassins, led by a level 50 assassination expert. That's no small effort. Too bad you miscalculated one thing. I'm not the same worthless pushover you used to kick around. The next morning, a knock at the door woke me. I opened it to find Chun Jiuzhou standing there. Come on, let's get breakfast. We'll talk while we eat. We sat down in a corner of the cafeteria, and he got straight to the point. We verified the intel you gave us. A group of assassins really has slipped into the capital, and their target is you. The leader really is Shadow Serpent, level 50. I nodded. He looked at me with a hint of approval in his eyes. Kid, you did well. You knew to report it right away instead of trying to be a hero. A lot of young people get a little power and let it go to their heads, think they're invincible, and end up dead without even knowing how. I can't beat a level 50. Chun Jiuzhou smiled. With 100 million HP, no one in the 20s or 30s can touch you. But a single hit from a level 40 or 50 is tens of millions. You can't take many of those. I nodded. I knew it well. Even though my real HP was 1 trillion, levels 40 and 50 were an all-around crush. And if they really surrounded me and ground me down, they could grind me to death. You don't have to worry about this anymore. The association and the military are working together. By the end of today, not one of these assassins will get away. He paused, his eyes turning sharp. As for Su Chun, I looked at him. Will you take action against him? Chun Jiuzhou was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. It's difficult. He's Su Jintian's adopted son, and we can't interfere directly in Su family affairs. Unless there's solid proof he's the one who gave the orders, we can't touch him. I said nothing. He sighed. Kid, I know you hate him, but some things can't be rushed. You're God tier now, the hope of the whole nation. Train well, and when you're strong enough that even Su Jintian wouldn't dare touch you, you can do whatever you want. I nodded. He was right. It couldn't be rushed. But Su Chun was someone I'd deal with sooner or later. Not now, but one day. Back in my room, my phone rang. It was Wang Shiqing. Hey, Su Lin. I heard someone's trying to kill you. How do you know? My grandfather told me. He said the Awakener Association and the military moved out first thing this morning and arrested a whole bunch of people. She went on. Are you safe now? Want to come hide at my place? My home is super safe. My level 85 grandfather holds it down, and nobody would dare come. The corner of my mouth curled up. No need. I've got people protecting me here. Then be careful, okay? If you need anything, call me. I'll have my grandfather step in and swat those people dead with one slap. Thanks. Don't thank me, we're friends. All right, go do your thing. I hung up, and something warmed inside me. This girl, she was actually pretty interesting. Around noon, Chun Jiuzhou came again. It's handled. 20 assassins, 18 caught, 2 got away. The leader, Shadow Serpent, was captured too. He's being interrogated now. 2 got away. They won't get far. The military's already on their tail. Don't worry, they can't stir up any real trouble. He hesitated. As for Su Chun, we can't touch him for now. But if Shadow Serpent talks and names him, that's another story. Will he talk? Chun Jiuzhou smiled. Assassins have their code. They usually don't sell out their employers. But now that Shadow Serpent's in our hands, we have plenty of ways to make him talk. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow, when you head back to Dragon City Battle Academy, the military will send a dedicated escort. The next morning, the five of us got ready to head home. At the capital's airfield, a large aircraft bearing the military's insignia was already waiting. Zhao Shanha stood beside it, and when he saw us coming, he nodded. Su Lin, I'll be escorting you personally this whole trip. Yin Yan's eyes went wide. General Zhao is escorting us himself? That's way too big a deal. Zhao Shanha said mildly. A god-tier Awakener is worth this kind of treatment. The five of us boarded, the hatch sealed, and we lifted off, heading toward Dragon City Battle Academy. Through the window, I watched the capital shrink smaller and smaller below. This trip had brought a lot. We'd won the championship, made a name for ourselves, made friends. But it had also taught me one fact. Su Chun was still out there, like a venomous snake, lurking in the shadows, ready to bite me at any moment. But that was fine. I had strength now, backing, friends. If Su Chin wanted to bite me, he'd have to get past all of them first. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes. There was still a long road ahead, the sky tower to climb floor by floor, levels to grind one by one. The matter of Su Chin could wait. When I was strong enough to swat Su Jintian dead with a single slap, I could settle every last score. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. In the distance, the outline of Dragon City Battle Academy was already faintly visible. The aircraft touched down in the square of Dragon City Battle Academy. The hatch opened to reveal a square already packed with people, and when they saw us step out, the crowd erupted into wild cheers. Champions! Champions! Lei Jin strode over and clapped a hand on my shoulder, hard enough to knock me sideways. Good kid. You really brought the championship home. Old Zhang came too. Tonight there's an academy-wide celebration. The five of you are the guests of honor. The students from the elite class all crowded around, ushering us toward the cafeteria. On the way, I noticed that every single person in the elite class had a level 10 badge pinned to their chest. All of them at level 10. They hadn't been idle this past month either. Every Sunday, they'd cleared the Sky Tower as a group, and now every last one of them had hit level 10. Oh, right, Yin Yin suddenly said. Now that we're all level 10, shouldn't we be thinking about the passive skill trial? Han Bing smacked his forehead. That's right. At level 10, you can pick a passive skill. Lei Jin chimed in from the side. The passive trial, one chance per person. You choose a different passive skill, and you enter a different trial scenario. You pick your own difficulty, from normal to hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the passive you get. He swept his eyes over the group. Remember, only one chance. Fail and it's gone. Choose carefully. In the cafeteria, the 30-some students of the elite class gathered together, all chattering at once. What passive are you guys going for? I'm definitely going attack. I've got an attack type ability, so boosting attack is the best value. I'm going crit. I'm going HP. I'm a tank. Thick health is king. I grabbed a tray and found a corner to sit in. I'd barely taken 2 bites when Yin Yin squeezed in. Su Lin, have you decided what passive you're getting? Han Bing crowded in too. Come on, tell us, so we can get some ideas. Ingren leaned back lazily in his chair. What's he going to pick? HP boost, obviously. Add to 100 million HP, then run it through his ability amp, and it's a whole mountain of it. I chewed the meat in my mouth and thought about it. Haven't decided yet. It wasn't that I hadn't thought about it. I'd thought about it too much. The passive skill trial, one chance every 10 levels. What I picked first would directly shape how the rest of my path unfolded. I couldn't just choose carelessly. After dinner, I went back to the dorm, lay on my bed, pulled out my phone, opened the Sky Tower encyclopedia, and flipped to the page on the passive skill trial. The rules were spelled out clearly. Every 10 levels, you can enter a passive trial space once. After selecting the type of passive skill you want, the space generates a corresponding challenge. Clear it and you gain the skill, with strength graded by the difficulty you cleared: normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the skill. But if the trial fails, that attempt is gone, and you have to wait until your next 10th level to try again. Below was a long list of skills, densely packed, at least 100 of them. I read through them one by one, my mind rapidly calculating. Attack enhancement, a flat value. Held difficulty adds 5,000 attack. But my ability doesn't amplify attack, so 5,000 is just 5,000. Other people's abilities amp by 100 times, so 5,000 attack becomes 500,000 for them. So attack-type passives were useless to me. HP enhancement. A flat value adds 10,000 HP, which becomes a huge amount after my ability amps it, but flat values get phased out in the late game. The percentage version adds 50% HP, far stronger than a flat value later on. The problem is, more HP just makes me tankier. It doesn't heal me. Take enough hits, and I'll slowly drain down. I can buy HP recovery with points, but points always run out eventually, and when they do, I can't even run. I'll just get ground to death by higher level fighters. Ability enhancement boosts ability effects by 50%, about on par with the percentage HP option. I kept flipping down one line at a time, and my eyes suddenly landed on the row for recovery enhancement percentage. Recover a percentage of maximum HP per second. Normal difficulty, 2 10,000ths per second. Hell difficulty, 1% per second. My breath caught. 1 trillion HP. What's 1% of that? 10 billion. 10 billion HP recovered per second. What did that even mean? A level 50 assassin's punch was 50 million. It would take him 200 punches just to match what I recover in a single second. Even if 100 level 50s hit me at once, dealing 5 billion damage per second, I'd only need 1 second to fill back up. And I could keep fighting while I healed. As long as a single hit didn't exceed 10 billion damage, I could not die. I flipped further down, checking the other passives, but no matter how I looked, not one of them could compare to this. Percentage recovery, held difficulty, 1% per second. This was practically tailor-made for me. Anyone else picking this, at level 10 their HP would be only a few thousand, so they'd recover a few dozen points per second, completely worthless. But if I picked it, I'd recover 10 billion per second. This was the terrifying part of having HP multiplied 100 million times over. Any percentage effect, applied to me, blew up to an absurd degree. I took a deep breath and turned off my phone. Decided, this is the one.